Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into fourth part, what if Harry Potter surpassed magic itself? Here is short summary. When Voldemort tries to possess Harry, he awakens a power beyond magic itself. Now, with destiny in his hands, Harry reshapes the wizarding world, and the fate of both wizards and Muggles. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. The sound of knocking on the door caused the woman to look up from her desk. Taking out her wand, she waved it at the door, opening it to show a short old man, his face wizened and back hunched with age. Lord Nathaniel, Hermione greeted as she stood up swiftly. Walking around the desk, she approached to assist the old man. I am fine, he said in a frail voice as he waved her off, putting his wand, an ancient-looking tool, inside his pocket. I managed to get to this office without you. I think I can get to the chair the same way, he said good-naturedly. Taking out a red silk handkerchief, he coughed violently into it as he slowly walked in, his highly polished mahogany cane tapping along as it assisted him inside. Gracelessly falling into the chair opposite Hermione's desk, he gave out a loud sigh, wiping at his glistening forehead with the kerchief. You should get an assistant, he declared, looking around imperiously. I shall think about it. What may I do for you today, sir? Hermione said as she sat behind her desk, giving her all his attention. She practically revered this man. Lord Nathaniel Smith, great-grandfather of Zacharias Smith, had sponsored her entrance into the ministry as an intern to begin with. She owed her success to the old man. In fact, it was also due to the recommendation of the same man that she had got the position of the head of the department 3 months ago. Peering at the mountain of work around her desk, Lord Nathaniel nodded approvingly. It is good to see the head of a department putting in a lot of hard work. May I ask as to what it is you are working on? Oh, just some old marriage law that I am looking to get repealed, Hermione responded dismissively. Old marriage law. Hermione noticed that the man, while old, had two of the most piercing gray eyes as he gazed at her. They spoke of a great acuity of the mind unhampered by age. Yes, sir, basically, it's a law that allows polygamous marriages. Hermione sniffed, unable to hide her disapproval. She had devoted as much of her free time as she could in researching that law. It was so mired in tradition and legalese that getting it amended or repealed would take a lot of effort. Not only was there an outright law permitting polygamy, that would need a 2/3 majority vote from the ancient and noble houses, as the law itself was ancient, but there were at least 4 other bills that had a clause allowing the practice. And that wasn't counting the loopholes that could be used. A small quirk of the lips was the only response she got. Putting both hands on the knob of his cane, a smoothened amber rock, the man looked at her thoughtfully. I am having a dinner party tonight, and was hoping that you would be interested in coming. Some of my friends will be there, and I think you might enjoy their company. Hermione was ecstatic. Finally, her years of hard work were going to pay off. She might be able to get some support for her new project. I would be honored, sir. She enthused. Getting a sudden thought, she continued. May I bring my husband along? Ah, yes, the old aristocrat exclaimed. Ronald is his name, yes. Well, bring him along. The more the merrier. Although I don't think it would be advisable to bring your little one along. He smiled indulgently. I imagine such gatherings will be very boring for someone as young as you, so they might be unbearable for someone of Rose, I believe her name was. Hermione nodded. Yes, Rose's age. I will make arrangements for a babysitter, Hermione readily agreed. Her grandmother so adores taking care of children anyway. Ah, Molly Pruitt, the old man nodded sagely. I have heard many things about her. Leaning on his cane he got up. Well, I will see you tonight at 8 sharp. I have sent you a small gift for the occasion. I hope you don't mind. At my age I like to indulge. Not waiting for a response, Smith slowly walked out, extracting and waving his wand to open the door for him. The small gift turned out to be 2 sets of dress robes, one each for Ron and her. Hermione held her dress robe up, examining it with a critical eye. The amaranthine-colored raw silk robe both looked and felt as if it would be worth her year's salary. Hermione could also detect dust-repellent charms woven into the cloth. That factor alone would account for a fourth of the price, as the enchantment was fiendishly difficult to weave, and was generally applied on the material, wearing off in a few days. Had she been any less enthusiastic about the prospect of meeting so many powerful people, Hermione would have found it quite strange that the two clearly tailor-made robes fit Ron and her so perfectly. Ron was initially wary of going to the party, but the prospect of getting out of the house, away from Rose and his overbearing mother, was too much to pass up. It wasn't that he did not love them, he adored them both equally, but he wanted a break. He needed a break. Taking care of Rose, Fred and George's penchant for destruction and practical jokes, put together with Hermione's brilliant mind, was a dangerous combination, was quite taxing without listening, as his mother gave subtle hints every second minute about him going out and finding what she called a real job. When Hermione added that the party might help them get more money and possibly ease their financial strain, which was slowly lessening thanks to her new job, Ron was moving so fast to get change that Hermione swore that she could see his afterimage in the kitchen where she was sitting. The manor belonging to the Smiths was elegant in its simplicity. The family crest, a black badger on a gold background, proudly displayed on the gates and above the door, told every visitor there the family's connection to one of the legendary founders of Hogwarts. Upon reaching the front doors, Ron looked warily at his wife when the liveried manservant that greeted them called for a house elf to take their coats. He was gratified to notice that other than a small tightening around her eyes, Hermione did not say anything. Self-consciously smoothing his new light blue dress robes, he escorted his wife inside the large house. If it wasn't for the fact that he was far away from toys, frilly child-sized clothes that once belonged to his sister, or the shrieking of his daughter as she ran around demonstrating that, indeed, she took after Fred and George, and come to think of it, Ginny as well, having good quality food and in adult company, Ronald Weasley would have found the entire party incredibly boring. Knowing that his wife's job and the future of the family was at stake, he made sure to conduct himself with impeccable manners. To that end, he, in a burst of inspiration, decided to watch and mimic the actions of the other guests. Not really knowing anyone in the party, he also elected to keep to himself, silently sitting at his place at the large table and enjoying the food as he watched people around him talk about things he had no clue about, even if they were not work-related. The only times he spoke was when he was directly addressed. So he concentrated on keeping his mouth closed as he chewed, and lowering his eating speed. While he agreed with his mother that he did not eat too fast, he still decided to follow his wife's advice. It would make her a bit happy. Hermione was mentally hyperventilating. This night was going to be a make-it-or-break-it moment for the family. Anxiously, she cast a glance at Ron, noting the barely concealed look of abject boredom on his face with additional angst. At least he was making a good effort to be well-mannered. She couldn't help but notice that the two of them stuck out amongst the genteel. For the first time in her life she wished that she had not refused when her mother had tried to sign her up for etiquette lessons in the summer after her first year. The party wasn't even really a party, more like a small gathering of Lord Nathaniel's companions. Of the 11 present there, excluding their host, she and Ron were the youngest there. The next youngest person in the whole room was someone that Hermione recognized only as a member of the Wizengamot. And he was at least in his 50s. Once the last of the food was cleared away magically, the host slowly stood up, leaning heavily on his cane. "I trust that all of us found the food satisfying." Not waiting for any response, he continued. "Shall we adjourn for some drinks?" He looked at Hermione directly. "I think Mrs. Weasley would like to join us as well." Taking a deep shaky breath, Hermione followed Lord Nathaniel along with 5 others, 4 of which she noticed were male. The last glimpse she had of the dining room was that of Ron, surrounded by the equally antediluvian wives of her ancient companions, looking decidedly uncomfortable. Hermione need only take one look around the room to know that it was a man's domain. The smell of rich expensive leather, coming no doubt from the large armchairs grouped around an expansive fireplace, was prevalent, competing with the aroma of tobacco. The wall opposite to the fireplace was occupied by a wet bar from which drinks were being mixed invisibly. The third wall was dominated by numerous highly polished medieval weapons. The men and women all settled in quickly, drinks automatically floating to them. Feeling decidedly uncomfortable, Hermione perched on one of the armchairs. Hermione was surprised to find that all of them, even the woman, lit cigars. While she had learnt, a long time back, that tobacco was not as addictive and harmful to witches and wizards. Hermione had never seen a woman with a cigar. While she had seen French women smoke cigarettes, and on occasion, her own mother, which was a secret that her father was to never know, a cigar was always seen to the Muggleborn as a thing that a man used. Then again, she supposed that she shouldn't be too surprised. Cigarettes never caught on in the magical world, even amongst the people in her generation. What she found even more surprising was the lack of smell that she knew should come out from the lit smokes. From her experience she knew that they smelled. And she hated that smell. Relax, girl, you are not on trial here. Lord Samuel, an old wrinkled bald man with more liver spots than Hermione could count on his head, said as he lazily let smoke waft out from his mouth. Hermione marginally relaxed. Seeing this, Lord Nathaniel spoke up. I hope you like the dinner party. Yes, sir, Hermione replied eagerly. Though if I may, I do have a question. Seeing her host nod, Hermione soldiered on. I was wondering where Zacharias was. I was hoping to meet him tonight. You know, catch up with an old schoolmate and all. She trailed off. Lord Nathaniel chuckled. Ah, young Zachary, he said fondly. He's away at the moment. Gone with some friends for a night out, I believe. Oh, the other woman in the group, Lady Margaret, inquired politely. What does Zacharias do nowadays? Glad you asked, Marge, Nathaniel replied. He's currently studying for a master's in charms in Nice. Just came over for the holidays. Quite a hard worker too, you know. Why, my son has nothing but praise for the boy. According to him, Zachary will be more than capable of taking the reins in about a year's time after he starts the business. As the others made quiet noises of appreciation, Hermione couldn't help but feel a small amount of jealousy. Over the course of the past few years as she worked for the ministry, she knew that heirs of very old, rich and established families had quite a life. After they finished school, they would either go to university where they would get degrees in whatever field they wanted or travel the world and learn as they moved. After that, they would start taking care of the family business, allowing their fathers to retire and play in the field of politics. Once that happened, the grandfathers would in turn retire and take part in the legislative part of the Wizengamot, sitting in on sessions in their own father's place. Once the great-grandfathers of the heir were replaced, they would do whatever it is that old men like Lord Nathaniel do in their pastime. Of course, that was the ideal situation. Thanks to Voldemort, younger people were now doing things earlier. She, Ron, Harry, Neville and even Draco Malfoy were prime examples of this. Lord Nathaniel and his friends were all that remained of that old guard, the generation that was around when people of Dumbledore's generation were born. Thankfully, Grindelwald had not made that much of an impact on Britain. Oh, how she wished that she had taken more care. If she had only listened to her head instead of her hormones, then she would not have trusted that potion and insisted that Ron use a cover. But she had been unable to resist those adorable blue eyes and that pout. Besides, she also wanted to feel him inside of her. Right, Lord Nathaniel's suddenly business-like tone interrupted her thoughts. Let us cut to the chase, so to speak. Fixing Hermione with a piercing gaze he addressed her. I hear, Mrs. Weasley, that you had an encounter with Lord Potter a few months back. The other occupants in the room sat up straighter in their chairs, looking far more alert than before. Hermione herself stiffened at the reminder of their meeting last week. Yes, I did, she began warily. It was after I learnt of the Harry Potter Magical Child Protection Act. And what do you think of this act? Lord Samuel, a barrel-chested man, asked with the air of a person who already knew the answer. I don't approve, Hermione finally said slowly. Her statement caused the occupants to chuckle softly. Too bad that the Wizengamot does not support your views, girl, Lady Margaret said with a tight smile. Hermione's mouth tightened at that. Perhaps, Mrs. Weasley would not mind showing us her memory of that meeting between her and Lord Potter. Lord Samuel interjected, still looking at Hermione with his rheumy eyes. That is if you don't mind. He asked her courteously. Getting a nod from Hermione, the host rang a small soundless bell. Immediately, a house elf popped in. Bring me my pensieve, will you, Char? Without replying, the silent elf popped away, appearing moments later with the instrument in question. Lord Nathaniel floated the bowl towards her, his request more than clear. After some instruction, Hermione deposited the memory in question into the bowl. Hermione was left alone in the room as the older people examined the memory. A few moments later, as they took their seats, Lord Nathaniel spoke thoughtfully. "This is disturbing, but not unexpected," Lady Margaret replied. "Yes, not unexpected at all," Lord Samuel repeated. "I hate to say it, but your suspicions were right, Nathaniel." "How I wish I was wrong, old friend." There was a very long silence. Bursting with questions, Hermione finally cracked. "May I ask what you are talking about?" she asked in as respectful a tone as she could manage. "Ah, of course," Lord Nathaniel said. "Please allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the Order of the Phoenix." Hermione looked at him blankly. "You are Dumbledore's group." "No, girl, we are not," Lord Samuel said irritably. "The Order of the Phoenix was not formed by Albus Dumbledore. It was, and still continues to be, an ancient secret organization formed about 600 years ago. Our goal is to fight and defeat, or help in defeating, Dark Lords, and keeping the peace in the magical world." "But Voldemort is long gone," Hermione replied. "Who?" Lady Margaret scoffed. "That popinjay. While he was dangerous, Voldemort was nothing but a fledgling, a child, compared to who we are talking about." "What does that have to do with Harry?" Hermione asked slowly. "Are you saying that he is a Dark Lord?" Her voice hitched over the term. No matter what her relationship with her former friend, the thought of him being evil was too much to bear. "No, we are not," Lord Nathaniel said heavily. "Potter is nothing but a pawn here. No, the real Dark Lord that we have been fighting is someone far more insidious than Voldemort, more terrible than Grindelwald and nearly on par with Morgana Le Fay herself." Hermione took a moment to furiously think this through. "You can't mean, Nicholas Flamel," she said incredulously. Lord Samuel smiled grimly. "This is one intelligent little girl. You made a good choice, Nathaniel." "I'm sorry." Lord Nathaniel stared steadily at Hermione for a very long time. "I think we should enlighten you on the formation of the Order first, Mrs. Weasley," he eventually said. Getting comfortable in his chair, he started talking, his gaze far away. "My ancestor knew Flamel, before he became a famous alchemist. According to his journals, back then, all Nicholas and his wife wanted to do is discover the intricacies of magic and find a way to better mankind. Not just wizard kind, mind you, but Muggle life as well. Their vision was a noble one, to integrate both wizard and Muggle kind. But one day, tragedy struck. Their 5-year-old son was kidnapped by a group of Muggles. As you know, at that time, the statute of secrecy hadn't been implemented or conceived. So Muggles knew of magic, and they knew of Flamel's work and standing in society, even if they could not prove it. Nobody knew their motivations for abducting the boy in the first place, but the end result was horrifying. The child's mangled and broken body was found a few days later lying on the streets. Lord Nathaniel took a sip of his whiskey. Nicholas and Perenelle took their son's death hard. That one incident changed their very attitudes towards Muggles. You see, the boy was their only son, born to Perenelle after decades of trying. What was worse was that the abduction of the boy at least was ordered for by the King of France himself, as he knew of Flamel's work in alchemy. Some say that he desired Flamel's secrets for himself and himself alone. What nobody knows is if he desired the death of the child. Then one day, Flamel and his wife just disappeared. Their home was empty, as was Nicholas' laboratory, hastily stripped bare. The Flamels were presumed dead. But that wasn't the end of it. Lord Nathaniel took a long drag of his cigar and blew the smoke into the air. "What do you know of the Black Death of the 14th century?" he asked from behind the cloud of smoke. "It was one of the worst pandemics of human history, peaking between 1348 and 1350. Hermione immediately rattled off. The cause was said to have been a bacterium called Yersinia pestis. The cause was magical. Lord Samuel spoke over Hermione's spiel. More specifically, Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel. He paused to look at her shocked expression. It was one of Nicholas' first experiments at mass Muggle killing. He identified and isolated the cause of the plague that ravaged Constantinople in the Plague of Justinian in the 6th and 7th centuries and used his skills to modify it. Then, he unleashed it onto an unsuspecting world. What most don't know is that he started it off in France. If it wasn't for the actions of magical healers, the damage caused by Flamel's actions would have been far graver." Lord Nathaniel said softly. "If I remember the information I read about Flamel correctly, he would have been a young man when the plague broke out." Hermione said warily. I believe he was born around 1327. You misunderstand, Mrs. Weasley. Lord Nathaniel replied. Nicholas Flamel, the alchemist, was born around 1327. In fact, that is the date he uses as his birth date, as it was the year he made the stone and drank the elixir, becoming much younger in the process. He paused before adding, and sterile as well. Nicholas Flamel the person was born about 70 years earlier. In fact, it took people some time to realize that the strange young man was indeed Nicholas himself. Another question occurred to Hermione. Then why didn't people do something? Surely the Wizards' Council would have been able to take care of it. Lord Nathaniel stretched his mouth into a humorless smile. If only. It was years after the incident before anyone even got a hint that Nicholas was behind it. People were too busy doing damage control to investigate the source. Also, Flamel is quite adept at covering his tracks, and as I said before, at that time had become significantly younger, and thus was not easily recognizable. By the time the furore died down somewhat, he made his innocence well established in the eyes of the authority. He is also quite good at taking care of his enemies as well. There were initially quite a few vocal opponents to him, you know. They were quite insistent, publicly, of his guilt and culpability. His reputation back then wasn't so rosy. What happened to them? Hermione breathed. Everyone in the room snorted. Well, considering that currently he is not met with suspicion and distrust, I think it is quite evident as to what he did to those people. Lord Nathaniel said dryly. The deaths were seen as accidental or suicidal. He even managed to pin some on Muggles in order to further his agenda. Later on, he would even use upcoming dark wizards to further his schemes, both in France and the rest of Europe. The Order of the Phoenix was formed to combat the threat that he posed all those centuries ago. He waved around the room with his cigar, are the only ones left of that order. Dumbledore's spin-off was organized to fight the threat that Voldemort presented and hopefully get more people aware of the threat that is Flamel. With that understanding, we helped finance it. Sadly, the latter goal was not reached. Hermione was silent as she digested this. If he was such a threat, she said slowly, then why didn't you try and, take care of him and his wife before? Oh, we have tried, began Lord Samuel. Many times, he chuckled ruefully. But the problem with Flamel is that there is next to nothing that we can do legally. Flamel is far slipperier and more cunning than all of the Malfoys and Blacks put together. Pinning something on him is harder than killing a Noondu with your bare hands. So our only recourse is to assassinate or otherwise kill him. And the problem with that is that Flamel is for all intents and purposes, immortal, and possessing unlimited wealth thanks to that stone of his. What's more, he has kept the object hidden. It is impossible to get that stone away from him to destroy it. Not that we haven't tried. Dumbledore, Hermione breathed. Indeed, Lord Nathaniel nodded. He was once Flamel's protégé, you know. He was recruited through Grindelwald. Dumbledore was also the best person we ever had the fortune of getting on our side. As unfortunate as it was, that incident with his sister was the best thing to have happened to us. Rita Skeeter's book was true. Rita does have a knack for finding out the best-kept secrets. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes, Dumbledore was the best person we could have had on our side. Lord Nathaniel continued. He even managed to outfox Flamel. He still had the alchemist thinking that he was on his side, even after defeating Grindelwald. Truly a brilliant man, his loss is a major blow. He was the only one who got really close to killing Flamel. You mean the events in my first year at Hogwarts were a setup aimed at destroying Flamel? Indeed, Lord Nathaniel intoned somberly. Well, there was another purpose. We hoped to trap Voldemort as well. Those traps were deliberately engineered to allow a person in, you see, while presenting a decent enough challenge to allay any suspicions. But the minute they obtained the Philosopher's Stone, powerful wards would immediately spring up, sealing all the doors and trapping the thief inside. The stone was supposed to be destroyed in the struggle with the thief. What was unexpected was your husband's and Potter's involvement. Dumbledore was actually in a meeting with us. We were going to make our final killing move then. Then the three of you got involved. Albus had no choice but to rush back to the castle in the hopes of rescuing you. Till about a few months back, we actually thought that Flamel was finally dead when Dumbledore had the stone destroyed. But alas, it was not to be. He sighed. He had tricked Dumbledore by giving him a fake. Hermione looked at the old man for a long moment. So you had the stone, the secret of Flamel's immortality, or you basically had what you thought was the key to his immortality, but instead of destroying it outright, you decided to use it to lure Voldemort so that you could destroy him as well. Seeing Lord Nathaniel nod, she continued. Not to sound disrespectful, but why hide it in the school then? Weren't you putting your own great-grandson in danger? After all, you had Voldemort inside the castle. Lord Samuel cleared his throat. Yes, it was a big risk. Looking back on it, we realize the peril that we put the future of our world through, but Dumbledore assured us that Voldemort would not be able to do much. Albus was pretty certain that Voldemort would only focus on the stone to the exclusion of everything else. Seeing that he had taught the Dark Lord, I would trust Albus' judgment. But Harry nearly died once. Hermione said indignantly. Quirrell was able to jinx his broom. We know, Lord Samuel said ponderously. That incident was what told us that Voldemort was inside the school and how he got there. Knowing where he was, Dumbledore made the appropriate steps to ensure that he could not harm the students as we waited for him to make his move. Our initial choice for fighting our war with Flamel, when we realized that he was still alive, was Potter, but now, we know what we had suspected but desperately hoped was false. Flamel has sunk his claws into Potter already. Hermione looked at the old man shrewdly. That's where I come in, isn't it? Yes, the reply from Lord Samuel was succinct. He gave her an amused look. How else did you think that you managed to get to the top of your department so quickly? You were the closest person to Potter, so you will be able to help. He raised his glass to Lord Nathaniel. I salute your foresight, Nathaniel. If not for you, we would be further behind than where we currently are. I don't see how I could be of any help, Hermione said bitterly. We aren't friends anymore. Ron and I, we did something really horrible. We regret it, we do, but I don't think Harry will be willing to give us the time of the day, let alone listen to us speak. Lord Nathaniel seemed to ponder this. That is, he paused, waving his cigar as he searched for a word, the expression of sympathy induced on his face through politeness. Heartrending. Fortunately for us, we do not plan to have you speak to, or reason with, Potter. However, before we continue any further, Lord Samuel interjected, trying not to smile at the bland uncaring tone of his companion, we need to know where you stand. So, in simple terms, are you in or are you out? Hermione looked at the people around her. What you say is incredible. She began slowly. I cannot imagine that Harry is taken so quickly by someone so dark and evil. Besides, how do I know that Flamel is as evil as you say? For all I know, you could be making up a plot to bring down a good man. The old men and woman made approving noises. Well, Albus Dumbledore was much older than Potter is when he was ensnared by Flamel. As to your other question, well, you would be unintelligent if you blindly took our word, Mrs. Weasley, Lord Nathaniel answered. But we do have proof. And that proof can be verified by outside sources. He snapped his fingers, causing another house elf to appear, carrying 2 sets of thin files. It isn't much, Lord Nathaniel said as the elf handed one to Hermione and the other to the Wizengamot member she realized had yet to introduce himself to her. But this is all we have linking Flamel to many events. Namely, other than the Black Death of the 14th century, the French and Russian revolutions and the 2 Muggle world wars. Hermione leafed through the contents rapidly, silently vowing to go through them later on. Your opinions, Lord Diagon. Lord Nathaniel's voice broke through Hermione's musing. Starting, she looked at the unnamed Wizengamot member, mouth slightly agape. She had no idea that this was the Marquis of Diagon. It explained why he chose to remain quiet and aloof. The Marquis was reputed for preferring to stay in the background till the last minute. The eccentric man did not like participating in conversations, nor did he like to be talked to for too long. Well, I will have to look through this. The Marquis said idly leafing through the file. I shall have an answer soon. Good, Lord Nathaniel said. Shall we meet in a week's time then? Getting nods all around, he continued. Excellent. Same place then. I shall inform you of the details. Now, before we go, I will require an oath from both of you. Turning to Diagon, he continued, his tone conciliatorily. This is no reflection on you, sir, but to ensure security, both yours and ours. The Marquis gave a gracious nod. Taking out his wand, he gave the standard oath of secrecy. Once he was done, he gracefully got to his feet. Now I am afraid I must be off. The hour grows late. Very well, Lord Diagon, Lord Nathaniel said graciously. Nodding, the Marquis swept out of the room. At once the attention of all the remaining aristocrats turned to Hermione. Your oath, Mrs. Weasley, Lord Archibald said in his gravelly voice, disturbing his impressive walrus mustache. Taking her wand out, Hermione gave her oath. Once that was done, she left the room without further comment, still mired in deep thought. Back at home, sitting up on the bed she and Ron shared, Hermione looked through the file given to her. The documents within, while speculative, did show an interesting set of events that could not be ruled as coincidence. One of the most glaring incidences that nearly exposed his involvement was the French Revolution. It was quite suspicious that he was seen as an active member in the Deutscher Magisch Gemeinderat, or the German Magical Council, of the Kingdom of Germany just 2 days before the French Revolution began. Shortly after that, Flamel was rumored to have a disagreement with Emperor-elect Franz II just before he left for Britain. In the decades that followed later, Flamel was relatively quiet. But in the late 19th century, sporadic sightings of Flamel with the 3 Kaisers of the German Empire lead to speculation that Flamel was responsible for Kaiser Frederick II's short reign and death, as well as the tensions that lead to the outbreak of the First World War. While Flamel was not directly involved in the Second World War, circumstantial evidence suggested that he was a major influence in the creation of the Treaty of Versailles. Hermione even wondered if he was the reason behind the creation of Gavrilo Princip and Adolf Hitler. His involvement in the Russian Revolution and the eventual assassination of Tsar Nikolai and his family was extremely circumspect in comparison. At every turn, the Order fought the ancient alchemist. Founded on the back of the French Revolution, the organization had its share of victories as well. The formation of the League of Nations and later the United Nations could also be credited to them. But the battle that they were fighting was a tough one. No matter what they tried, Flamel could not be pinned down. The numerous assassination attempts had all failed spectacularly. What was more, Flamel always managed to find the ones who orchestrated those attempts, always. And he had them all suffer accidents. It was a miracle that the current members were actually taking a stand after their latest failed attempt. She supposed that they were hoping to strike a major blow against the alchemist before he found them. Hermione tiredly rubbed her face. The recent documentation of Flamel's activities showed how, in hindsight, he had Harry working for him. In the past 5 years alone, almost all of the bills and laws Dumbledore was responsible for that favored Muggles had slowly been eroded, or were being removed. Chief amongst them, aside from the recently introduced Magical Child Protection Act, was the legislation regarding the unforgivable curses. The amendment to the law had been so masterfully done, that few knew that the term, human being, was now replaced with, witch or wizard. Essentially, it meant that a person could not be automatically sent to Azkaban for life if he was found guilty of using the Imperius, Cruciatus, or the Avada Kedavra on a Muggle. Hermione could definitely see the underlying message there. The amendment basically relegated Muggles to the status of beasts. It was sickening. She was further dismayed to find that the Muggle Protection Act, drafted by Arthur Weasley and sponsored by Dumbledore, was also being rendered useless. In a so-called restructuring of the Ministry, Arthur Weasley's old department had basically been dissolved while funding had been more focused towards the protection of the magical world from the Muggle world. Slowly closing the file, which automatically reactivated all the secrecy charms on it, Hermione settled down for the night, her mind whirling as she processed what she had just read. Silently, she wept for her friend. Harry had fallen so far. The worst bit was that she had to keep the whole thing a secret from Ron. The secrecy charms on the file ensured that, hopefully, she would be able to tell him everything after the next meeting. The Marquis of Diagon started off the next meeting of the Order of the Phoenix with a question. While I do believe that what you have presented me is true, he drawled. There is one thing I do not understand. Why did the entire Wizengamot vote yes to the Magical Child Protection Act, considering what you have just told me? If I recall correctly, all of you have heirs that hold seats in that body. Surely if Flamel was the one behind this, then the last thing you should be doing is supporting him. Hermione silently thought that this was a good question as she expectantly looked at the Order members. All the old members of the Order looked uncomfortable. To begin with, Lord Nathaniel ground out slowly. We do not control those votes. Not anymore at least. No, our heirs have that control. Additionally, Lady Margaret continued. Even if we did have full influence, we still have to play his game. If Flamel or his wife were to find out that we are his principal enemies, that we are the ones who have worked hard behind the scenes to thwart him for so long, that we are the only ones to stand between him and his goal, he will destroy us and our families. And that was even if we knew that Potter was Flamel's finger puppet at the time of voting. And I assure you, while we suspected that, we did not know. Regardless, we have not shared our knowledge with our heirs yet. They are not ready. Outright opposition would do little at this point, Lord Samuel spoke up bitterly. We are the only ones left who know what Flamel is. So we need to play a far more subtle game here. Unfortunately, Lord Diagon, we aren't getting any younger. And even more unfortunately, he isn't getting any older, at least not physically. We have to keep a low profile. Flamel has already suspected Dumbledore of attempting to kill him. He would be stupid not to. I still can't get over how he managed to keep Flamel thinking that he was on his side while simultaneously going against him. Lord Nathaniel marveled. And finally, Lord Samuel remarked, ignoring his companion's waffling. Before we found out who was behind that bit of legislature, we actually thought it was a wise decision to make. It would allow us to fully separate from the Muggle world, and promote some unity amongst ourselves. We also would have lesser work to do in keeping the existence of magic a secret. That translates to cuts in taxes. Eventually, we saw this as a way to possibly unite the worlds together somewhere in the future. So Lord Diagon, Lord Nathaniel said finally. Are you in? The Marquis stared at the folder for a long moment before finally nodding his head in consent. Hermione on the other hand was appalled. You mean you support that piece of rubbish? She practically shrieked. The aristocrats all looked at her disapprovingly. Yes we did, and we still do, Lord Nathaniel said in clipped tones. Despite who is actually behind it, it is fundamentally a good idea. I wouldn't call it fully moral, but it's the best we can do. How Muggles treat magical children is criminal. But there has to be a better way, Hermione spoke up. All Muggles aren't like this. There are quite a few decent ones. Dredging up her courage, she spoke up. I don't think we really need Potter. I have quite a few good ideas for modernizing the magical world. With your collective influence, we can break Flamel's power and then change the world so that people like him don't come ever again. Hermione paused to drink in the shocked expressions around her, smiling internally. With her ideas formulated over the past week as she thought on the information presented to her and their financial backing and political influence, Flamel's and Potter's power would be broken forever. Not only that, but her and her family's status would be elevated. Bill, Charlie and the rest would have no choice but to come crawling back. Lord Samuel was the first to crack. He started laughing quietly, his shoulders shaking so violently that he looked like he was drilling a road. Ancient throats creaked as the rest gave in and followed him. Oh, you are serious. Lord Archibald, who had been quiet all this time, said in a gravelly voice as he wiped his eyes. Yes, I am, Hermione said, miffed. I can deliver. I am the smartest witch in my generation. I passed with an O in all my NEWTs. Something that Potter did not do. We don't really need him. The Order looked at her blandly. Let me put it this way, Mrs. Weasley, Lord Nathaniel finally spoke up. Harry James Potter Black, the Earl Potter, Earl Slytherin, and Baron Black, is the youngest chief warlock of the Wizengamot, as far as I can remember and for longer than I have lived. And trust me, I have lived a very long life and have an excellent memory. Not only that, but he happens to hold 4 noble titles, 3 of which are separate. He can claim direct descent to 2 of the founders of Hogwarts. Together with mine and Lord Diagon's house, you get the descendants of all 4 founders united together. Even if you overlook his ancestry and pedigree, there is the simple fact that he is the only known survivor of the Killing Curse, and has, at the age of 16, managed to defeat a Dark Lord more than 50 years his senior. Seeing Hermione about to interrupt him, he spoke over her. I have reviewed pensive memories of the Aurors who investigated the scene of the battle a few hours later. I have also read the reports. An impressive amount of magic was thrown around, both from Lord Potter and from Voldemort. To think that a 16-year-old could do so much, he inhaled deeply, coughing into his handkerchief. He is ridiculously powerful, he finally said, getting himself back in control. I personally doubt that Albus Dumbledore would be a match for him even if you match them up at the same age. I have even talked to Griselda Marchbanks. Not only did Potter, contrary to your assumption, score perfectly in all his NEWTs, but he also managed to get extra credit in Transfiguration, Charms and Defense Against the Dark Arts. Moreover, Madame Marchbanks was impressed with him. Impressed. The stodgiest, hard-to-impress examiner in the Board of Examiners, a person who has always criticized everyone she has examined in her entire career, was positively raving about Potter's performance in his NEWTs. Even Dumbledore did not get such praise from her. Now that is what he has to offer us. You, on the other hand, he gave her a look that could be interpreted as apologetic, or just a first-generation witch. Yes, you are intelligent, and I do not doubt that you have great plans, but you have no idea about the traditions of the wizarding world. While nobody in this room has anything personally against change and new ideas, there is a way to do these things. You will get nothing changed by ramming new ideas down people's throats and ignoring their traditions. It's just not feasible. You also have minimal influence. Potter not only has political capital, but he is revered in the country for getting rid of Voldemort. We have to be realistic here. You know Potter, so you know how we can get him over to our side. We need him on our side. Once we have his popularity and reputation, we will be able to get change implemented faster. Hermione looked at the lot of them skeptically. I guess, she finally said grudgingly. While she internally bristled at the words spoken to her, she could, in hindsight, see where they were coming from. Lord Nathaniel smiled. Now that we have everyone on board, I suggest we get started. His tone turned brisk. Firstly, Mrs. Weasley, I would suggest that you cease your pursuit of repealing the legality of polygamy. That law is far too old and mired in complexities. You will not get anywhere trying to strike it off, nor will you get many supporters. Are we clear? But that law is outdated and needs to go, Hermione said indignantly. It is for the good of the people. Lord Nathaniel tiredly rubbed his forehead. Changing that law in any way will not benefit society. He shook his head. Potter only mentioned that fact to you openly so that you would be distracted. It seems that he knows how your mind works. He knows very well indeed. Lord Diagon internally smirked as he saw the dumbfounded expression on Hermione's face. For all her intelligence, the girl had the social skills of a particularly dim pygmy puff, as far as he was concerned. I assume that you now see the wisdom in dropping your fruitless endeavor. Getting an absent nod, Lord Nathaniel continued, Good, further instructions will be sent to you later on. We shall introduce you to a colleague of ours then. That went well, Lord Samuel said dryly as the door closed behind newest members to their organization. Lord Nathaniel snorted. At least we did not have to remind her of her place. Imagine how much more difficult she would have been if we were forced to do that. Nothing is worse than an uppity pawn. Who does she think she is to try and dictate terms to us? It's not right, I tell you, Lord Archibald rumbled. We are using children to fight our battles. True, but it is necessary. Flammel, for one, has upped the ante. We are at a major disadvantage here. We do not know what his angle is either. She has just proven herself to be a loose cannon, Lord Archibald said darkly. I have a bad feeling about her. Then she will have to be watched. Lady Margaret said matter-of-factly. It was good that you managed to deflect her enthusiasm, Nathaniel. But she is a strong-willed one. I predict that a time will come when we will have to forcibly remind her that it is because of us that she is in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in the first place, and that we can just as easily boot her out. Cameras flashed as Harry cut the ribbon officially opening the Home for Magical Children. As soon as Harry had shared his idea for Muggle-born children with Flammel, the two of them started on making the act viable before even suggesting it to the Wizengamot. To that end, Harry had enlisted the help of his friends, Neville, Susan and Hannah. Harry had also spoken to his in-laws as well as Draco and Narcissa Malfoy. Strictly speaking, there was no such thing as dark or light. As Flammel had once said, there were far better ways to describe someone's political leanings than a vague reference on the amount of light present. The terms generally preferred in the political circle were traditionalist, conservative, or liberal. Traditionalists were those who preferred to stick to the traditions of the wizarding world exclusively. They had no patience for Muggle ideas or Muggle technology, preferring to violently reject and ridicule them. A good chunk of ancient and noble houses comprised of that group. It was a complete coincidence that most of the traditionalists had Death Eater connections. Liberals, on the other hand, were on the opposite end of the spectrum. Generally comprising of the newer families, they tended to embrace new ideas, preferring them over the old. More often than not, the source for those ideas came from the Muggle world. The one thing these two factions had in common was their limited number. The rest were the conservatives. Walking the middle path, this group upheld magical tradition and cherished the culture. At the same time, they weren't averse to modernization. To that end, they also did not mind Muggle technology and ideas, provided that those could be used with magic or fit in with their traditions. Anything else was considered unimportant and useless. So while they found automobiles fascinating, and modern lights ingenious, they really didn't care much for the television and computer. And the cell phone wasn't even worth considering. Charmed mirrors had been in existence for much longer, and the flow was plenty convenient. Of course, nothing beat Owl Post. One did not have to worry about silly things like stamps and remembering the exact address. The conservatives were further divided into two. One group was slightly more traditional, and the other a tad more liberal. This internal division was the main reason why the conservatives did not dominate. The traditionalists and the traditional conservatives were rather easy to tackle. They loved the idea of further separating the magical and Muggle worlds. Future generations would be fully steeped in wizarding culture and traditions, there would be no outsiders, and no concessions made for Muggleborns, as those would simply cease to exist after being fully integrated. The liberal faction of the conservatives was slightly harder to tackle. In the end, the one point that got them on board was their low numbers. Most of them, like Monk and McKinnon, were all that was left of their family. The chance to ensure the continuity of their line, to make sure that the family name did not die out, was something that they grasped with both hands. It also helped that Harry spun it properly. Using his own experiences as an excuse, he proposed that taking the children away was a good thing in the long run. Additionally, he played upon the unrest currently going on in the Muggle world. His main theory was that it was entirely possible for the Muggles to start off another war, and that could possibly expose the magical world. And that risk was significantly higher if more Muggles were allowed to know about them. While they could not stop informing the Muggle leaders, they could limit the number of non-important Muggles knowing. Harry also used his supposed relationship with Dumbledore shamelessly to get additional sympathy. The world did not know about his true feelings towards the man, and he had no qualms about manipulating that. The liberals were the hardest to convince. But Flamel handled them well. Harry had no idea what the alchemist had done, but he was certain that it was a combination of blackmail, bribery and other methods that were best not aired out. But the real victory was the Muggleborn faction. In a burst of inspiration, Harry had proposed to include Muggleborn of various areas of merit into the Wizengamot about a few months after he had claimed his seats. Knowing that it was too soon for him to propose something so sweeping, he asked Augusta Longbottom to make the initial proposal. Using his fame and celebrity, he endorsed the idea to the press and the general public. They ate it up. In the end, even if the proposal to include Muggleborns was met with a lot of protest initially, the Wizengamot came to the agreed majority. This was riding on a lot of factors. The first was Harry's celebrity. In supporting this proposal and slyly dropping hints now and then, Harry had made a negative vote very hard on the Wizengamot politically. But that was only a small factor. The major reasons why the motion went through was that the main opponents to the idea could not vote against it, as their position was very delicate. With the Dark Lord truly dead and their biggest ally in the pocket of the boy who lived, making any moves that were seen as supportive towards Voldemort's creed was inadvisable. Additionally, most of them owed the Black family debts. The rest were more than happy to vote for the motion, as they either were Dumbledore's allies and had heard great things about Harry Potter from the grand old man, or were generally in favor of equality and inclusion. Once that fell through, Harry and Nicholas quietly influenced the selection process so that they comprised of those who were either indebted to them or had similar sympathies. After all, to get far in any world, you needed to embrace the culture. Not doing that would only serve to make you an outsider. Chief amongst them was Healer Anderson. Not only had the healer wholly taken in the traditions of the magical world, but Harry's rather generous donations to the man's many research projects had more than ensured the man's loyalty. The result of all of that was the unanimous voting in of the act, replacing Amelia Bones, who had retired about a year after the war, saying that she was done with politics, and the ministry with pious thickness helped lower the resistance the ministry would have to the law. At the same time, a group led by Narcissa Malfoy and Alana Greengrass took care of the logistics. As the family was now fully extinct and the only possible claimants were the Malfoys, who were more than happy to donate it for the cause, the ancestral house of the Lestrange family and the surrounding property were converted to house the incoming children. With the exception of one other large property located in Scotland, which was also converted for the same purpose, all the properties and houses the family owned were liquidated and all legal artifacts auctioned off. The proceeds, along with the sizable fortune of the family, were used to fund the newly christened Magical Child Welfare Department. Bellatrix, Rodolphus, and Rabaston would be rolling in their graves, thought Harry as he smiled at the cameras aimed at him, triggering off another round of flashes. Turning around to look at the converted manor, Harry ruminated that perhaps the new use the place would be put through might meet their approval. After all, they weren't exactly sane. Harry had also ensured that the department would remain well funded. In addition to placing strict controls, monitoring the spending of the department, additional funds were also arranged for by keeping those properties the Lestranges owned for profit. The large vineyard, the legal investments and the small magical menagerie would allow the department to get an income as well. Additionally, the ministry had been slimmed down. Departments such as the misuse of Muggle artifacts office were absorbed into the Department of Magical Law Enforcement with the members of the Magical Law Enforcement Squad, while other departments such as the Centaur Liaison Office were removed entirely. Not only did this streamline the ministry and make things faster, but the money saved from those actions enabled the ministry to introduce tax cuts and also further bolster the funds of the Department of Child Welfare, which would work closely with the Auror Office and the Obliviator Squad. Harry smirked as he finished his speech. Basically a rehash of what he had told the Wizengamot, he added in a few more heartrending episodes designed to play with the emotions of the people. As much as he hated to do so, he used the memories of his own horrific childhood to win the sympathies of the common folk. Of course, he had not achieved universal popularity. There were, predictably, quite a few people not happy with him. These included a majority of the Muggleborns, as well as a few witches and wizards who had married the Muggles they had fallen in love with. There had been quite a few protests, with people shouting slogans while holding placards and having sit-ins in Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, and currently right now outside the perimeter of the new home, Harry could see them if he strained his eyes. The place was pretty big. Those people could be worked upon, though. It was a simple matter of perseverance and exploiting the unrest currently going on in the Muggle world. Harry waved before he stepped off the podium. The law was fully in effect, and squads would be dispatched to take the first batch of children during the night. Muggle-born children who were of Hogwarts attending age were currently exempt, except in special cases, where it was either found that the Muggle parents weren't treating their magical children right or if the child in question specifically requested to be taken away, but that would soon change. Once things settled down, they too would no longer need to go back to their odious Muggle guardians and be mistreated. Child abuse, as far as the British magical world was concerned, was going to be truly unheard of. Rose Harris woke up early to a dreary Sunday morning. The weather was typical at this time in November, with low pregnant clouds hanging overhead as it drizzled lightly outside, the entire tableau barely illuminated by the hidden rising sun. Stretching, she got out of bed to prepare for the day. She could hear her son, Darren, downstairs, probably polishing off the breakfast his girlfriend had made. Pulling her dressing gown tightly around her thin frame, she made her way downstairs and sat down at the small table in the kitchen, cooing at her grandson as she did so. As she had her bowl of oatmeal, Rose had to admit that her son had changed over the past 7 years, while she had been away. From the letters and few short visits, she gleaned that he had managed to pull his act together at school and pass with decent marks, earning a scholarship in the University of Leeds for a course in fine arts. He had put in a lot of work for his degree, holding 2 jobs at the same time to pay for his studies and accommodation. It was in the university that Darren had met Linda, who at that time was studying for her BA in cinema and photography. According to them, they both had an instant sort of attraction to each other from the first time they had met. Being in similar financial situations, the two had helped the other out and had even pooled their resources to rent a place to stay. Rose sighed as she contemplated her son. Before, she doubted that Darren would have been mature enough to settle down at such a young age. While he had not married his girlfriend yet, apparently young couples these days, instead of marrying, entered an open relationship, he was still committed to the girl and his son. She knew that at that age, most men would leave. That he was willing to be in his son's life and try and work on his relationship with Linda was a mark of how far along he had come from the spoilt brat he was as a child. His decision to take things slow and not rush into a marriage also enforced that opinion. Rose herself had also changed. Before, she admitted to herself that she was not a pleasant woman. Not only was she a petty, jealous and bitter person, but she also suffered what her psychologist called an inferiority complex. It was only after she had hit rock bottom did she realize the amount of damage she had done to her son by being what she was. It had taken a year of intensive counseling before she started to improve and ask for forgiveness from her son. It had taken Darren a few weeks and support from the new friends he had made after his mother had gone away to give that forgiveness. Once it was given, however, both mother and son had progressed in leaps and bounds. By the time Rose was able to join her son, 4 years afterward, the two of them were unrecognizable from the people they had been. Darren was now working for a firm that designed websites while Linda was doing her master's in journalism. The house that they were living in now was not as large as the house Darren spent his childhood in, but it was far more spacious than the back-to-back house he and Linda were living in before. They were lucky enough to chance upon it as the previous owner, a friend of Darren's, wanted to sell it as quickly as possible. The house was attached to a small grocery shop which Rose ran while taking care of her grandson, bringing in extra money to pay the bills. However, while Rose was content with her new life, she was not truly happy. The reason for that was another boy. While she was not that boy's biological mother, she had been given the task of raising the boy as her own after her sister had died. However, she had not been able to do so. While she had spoilt her son silly, and was the main reason Darren had grown into a bully, she had done worse to her nephew while watching with glee from the side as her son tormented the poor child. Child abuser, the term never failed to make her cringe in shame. Rose found herself wishing that she could go back in time and fix it all. Or at the very least, seek forgiveness even if she did not deserve it from her nephew. At times like these, she wondered what he was doing now. Was he happy? Successful? Did he have a good job? Was there anyone special in his life? Well, I am off, Linda said as she picked up her book bag. That assignment isn't going to complete itself. The short girl leaned over and plucked her son from his chair. Who's a good boy, who's a good boy, she cooed as she jiggled the baby, wincing as the 10-month-old tot grabbed a fistful of her long fair hair in his chubby sticky hand. Now, Jason, let go of Mummy's hair, she said firmly as she freed the imprisoned lock, much to the infant's dismay and the other adults' amusement. Somehow, I don't think he appreciates being talked to like that, Darren said wryly as Linda placed the baby down. Oh, pish-posh, Linda replied. He can't really understand what I am saying. Looking at her baby she continued, speaking in a low soothing voice. At this age, he responds to the soothing voice of his mummy. After all, she tickled the baby's stomach. I periodically read aloud from my textbooks when I am rocking him to sleep, and he doesn't mind. She pulled a face, making the baby giggle and babble at her in response, waving his arms. See, she said triumphantly in a normal voice as she deftly moved her hair away from his reach. Darren snorted. I won't be surprised if his first words are something related to cameras. Leaning towards the infant he said in his talking to baby's voice. Can you say, aperture, Jason? Come on, aperture. The baby babbled in response. Linda rolled her eyes, funny. Now, I am getting late. Pecking Darren on the cheek, she bade goodbye to her Rose and her son, and made her way towards the door. Just then, the doorbell rang. I wonder who that is, Linda said as she approached the door. Twisting the knob, she opened it. To find a man impeccably dressed in a suit that screamed wealth and standing. The man, while tall, had average looks. Watery blue eyes stared back at her underneath impeccably combed blonde hair. His face could be forgotten in a trice, just lost in a crowd. It wasn't an ugly face, but it was something that was easily forgettable. But the unremarkable features were more than compensated for by way the man seemed to fill the room. Perhaps it was the confident way he held himself, or the set of his shoulders, but he used power. This man was someone to be obeyed, a person whom nobody could afford to forget. Linda, an assertive person herself, almost unconsciously stepped back as she stammered a question out. "Why, yes, how may I help you?" Linda Campbell. Smooth and cultured, his voice was also something that could not be forgotten. Seeing her nod, he took out a badge and showed it to her. "I am from the security service, ma'am. May I come inside? I have something that I wish to speak to you about." "What's going on here?" The voice of her boyfriend broke her from her thoughts. Turning around, she saw his beefy muscular form framing the hallway, looking wary, a frown marring his broad face. "Mr. Harris." Seeing Darren nod, the stranger continued. "I hope you don't mind, but we do have matters of great import to discuss with you and your, partner." By the time Linda turned back to the mysterious man, she found that he was already inside. Smiling graciously and showing a row of impossibly perfect white teeth, the man stepped further into the room. Not giving her or her dumbfounded husband time to recover, he gracefully walked into the drawing room. By the time the young couple had managed to collect themselves and move to the room, the man was already sitting regally on Darren's favorite armchair as if it were a throne as he idly studied the room with a polite interest. "Not to be rude or anything," Darren spoke up. "But who are you and what the hell are you doing here?" "He says he is with the MI5, dear," Linda said softly, while giving her boyfriend a look. At times, Darren could be so confrontational, in a caveman sort of way. "What's going on here?" All three individuals looked up to see Rose at the doorway, a look of confusion on her face. "As I have explained to your girlfriend," Mr. Harris, as the seated individual drawled, "I am with the security service." Still frowning, Darren said rather aggressively, "I heard that bit loud and clear, mate. I don't really care what organization you come from, but it is good manners to introduce yourself. Especially when you come into someone's house, and even more so after you know their names." The man looked faintly amused, as both Rose and Linda gave Darren scandalized looks. "Are we talking about introductions?" He grimaced dramatically. My, you like diving into the prickly topics first, don't you, Mr. Darren Harris? Or is it Dudley Dursley?" Smirking at the paling faces of both mother and son, he continued. "But where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself, Sir Harry James Potter Black, the Earl Potter, at your service." As he mockingly inclined his head forward, his features seemed to melt and change. Linda gawped at the man, disbelieving, as his features morphed in front of her eyes. Blonde hair turned a deep, impossibly glossy black. Years seemed to slip off his face as it took on a haughty aristocratic look, the cheekbones becoming higher and more prominent and the nose straighter. Whoever thought that Brad Pitt was the most beautiful man on the planet had not seen this man, Linda thought breathlessly as she looked into clearest, brightest and most vibrant green eyes she had ever seen. If she thought the man was a commanding presence at first, it was nothing compared to what he seemed to be now. The only thing marring his great good looks was a thin, faint scar on his forehead. And that scar didn't do much to detract from his looks. In fact, the lightning shape, a very curious shape for a scar, only complemented it, almost as if he would not be who he is without that scar. "Huh, Harry." "Hello, Duddy," the man, now identified as Harry, replied with a sneer on his face. "Lost weight, I see." Looking at Linda, he continued. "And you are in a relationship too. Who'd have thought that someone would be willing to go out with you in the first place? Much less reproduce. And dear Petunia," backlit verdant eyes rested on the older woman. "You were let out rather early, I hear." While his voice was pleasant, the expression on his face was anything but. The woman in question nodded hesitantly. "For good behavior," she added nervously. Linda finally snapped out of her daydream. Quickly processing the words exchanged before, she gasped, unknowingly interrupting her mother-in-law as she was about to try apologizing. "So you're Harry Potter." She knew of her Darren's troubled past, of course. He had confessed as such to her after they had started going out. Linda had been shocked initially, but eventually had forgiven him for his transgressions. He was but a child at that time. Additionally, he was filled with regret at what he had done. She could still see the pain in his eyes at what he had done. In fact, he had also, with her help and encouragement, had made amends with all those kids he had bullied. But that all paled in comparison to what he had done to his cousin. Or she supposed, her soon-to-be cousin-in-law, should she marry Darren. She was never that good at understanding relations and the terms given to various relatives, being an orphan and the only one of her family. Darren, for that was what he was to her, had told her everything he had done to his cousin. The shame he felt as he confessed was a visceral thing. After all, he had changed his name legally to get away from it all. Instead of answering her, Harry gave a contemptuous look at Dudley. Told her everything, have you? Oh, this is not going to end well. Harry, we're sorry, the woman once known as Petunia Dursley whispered, her words heartfelt and broken. Sorry. Harry looked at her oddly, apparently taken off guard. His long-fingered hands twitched infinitesimally. The way we treated you, it wasn't right. I had no right doing what I did. Petunia began. She had pictured the day that this moment would come. She had even practiced what she was going to say. But you have to understand, Harry. She looked pleadingly at the boy. It wasn't that I hated you, or my sister. I hated what was inside of you. I hated magic. Before we found out that Lily was magical, the two of us were close. We used to do so many things together. She sighed. But once that letter came, we were separated. My parents favored Lily over me for what she could do. Magic tore my sister away from me, Harry. It took her life, her future. I could never make amends with her because of magic. It also was the reason why my parents didn't like me as much. I didn't want it in the family anymore. Can you blame me for that, Harry? Beseechingly, she looked into her nephew's almond-shaped green eyes, eyes which were just like her sister's. But at the same time, those eyes were different. The warmth, so like what she remembered in Lily's eyes that was there when Harry was just a boy, was no longer present. They were now cold. And as his lips curled into a sneer, she could see the cruelty coming out. Petunia shuddered. Those emotions looked so alien. Can I blame you for that? Harry repeated incredulously. Yeah, rage filled his face as he continued. You took money that was meant for my upkeep and used it for your selfish desires. Not only did it benefit you and your fat husband, but your filthy waste of space of a son as well. All I got was king cupboard under the stairs is a bedroom, hand-me-downs that never fit me for clothes, coat hangers for presents, an unending list of chores, ridicule and scorn from you and your husband, and broken sellotaped glasses. And what did this fat lump get? He tossed his head towards Dudley. 2 bedrooms, not less than 30 presents every birthday, Christmas, Easter, and whatever odd occasion you could think of, no work whatsoever, and, oh yes, one mustn't forget, free rein to bully me and beat me up. And when he made a mistake, frame me for what he did. Can I blame you for that? He scoffed quietly. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down. You always had this lovely penchant for blaming others for the crap you did, didn't you, Petunia? He sneered again. First it was the freak of a sister because she was born with something you didn't have. Then it's the freak of a nephew because he was just a defenseless child. Now, it's magic, and your parents. Merlin, when will the rubbish ever stop? Those Muggles definitely gave you quite a good deal too, didn't they? 7 years for the decade of hell you put me through, what a fair trade. And they couldn't even do that properly. They had to cut it down to 5, because you were, well behaved. Dudley opened his mouth to interject, but Harry stopped him with a raised hand. I don't give a k about you and your apologies or whatever it is that you have to say. Nor do I care to hear about how I should speak to your wonderful loving mother. I have come here on other business. Composing himself, he continued, adopting an official tone. Mrs. Rosaline Harris, and Mr. Darren Harris, formerly known as Mrs. Petunia Dursley and Mr. Dudley Dursley of No. 5 Armley Grange Oval, Leeds, West Yorkshire, you have been found in the possession of a magical child, one Jason Harris. According to the Harry Potter Magical Child Protection Act, introduced 3 months back, no Muggle is allowed to have possession of a magical child. Any and all magical children found in a Muggle household are to be taken and integrated into the magical world. He paused to let the shock sink down. Normally, he continued, still smirking, as the Muggle family in question generally doesn't know about the magical world, a memory wipe is enough for the job. However, you lot happen to be aware of magic. So a memory wipe is quite frankly out of the question. Additionally, pursuant to the accord the Wizengamot had reached with you, Petunia Dursley, in the year 2004, that in exchange for not being thrown in wizarding prison, nor being presented in front of the Wizengamot for a trial for your crimes against a minor, one Harry James Potter Black, you would be put under observation and your life sentence in Azkaban be suspended on the condition that you not be found guilty of breaking wizarding law. Provided, of course, that said law is no more than a month old, at the very least. Should you be found guilty of breaking magical law, however, the original conviction is to be enforced. Again, this time without a trial as you waived that benefit originally. As you have been found guilty of breaking one of these laws, namely the Harry Potter Magical Child Protection Act, you are, henceforth, under arrest and sentenced to life in Azkaban. Under whose authority? Linda demanded, standing up. No matter what her boyfriend or the woman she looked up to as a mother figure had done to this man, there was no way in hell that anyone was taking her precious baby away. Under the authority of the Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot of the Magical United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Harry smoothly replied, still seated as he lazily regarded Linda through his heavy-lidded eyes. And who is this person? Dudley demanded aggressively, equally protective of his mother and his child. Me, Harry gaily replied, smiling widely. I am the equivalent of the President of the Supreme Court in this fair country. Anyway, he poked a finger into his ear. Aurors, move in. The Muggles did not have any chance to react to this odd declaration as suddenly, a man and a woman appeared out of thin air. In perfect synchrony, the two immediately leveled their wands, sending twin jets of light at both Petunia and Linda. Ropes appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around both the women and causing them to topple to the floor. Seeing his wife and mother in this state, Dudley lunged at his cousin. Over the years, he had lost a significant amount of weight, eating right and working out in the gym. He had also paid the bills by participating in local boxing matches, so he no longer was the obese cousin that Harry knew, but a fast, albeit large man. However, Harry was no slouch either. The rituals he had done on his body, while not as powerful and permanent as their dark counterparts, had long-term benefits. With regular work, they enhanced and helped the body, keeping it fit and fast no matter the age. So, while Dudley was fast, Harry was faster. By the time Dudley could even take 2 steps, Harry had his fake wand out. Crucio. Dudley crumpled mid-step and was writhing on the ground, screaming as pain lanced through his body. Harry ended the curse, breathing heavily. He wasn't worried about performing the curse in front of the 2 Aurors. The 2 he had selected when he had heard about his relatives were sympathetic to his cause. Besides, the amendment he had slipped in allowed him to use it on Muggles. Looks like she was actually right, Harry said softly as an Auror came up to bind his cousin. You really have to mean it. Meanwhile the second Auror had gone to get the baby, emerging from the kitchen, cooing softly at the now sleeping baby. No, Linda screamed. You can't do this. You will find that we can, Harry replied lightly. In fact, as you can see, we are doing this right now. Don't worry, you won't remember a thing after we erase your memories. Georgiana here, he nodded to the female Auror who was holding the baby, is quite good with her memory charms, you know. You won't stop people in general asking questions, Dudley said hoarsely, weakly struggling with his bindings. They will notice when we no longer have a baby with us. Harry laughed. You actually think that we didn't do our research? He shook his head. Not only are we going to make you forget about your son, but we have already taken steps to magically erase his existence from every Muggle record. And that includes photographs, both digital and regular, birth certificates, passports, and the minds of others. Not that there are that many people who will be affected here. He extracted a disproportionately large folder from an inside pocket and opened it. After all, Linda here has no family or relatives. You have kept no contact with your Aunt Marge, and the 3 of you generally keep to yourself with practically no social life aside from a few friends that you have made in the university, and they barely keep in touch. You are basically loners. Hell, if I circulated a rumor tomorrow that you lot were secret spies for the Koreans, people would believe it. Taking the baby from the female Auror, Harry strode out, never looking back. Jason Harris was one of the first confirmed Muggleborns to be taken under the new law. When the history of his biological father came to light, there was no way that Harry was going to pass up the chance to come around personally. Apparating with the baby to the now open home, he handed the tot over to one of the workers, who gently took over, posing for a picture on the way. There was a relatively low chance of him having the baby in his house, as first preference was given to older applicants. But if, by some chance, Jason ended up being a part of Harry's family, Harry swore to himself that he would not ever hold the boy's father or grandparents against him. He was not Snape or his aunt. Speaking of which, he had someone to personally escort. Waving at the press once more, he left the grounds, apparating away. Coming out of the fireplace of the office of the Warden of Azkaban, about an hour later, he swept down to the main entrance of the prison, and out to the pier, looking expectantly at the sea and the distant outline of the mainland. Not a moment later, a boat came into view, containing 2 very apprehensive-looking Aurors and 1 terrified Muggle. "Hello, Derek, Charles," Harry greeted the pair of Aurors as he stepped from the boat and onto the pier. "Lord Potter," Derek replied, a look of awe crossing his face that Harry knew was due to a combination of speaking to someone as famous as him and at the fact that someone like him knew the name of a junior Auror. Legilimency had its uses, and his probes were too light to be noticed by regular accumans. He wondered how he would fare against an expert, though. "I was coming here anyway for my yearly inspection of the prison," Harry continued after it was clear that the men weren't going to say anything. "So I thought I would see for myself how you Aurors operate." His words caused both men to straighten. Not only was Harry Potter accompanying them, but Harry Potter, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, was overseeing what they would be doing. There would no room for error. Harry stood, quietly amused, as the 2 Aurors practically manhandled a sobbing and struggling Petunia to the gates. "Please," she pleaded at one point, looking at him imploringly. "I had no idea about the law change. You cannot arrest me. That is not the fault of the Ministry," Harry replied coldly, his eyes standing out like twin beacons in the gloom of Azkaban. "Notices were published in the Daily Prophet. You should have read the paper." "But I don't get that," Petunia screeched in reply, straining against the manacles holding her. "Again, that is not our fault." Harry was unmoved. "You should have subscribed. Move along, Muggle," Derek pompously said with a sneer, propelling her through the gates and into the entrance hall. Harry casually strolled in, watching as the Aurors processed the new prisoner. Petunia was openly crying by the time her photograph was being taken. She gave a small shriek of surprise when one of the human prison guards changed her clothes with a switching spell. Her sobbing stopped immediately as terror overcame her when she felt the presence of the approaching Dementors. Like her husband before her, the magic in the manacles was enough to allow her to see the terrible forms of the demons coming towards her. Picking up on the Aurors' nervousness at not being well versed in casting the Patronus charm, Harry kindly conjured his own Patronus. The very solid-looking form of Prongs burst out and cantered around the wizards, gazing at the Dementors challengingly. Rolling his eyes, the human guard irritably addressed the dumbstruck Aurors. Yes, Lord Potter can conjure a Patronus. Even if it is the first time I have seen it, I understand that he has been doing so for a very long time. Now could you please stop gawking? I am sure you have to report back to your superiors now." "Why, yes sir," Charles stuttered out. "For how long have you been producing a Patronus, if you don't mind me asking, sir?" Derek said, looking curiously at Harry. "Oh, not long," Harry replied good-naturedly. "Since I was in my 3rd year at Hogwarts." Seeing the looks he was getting, he continued modestly, "I had plenty of incentive then. The Dementors affected me greatly then when they were guarding the castle. So I had to learn. I am sure anyone would learn quickly given those kind of circumstances." "You learned how to cast the Patronus charm at the age of 13 and the 2 in less than a year." Now it was the guard's turn to be surprised. "Well, yes," Harry replied slightly self-consciously. "Again, I had major incentive. The teacher was quite effective too, you know. He used a method that I doubt could be properly replicated with the same results." Harry did not mention that he no longer needed to cast a Patronus as the demons no longer affected him. He had found out early enough that he could appear invisible to them, both mentally and emotionally. "What method did he use?" Auror Charles said slowly. "That is a story for another time, Charles," Harry replied with a warm practiced smile. "Now, I believe that we have a prisoner to, well, imprison." He grinned at the flimsy joke as the other 3 chortled sycophantically. Nicholas had advised making these sort of jokes around subordinates when giving him pointers on how to comport himself in public. It had the effect of making him seem a bit more human, and would subconsciously endear him to those below him. The prison guard then took out a complicated-looking tablet with runes engraved on it. "Right," he said as he pressed on some of the runes, making them light up. "Cell 311 is now ready. Shall we?" Getting a nod from Harry, he started off, trailing behind the Dementors who held Petunia securely in their grip. Bidding the Aurors goodbye, Harry followed behind the guard, his Patronus trotting alongside him, giving off an unearthly silver light. The prisoners did not jeer as the newest inmate was led to her doom, like in Muggle prisons. The Dementors took away the desire to do that. Petunia was forced down many flights of stairs till they reached the bottom floor. "This is the high-security wing," Harry informed her cheerfully. "It houses quite a few Death Eaters, you know. They all hate Muggles, by the way." Then they came to a halt in front of a blank stretch of a wall between two cells set widely apart from each other. The guard pressed the glowing runes set into the wall in a pattern, opening a section of the wall to reveal a space big enough for one person. Petunia gasped at what she saw inside. A man was already occupying one of the three walls. He had a full beard that reached past his chest. His hair, black with dirt and grime, was lank as it obscured his face. "Say hello to your husband, Petunia," Harry said as he lifted the man's face by his hair, making the prisoner mow, and at having light pierce his eyes. Petunia was horrified. Her once large and healthy husband was now skin and bones. With another jolt of terror, she noticed the chains that suspended Vernon from the ceiling by his now skinny arms. It did not take a genius to figure out that the only reason that Vernon's feet were touching the floor was because his arms had been long since dislocated from hanging for so long. "I have a present for you," Harry said softly, bringing out a phial filled with an iridescent silver-blue liquid that glowed in the darkness. "This is unicorn blood. I am going to be injecting this into you. But first, let me tell you something about this substance. You see, unicorns do exist. Their body parts have many different properties. That I will not bore you with. All you need to know is about their blood. Now, many say that unicorns are the epitome of light magic, and they would be right," Harry said in a lecturing tone. "But they have some very nasty defenses. For one, they will not hesitate to gore anyone who even remotely makes them skittish. On top of that, their blood is the most insidious type of poison anyone has ever seen. Anyone who ever drinks unicorn blood, even a drop, cannot die. But they lead a very cursed life. The blood is very addictive. Anyone who drinks it slowly goes mad with a thirst that can only be satiated by more unicorn blood. And you need not kill a unicorn to get the blood. Oh no, you just need to capture one and draw blood from it unwillingly. The best part of the magic of the beast is that it does not differentiate between who took the blood and who drank it. The only person it will affect will be the drinker." He smiled at her nastily. "Hold her." Immediately, one Dementor held her still while another used its deceptively strong thin arms to open her mouth. Uncorking the phial, Harry stepped forward and tipped the contents down Petunia's throat. "Now, we don't have to worry about feeding you," Harry whispered in her ear after the last of the blood disappeared down Petunia's throat. "You can just rot here next to your husband and slowly go insane in a room that is slightly taller than my cupboard, in utter darkness as the hunger and thirst drive you insane." Stepping back, he nodded to the guard. Upon command, the Dementors dragged the now shrieking woman into the cell. Petunia's shrieks increased in terror as she saw the set of manacles on the adjacent wall next to her husband, gleaming menacingly. Her screams caused the other prisoners, including Vernon, to start screaming and shouting as well. Harry smirked as the door slid shut, cutting her screams off. He had initially asked Flamel if the alchemist would be willing to part with some of his elixir to prolong the Dursleys' suffering. Flamel had refused mainly because they would need a regular dose of the substance to be kept alive. However, with unicorn blood, there would be no effort required on their part, while keeping the Muggles immortal. Grimacing at the screams of the other prisoners in the normal cells, he sent off a wide area silencing charm, cutting those screams off as well. "Thank you, sir," the guard said gratefully in the silence. Harry only nodded. Noticing the meaningful look on the guard's face, he internally rolled his eyes. "As we discussed," he said, taking out a sack and tossed it towards the man. The bag made a characteristic clinking noise that gave a hint to the no doubt copious amount of gold it held inside. Harry smiled as he watched the guard weigh the sack. Bribing the guard to keep quiet about his usage of unicorn blood on prisoners even if they were Muggles was worth every single one of the 1,000 galleons in that sack. Now to ensure that there was no scope for blackmail. Obliviate. The guard did not even have time to react before he was magically forced to forget everything about Vernon and Petunia Dursley. Hermione fumed as she stalked towards the ancient manor of the Smiths. Seeing Potter's widely grinning face on the front page of the Daily Prophet as he handed over a Muggle-born baby to the home was something that disgusted her to no end. A few scant minutes later, she was ensconced in Lord Nathaniel's spacious dining room with the other Order members, the doors closed and sealed magically to ensure privacy. "Problem, Mrs. Weasley?" Lord Samuel asked courteously upon noticing the dark look on her face. "Today's prophet," Hermione bit out. Everyone in the room shifted. "But that is not the worrying bit." Hermione continued grimly. "I just had a meeting with Her Majesty. I think Flamel has her under his control." "Impossible," Lady Margaret declared as Lord Nathaniel asked curiously. "Why do you say that, Mrs. Weasley?" "Well, I was in a meeting with her yesterday," Hermione began slowly. "And I brought up the recent legislation." She paused one more time. "And the Queen had no problems with it." "And how is that a problem, Mrs. Weasley?" Lord Nathaniel said very slowly. "Well, obviously it is because no progressive modern person with even a shred of decency present in them would agree to this insanity," Hermione exclaimed. Even though she did not say it, her tone more than conveyed what she thought of their mental capabilities. Lord Diagon took a deep breath. He so longed to tell the uppity girl in front of him exactly what he thought of her demanding ways, her abrasive personality and her bigotry. However, he desisted. The pawn would get what was coming to her eventually. At least he hoped it would. There would be no point in living in a world where people like the crass woman in front of him did not get what they deserved. If it came down to it, he would ensure that. "I see, and how do you propose that Her Majesty is being controlled?" Lord Nathaniel asked neutrally. Hermione shrugged. "Imperious." A gleam appeared in her eye. "If we can prove it, then we will nail them for performing an unforgivable." Lord Archibald harumphed. "Nonsense. There is no magical way that the monarch of this realm can be controlled." Seeing Hermione about to open her mouth to argue, he continued. "Do you not remember the oath that you had to swear before being installed?" Hermione fell silent as she remembered the oath of fealty that she had to give. Lord Archibald smirked through his mustache. "And were you allowed to carry your wand till then, Mrs. Weasley?" "No. In case you did not know, the Royalty Protection Branch comprises of witches and wizards who are made to swear an oath far more stringent than the one you gave. They do not allow wizards or witches visiting the monarch to carry a wand until they have sworn loyalty. Flamel has already sworn fealty to the bloodline of the current queen, when he first came to Britain and was installed by King George III as a member of the Wizengamot. His successors have, in turn, made sure to renew those vows. Potter, in turn, has done the same for the queen. In both cases, they were not allowed to carry wands until they swore that oath, which, as you know, was heavily supervised. And I doubt anyone, even Potter, can cast the Imperious without the aid of a wand. If Flamel had somehow managed to bewitch King George III, then he would have won already. As much as we like to pretend otherwise, the Queen has absolute control over us. And that is not a power she is willing to give up soon." "What about potions? What about them, Mrs. Weasley?" Lord Nathaniel said tiredly. "It is still a magical means. You honestly think that the guard will miss that? They are all trained professionals. Besides, most mind control potions require ingestion. And I assure you, it is quite hard to spike a drink there." "So, the Queen isn't bewitched?" Hermione seemed to deflate as she made that admission. "No, she is not," Lord Diagon said shortly. "And yes, that means that she voluntarily supports the law. And what you did was extremely dangerous, Mrs. Weasley." "What do you mean?" Hermione asked warily. Lord Diagon replied in a slow borderline mocking voice. "If the Queen had decided to get involved directly with the laws we make, then things would get nasty very, very fast. How do you think wizards will react to being ordered around by a Muggle? And if Potter finds out that she has no problems with it, he might move to get royal approval. That, in turn, would make it much, much harder for you to change that law or even remove it because then you would need a 2/3 majority. But you should already know that, Mrs. Weasley. At least I hope you do." Throwing the Marquis a quelling look, Lord Nathaniel spoke next. "At any rate, I hope this teaches you an important lesson, Mrs. Weasley." Do not fiddle about in things that you have no idea about. And do not do so without telling us first. Taking a deep breath, he continued. I think we have dallied enough. Let's get down to business. Ever since we have learnt about Potter and Flamel, we have worked tirelessly to bring Potter down. Since he is Flamel's pawn, Flamel is least likely to help Potter out, should Potter land in enough trouble. This, we hope, will be enough to get Potter to listen to us. To that end, I would like to introduce someone who has been working secretly over the years for us. Our chief researcher, Percival Weasley. It took a great amount of self-control for Hermione to ensure that she did not gape as the man in question walked in at that moment. Percy was quite an enigma. Ever since that disastrous Christmas meeting that Ron had told her about, when she was in 6th year, she had not heard from the third oldest of Molly Weasley's sons. Hermione knew that Percy was working in the Department of International Cooperation, but that was it. The man was always in some country or the other, filling out various diplomatic functions. Even though Hermione had not seen him for nearly a decade, she herself couldn't believe that it was that long. Percy had not changed a bit. He was still tall, still thin, and still weedy. He even had the same pair of glasses on his face and the same air of pompousness around him. Percival here will tell us about what he has found out. Lord Nathaniel said softly, seemingly missing the shocked look on Hermione's face. Fussing about pompously, Percy took out a sheaf of parchment and laid it on the table. Taking a moment to look at the people around him, he cleared his throat and in an eager voice, started to share with the rest what he had learnt. Hermione waited on the side, with the other department heads as she watched the members of the Wizengamot occupy their seats one by one with anticipation. This meeting of the Wizengamot was called in by Minister Thickness himself, with invitations sent to the various department heads. Thanks to the order, Hermione knew that the minister had a surprise in store for Flamel and his stooge. Harry took his place as the chief warlock, brimming with curiosity. Ever since the last meeting of the Wizengamot, Pius had been keeping to himself. This was despite numerous attempts by Harry, Neville and Draco to speak to the man. The three along with Flamel all agreed that there was something fishy going on. Well, it looked like today would be the day where the esteemed Minister of Magic would finally come out in the open. Standing up, Harry went through the motions of opening the session formally. Once he was done, he gave the floor to the minister, returning to his seat. My lords, ladies, gentle wizards and witches, Pius Thickness began. His voice, like anyone who was given the floor to speak, was automatically enhanced magically so that it carried through the chambers. I have led this great nation for the past 6 years now, at Her Majesty's pleasure, and am honored to have the confidence of this august body so far. However, I regret to inform you all that I am no longer able to continue. I hereby resign from my post. Thank you. The minister's announcement took the room by storm. This was the last thing anyone was expecting. The Wizengamot was suddenly filled with sound as people started talking, shouting and generally making noise. It took a moment for Harry to recover from this. The minister's sudden resignation had taken him completely off guard. This definitely was not good. Are you sure of your decision, Minister? Harry asked, after he managed to get the room back into order. He fixed the man with a steely glare as he asked his question, as if hoping to get him to change his mind. Indeed, Lord Potter, while Thickness's words were as strong and courteous as Harry's, the younger man couldn't help but notice that the minister avoided direct eye contact. Very well, Harry replied in a heavy tone. I trust that you have a nominee in place as your successor. The election of the Minister of Magic was a complex process that had equal involvement from the people as well as the Wizengamot. As long as a witch or wizard had the confidence of the Wizengamot, he remained as minister, meaning that there was no set length of term a minister had to serve in office. However, once that confidence was lost, or the minister resigned, a new candidate was chosen. A maximum of 5 people could submit their names for the post. The public would then vote for those they found the most suitable. The top 3 candidates would then be questioned extensively by the Wizengamot, which would then vote for the most suitable candidate. The winner would be considered to have the confidence of the Wizengamot and would be appointed by Her Majesty to the post of Minister of Magic. In the meantime, the current minister would stay in power. Or, in this case, would have a replacement to stand in while the new minister was chosen. Indeed, Minister Thickness replied to Harry's question. Rufus Scrimgeour. Hermione watched as the head of the Auror office got to his feet with silent glee. She was disappointed to note that there was no visible reaction on Potter's face. But upon closer look, she could see the rage in his eyes. She smirked. This was only the beginning. Harry was cursing up a storm mentally as he called for a vote. Thickness was not supposed to name Scrimgeour. Forget that, he was not supposed to retire yet in the first place. There was nothing he could do but watch as a majority of the Wizengamot voted to keep Scrimgeour as the interim minister till the elections came about. What the hell is happening? In the sanctity of his study, far away from public eye, Harry allowed the fury to show on his face and in his voice as he ranted. The air around him was heavy with magic as he paced. At least we now know why Thickness was avoiding us. The serious expression on Draco's face belied the light tone he was using. Harry only snorted at this. Did none of your contacts give you even a hint about what Pius was thinking? None whatsoever, Neville said in a troubled voice. In fact, they assured me that it was nothing out of the ordinary. Same here, Draco added. And the people I know are far less naive than Longbottom here. Harry ran a hand through his hair as Neville rolled his eyes. Over the past few years, Neville and Draco had developed a tolerance of sorts. One might even say that the two had struck up a friendship. A friendship that was seasoned with barbs and flavored with witticisms aimed at each other. Did you see Granger's face? Draco suddenly said. Harry looked at the head of the most ancient and noble house of Malfoy with narrowed eyes. No, he said slowly. Why? She had the smuggest grin I have ever seen on a person's face. How smug? Harry asked. Imagine the expression on her face when she wins a lot of points for getting a spell right in school before everyone else, Draco drawled. And multiply that by 10. Seeing the look on his companions' faces, he snorted. Yeah, it was that smug. Merlin, I seriously wanted to slap that grin off her face. And perhaps slap her some more just for good measure. You think she is behind this? Neville scoffed. But Harry, who had settled down behind his desk, looked thoughtful. It is rather improbable, I admit, but she did rise through the ranks rather quickly. He trailed off. We will have to do some digging. Focusing back on the two men in front of him, he continued. Draco, use some of your contacts within the Department of Magical Law. Find out what people have to say about their head. Neville, you use our contacts to figure out just what Scrimgeour is up to. Meanwhile, I shall pay Pius a visit. However, a week later, nothing new had happened. The flow connection to Pius Thickness's house was blocked and all efforts to contact the man were fruitless. Meanwhile, relations between the new minister and Harry were not going well. Scrimgeour seemed to be cold at best towards the chief warlock, always too busy to speak to Harry, Neville or Draco. Things eventually came to a head by January. I have grave news, Harry said tiredly to Draco and Neville in his study. It seems that dear Rufus, with the help Granger, plans on ousting me from my spot. Getting up, he moved towards the window, looking out at the grounds with unseeing eyes. How does he plan on doing this? Neville asked. I have no idea, Harry replied, still looking outside. My informant couldn't find more. But I assure you that it will be something nasty. The fact that Rufus and Granger came into power only shows that we have a bigger enemy. And it also seems that they have been preparing all this time under our very noses. They have us at a significant disadvantage. The room lapsed into troubled silence. What about Flammel? Draco asked slowly. Both Neville and Harry snorted. Oh, he definitely knows. Harry said as he turned around. But I doubt contacting him is going to do us any good. Twin expressions of surprise greeted his statement, causing Harry to chuckle. I know for a fact that man sees me as nothing more than a pawn. I knew from the day I first made a pact with him. Flammel is a brilliant man, but he is old, too old. Nothing will deter him from his goal. He probably has made plans should I be neutralized. Something tells me that he is already implementing some of them as we speak. No, he won't help. I do not expect him to. Harry snorted again at Neville's look of surprise. I know you have warned me against that man many times, Neville. I also know that I appeared not to take your warnings seriously. But trust me when I say that I knew. I knew from the start. Saying this, he sauntered back to his chair, a smug look on his face. Then why haven't you? Eyes widening, Neville looked at Harry with realization. You had something planned from the beginning, didn't you? He stated shrewdly. Harry chuckled. Let's say that this pawn has seen the end of the board, and, while nobody has been looking, has been slowly inching his way to that place. Scrimgeour and Granger aren't even in my path. They are an inconvenience, that is for sure, but once I am done, they won't even be that much. What have you planned? Draco's curiosity was piqued. This was the first time either of them had heard of any long-term plans of Harry's. You are better off not knowing, Harry replied. He fixed the two men in front of him with a hard gaze. But to accomplish this plan, I will need to go away. I will be absent from this country for an extended period of time to meet my objectives. And so I ask you now, can you trust me? I know I have not given you any information, Harry continued into the silence. And I am not likely to do so till I am successful. But I ask you now, can you, despite that, trust me? While I wouldn't like being kept in the dark, Neville said slowly. I have known you long enough to trust you. So, I guess that is a yes from me. Thank you, Neville, Harry said softly. He then looked at Draco questioningly. Draco Malfoy took a long time to speak. The family have been quite wily, you could say. He began. The Malfoys pride themselves in always being with the winning side. My father would have probably made a plan to appear to be a sympathizer for Scrimgeour and his ilk in this situation. Merlin knows he would have succeeded. But I am not him. He looked pained to admit that fact. The situation is such that there is no way for me to appear as if I am for Scrimgeour. Granger, at least, won't allow it. So I guess I am stuck with you, Harry. Besides, something tells me that you will end up victorious. So, yes, in short, I am in as well. Harry smiled at Draco's words, his eyes glowing brighter for a second. Thanks, I think. Don't worry though. If you stick with me, then I guarantee that you, both of you, will be rewarded greatly. Leave the speech for the mindless followers, Neville said impatiently. We said that we were in, didn't we? Now what do you need us to do? Keep them occupied, Harry replied after a short while. If they say blue, lobby for red, if they vote to have a break, petition for an uninterrupted session. Just make sure that they do not undo what we worked for all these years. He took a deep breath before he continued. And most importantly, keep Daphne and the kids safe. I don't know what lengths Scrimgeour will go to, but I do not want them to suffer, got it? Seeing them nod, he stood up. Well then, gentlemen, I shall be leaving in a week. As soon as the words left his mouth, a frantic knocking on the door interrupted them. Mark, Harry said in surprise when he opened the door to see the frantic teen. What is the matter? Breathing heavily, Mark responded. I just heard, Pious Thickness is dead. What? Neville questioned in surprise as Harry led the young man to a chair. When? He was found in his home. Mark replied as he slowly got his breath. Murdered. What is it? Harry had a bad feeling when he saw the look of trepidation on Mark's face. They say that you did it. Mark said quietly. Deep inhalations met his statement. Impossible, Neville stated. Harry was right here, with the two of us. You don't actually believe that I would do something like that, would you? Harry said with a raised eyebrow as he studied Mark. Of course not, Mark replied indignantly. But the thing is that they might not consider Neville's and Draco's testimonies. Harry narrowed his eyes. How long do I have? He stated more than asked. They plan on arresting you early tomorrow morning. Did they know of your involvement? No, Mark shook his head. I used an extendable ear, they couldn't have seen me. I also booked it as quickly as possible. Harry silently pressed his hand on a spot of his desk and closed his eyes. They haven't sent anyone to watch the house yet. Arrogant bastards, he breathed. Opening his eyes, he continued. Well, it looks like I will have to advance my holiday plans. He said lightly. Mark looked at him in incomprehension. Huh, he said eloquently. I am going out, Harry replied. Of the country, he elaborated further. Why? Why not stay and fight this accusation? Because I suspect that Scrimgeour isn't going to allow that, Harry said briskly as he stood up. Neville and Draco will elaborate further. Coming around the desk, he put his hands on Mark's shoulders. Meanwhile, he fixed the younger man with an intense stare. Can I depend on you to do something for me? Mark gulped, sure. Harry squeezed his shoulders. Good man. I want you to covertly find the real culprit. Get the evidence. Make it irrefutable. Get help if you can. Seeing him nod, Harry turned to his two friends and allies. I want the two of you to help as much as possible. Also, find out how Granger and Scrimgeour are getting support. Those are the people we want to neutralize." Seeing everyone understand, Harry straightened. "Now, I must be away." Saying so, he put his palm on a wall panel, sending out a pulse of magic. The entire room glowed for a moment before settling down. "Now none can get into my study or my office in the ministry." "But won't the wards fall once Scrimgeour takes you off your post?" Mark questioned. "Ah, but I won't be here when the orders come for me, now will I?" Harry said craftily. "Being Chief Warlock, they need to formally charge me. And I can only be formally charged if, and only if, I am physically present to be charged. The law allows that for people of my status. I cannot help it if I had already gone on holiday before they came along." He finished innocently. "Where will you be going?" Neville asked curiously. "Congo," Harry replied without missing a beat. "A friend of mine has a small Noondu problem there. I will be spending a really long time in the jungles. Cut off from all communication." Going back to his desk, he took out a quill and parchment. Scribbling on it furiously, he sealed it in an envelope and handed it to Draco. "This is me nominating Mungan McKinnon as my temporary replacement. Please hand it over to him tomorrow." He gave Draco a significant look. "It reached you today in the afternoon, by the way." Draco nodded as he took the sealed envelope. Harry then ushered them out of his study. As soon as the door closed behind him, a line of blue magic could be seen on the edges of the doorway, sealing the room in. Harry turned to his companions. "Now I have some goodbyes to say to my family. So, if you will excuse me." He turned to go. "Wait," Draco said. "How long will you be gone?" Taking a deep breath, Harry turned around. "A year, tops, I think." "Ah, not that long then." Mark turned, gobsmacked, to Neville. "What do you mean, not that long? It's a freaking year. 365 days. How are we going to hold them off for that long?" "You haven't worked in the political field," Harry replied dryly. "A year isn't that long a time in the political sphere." "Frankly, I thought he would be gone for 5, or 10, Draco commented. Mark tried to wrap his head around that. Had Harry been gone for that long, by the time he came back, Mark would be nearly 30. And James and Edmund would be finishing Hogwarts. He shivered. "I hope you make it back in a year," he said fervently. "Don't worry," Harry replied reassuringly. "I know what I am going to do." He turned around and left to find his wife and children. The goodbyes were heartfelt. Daphne was apprised of the short version of the events leading to Harry's departure. The boys, on the other hand, were told relatively little due to their young age. All they understood was that their father was going away for a really long time, because of some bad men, and neither liked it one bit. "Now I want you to take care of Mummy and each other, okay?" Harry said to the two boys. Edmund and James both nodded quickly, their eyes watering and lower lips trembling as they tried to put on brave faces. It was frankly heartbreaking for Harry. Also, he cleared his throat to prevent the emotions from coming out. "You are going to have a new baby brother or sister. I want you to look out for the baby too. You are big boys now. No more fighting, you hear? And don't give Mummy too much trouble. Mark, Uncle Draco and Uncle Neville will be there along with Grandma and Granddad if you need anything. They will also be there to keep the two of you in line." Giving them a stern look, he pulled them in a hug, pressing his lips on the top of their heads and whispering, "Love you both." Taking a deep breath, he let go and stood up. With a last smile, he left Edmund's room, pretending not to hear two silently sobbing boys. "I had the elves pack everything for you," Daphne said softly. "It's the same kit we had packed when we started our world tour. Only no nappies this time, so it should be lighter." Her attempts at humor fell flat quickly. Harry only smiled and drew her in for a key. "I will miss you, the boys, and the baby." Pulling away, he said with determination, "I will be back soon, though. You have my promise." Daphne squeezed his hand and wiped her glistening eyes with her other hand. "It's only a year," she said, more to herself than anything else. Stepping away, Harry waved his hand at the magically enlarged rucksack, shrinking it. "Even though I will be incommunicado while I am away, I will try and write every now and then." Smiling one last time, he turned away, heading out. As soon as he exited the house, his body just faded from view, his powers giving him total invisibility. Turning his invisible head upwards, he flexed his legs and then shot off into the air. A bubble head charm modified around his nose and mouth enabled him to breathe when he reached thinner air. As soon as he was happy with the altitude he had reached, he shot off east, a magical barrier in front of him to reduce drag and enable him to move even faster. Harry's mouth was set in a determined line. They might have run him out, but he would be back. And he would be even more powerful than ever. As soon as he reached the English Channel, Harry corkscrewed. With a pop of disapparition, Harry Potter had left England. Daphne Potter sat regally on a sofa in the formal drawing room of the Potter ancestral home, a stony expression on her face as she beheld the Auror in front of her. "As I told you and your colleagues," she said imperiously. "The Earl Potter is not in the country as of this moment." The Auror only glared at the woman. With a toss of his head, he and the rest of his colleagues moved out, leaving a thoroughly messed up manor. Daphne hugged her two boys closer to her. She was silently grateful for insisting that everything valuable and precious was charmed to be unbreakable, and those artifacts that could not be charmed in any way put in storage. For the first time in her life, she was also quite happy that her boys were rambunctious, thereby necessitating such a decision. Hermione Granger Weasley slammed the door of her office shut behind her with a fair amount of anger and frustration. She had not anticipated that Potter would have left the country. The fact that he had, and that too so quickly, proved that there was a leak either in her department or Scrimgeour's, now Dawlish's, department. She had a feeling that it was definitely an Auror. It wasn't supposed to be like this. They were supposed to be able to catch Potter by surprise. By launching an investigation, they were supposed to be able to strip him of his power and make him see that Flamel was using him. Once that happened, Lord Nathaniel was supposed to step in and recruit Potter to the cause. Of course, that meant that Pius Thickness had to go into hiding and change his name. But that was a small concession. Considering that the Order had saved him from being assassinated by Flamel again, something that nobody could pin on the alchemist, Pius was more than willing to leave his old life behind. But Potter just had to do something like this. Now that Potter had escaped, it meant that he and his allies were freer to investigate what really happened to Pius. She desperately hoped that they did not discover the truth. Attempts at finding the chief warlock, oh how she hated calling him that, were proving to be fruitless. A week had passed by so far, and Potter had not been sighted. Magical means of finding him were proving to be futile as well. It was almost as if he had dropped off the face of the earth. There had to be a way to get Potter to come back to Britain. Hermione put her head in her hands as she thought about a way to do that. Suddenly, it hit her. Straightening in her seat, she contemplated her idea. The problem was the ethics of it. Auror trainee Mark Evans sat back in his cubicle and sighed. There definitely was something fishy about Pius Thickness's situation. For one, neither the Auror office nor the DMLE was saying anything to the public about it other than that the former minister was missing. That they had not declared him dead or murdered despite what he had overheard proved that there was something else afoot. As of now, Harry was only wanted by the ministry for questioning in the mysterious disappearance of Pius Thickness. The exact reasons for that were not yet given, but the press release was slanted in such a way as to give the impression that Harry had deliberately left to avoid being questioned, thereby implying that he was involved in the disappearance of the former Minister of Magic. Pius Thickness's missing status only meant that, Mark's eyes widened. It meant that the man wasn't dead. Just then, a white stag materialized in front of him. Before Mark could react, the stag dissolved into his head, the message it carried resonating in his mind. Mark chuckled silently. Somehow, Harry had also figured out the same thing. Now that he realized that the minister was alive, there was only one thing to do: find him. And Mark had a good idea about who could help in that endeavor. As he headed out of his cubicle, he heard raised voices. Brimming with curiosity, he headed towards the commotion. "What happened?" he asked Travis, a fellow trainee. "Kidnapping," was the absent reply. "2 kids were taken." Just then, Travis seemed to realize who he was talking to. A foreboding chill went down Mark's spine at the look on his colleague's face. "Who was it?" he asked slowly. Travis gulped. "It was the Potter children." Half an hour later, Mark was found sitting next to Daphne Potter as the woman sobbed her heart out. Apparently, she was suddenly attacked from behind in her own home. Daphne couldn't remember anything, suggesting an obliviation. The only signs of struggle had been a wrecked drawing room and 2 dead house elves. Mark couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow at the dead bodies of Randolph and Winky. The former had a broken neck, while the latter had bled out from a massive hole in her chest. Aside from Creature, who had died in his sleep a year back, and Dobby, who was trying and failing, thanks to previous orders from his master, to beat himself up, Mark loved those two elves the most. The only way they would be able to catch the culprits would be to untangle the charm placed on Daphne. Evidence pointed out to the fact that the kidnappers, and he was sure that it was more than one, had been let in willingly. But that would mean that only one of the family friends would have been involved. Mark closed his eyes. Things were going to hell without Harry around. They needed Harry. And yet, they couldn't get him to come here. Not yet. In a burst of inspiration, Mark had asked Dobby to find the children. While he could still feel the children through the bond, the elf couldn't locate them. The elf had been even more distraught at that. That night, as he lay in bed, a feeling of deep shame washed over Mark. He had been unable to do the one thing Harry had asked of him. He had been unable to take care of his family. Despite everything Harry had done for him, he had failed. By next morning, Mark had managed to pull himself together enough to make a plan. If anyone could find Edmund and James, it would be Harry. To find them, Harry needed to be here. To be here, they would need to find Pious Thickness. And Mark knew one person who could do that. Finishing his breakfast, he got up, with a new purpose. He was going to talk to Alistair Moody. Wiping his brow, Harry stalked forward. The jungle was so humid that he felt as if he was swimming in, rather than walking through the air. Each breath was laborious as moisture dripped from his face in rivulets. The weather was just as he remembered it. And he did not like it any more than before. At least the cooling charms on his clothes kept him comfortable. He magically parted the dense foliage casually without even thinking about it as he forged on ahead, following Merrick, the guide he had been supplied with. He really wasn't lying when he said that he had a Noondu problem to take care of. Normally, Harry would not really be bothered about the troubles plaguing people living so far away, but the man who had sent him on the mission was quite important to Harry's plans. Going by the name of Abdullah, the wizard was an arms dealer in this part of the world, acquiring guns and various other Muggle weapons and selling them to the various warlords, despots and dictators, making quite a killing in the process. Harry chuckled silently at the wordplay, something he had come up with. He sobered up almost immediately. He had repeated that joke to himself so many times now that it was beginning to sound old even to him. Oh, how he longed to share that joke with someone who would be able to understand the humor. Abdullah had information Harry wanted. In return for that bit of information, Abdullah wanted the Noondu that was rampaging in his part of the Congo gone. The beast had strayed to the region recently, eluding many attempts to catch and kill it. The animal's presence was driving away valuable customers and also making it harder for Abdullah and his ilk to stay there. Ergo, it had to go. But that was easier said than done. Killing a Noondu was extremely difficult and incredibly dangerous. A normal party employed 100 wizards minimum and as a result cost a large sum of money. So when Harry offered to take care of the Noondu for nothing more than some very valuable information, Abdullah agreed readily. Thus Harry could now be seen traipsing the jungle, hand aloft and alit with silver flames, fending off the greenish gloom of the jungle as he searched for an enormous leopard that moved silently despite its size and could kill entire villages with its breath alone. "We shall stop here," the thick voice of his guide cut through the air. Nodding, Harry looked around. The time on his A. Lang and Son Tourbillon perpetual calendar watch indicated that it was now 6 in the evening. It definitely was time to rest. Immediately the party of 5 broke up and started setting up tents. Harry sat in the middle, closing his eyes and using his powers as the Master of Death to create a field of true invisibility around the camp. He also placed a layer of pain wards to deter curious creatures from wandering in regardless. From his experience, he knew that the standard notice me not wards did not work on animals as their simplistic minds made it quite possible for them to bypass the ward. Even after all these years, it still failed to make sense to Harry, but that was the fact. Opening his eyes, he saw that the last line of defense, 3 golems, had been installed as one of the party members got the food cooking. Aside from Merrick, the other wizards did not know of the full extent of his power. All they knew was that he was a foreign wizard who knew foreign magic. As they had not been anywhere further than Mozambique, they were more than satisfied with that explanation. Merrick, while well educated, was led to believe that Harry was well traveled and well learned. Dinner was spent in near silence. Aside from Merrick, who was quite talkative, the others tended to keep to themselves, conversing with each other in Kikongo in soft tones. Despite having spent a long time with Harry, they did not feel comfortable speaking to the strange wizard with his strange tongue. They were also quite intimidated with the way he could wield magic with nary a thought, wand, or action. As Harry lay back in bed, he thought about the past 2 months. It had taken some time for him to move through Europe and into Africa undetected. It hadn't taken him long to figure out that Pius was not dead as he initially thought. As soon as Harry had settled in France, he had tried to summon the spirit of the former minister. When there was no response, he knew that Pius was not dead. Sending off a Patronus to Mark immediately, he moved further east. He did not expect a reply as he was moving too quickly and was much too far away for a Patronus to travel. Or at least, a Patronus cast by a normal wizard. Owls and other methods would also be just as useless as he had made it a point to use his powers to make himself completely undetectable. As soon as he had reached his destination in the Congo area, he had set off with his party to track the beast. But that was proving harder than initially imagined. They had spent nearly a month in the jungle. And aside from a prolonged skirmish with a band of rather peculiar-looking gray-haired gorillas which proved to be quite aggressive, highly intelligent and with moderate resistance to magic, they had seen little else. If it wasn't for the diseased and dead fauna, plants apparently were quite immune to Nundu breath that they saw every now and then. Harry would have been ready to believe that the Nundu was just something Abdullah had come up with for his own amusement. Having grown up alone for most of his life, it was a shock to Harry as he realized that he had forgotten what it was like being alone. While he was happy to be away from the politics and demands of work as well as watching Flamel while working with him, he did not like being away from his family. He missed them dearly. He hoped that Daphne and the boys were all right. The sight of those little heartbroken faces and Daphne's brave one as she tried to keep it together haunted his dreams. But one definite advantage of being away was a much clearer head. Before he had left on his journey and immediately after the incident with the last remnants of his relatives, Harry's nights were plagued with doubt. When he had first thought of the Magical Child Protection Act, he had been convinced about the righteousness of his crusade. He had seen what happened to Mark, he had experienced the Dursleys. The fact that most Muggle-born children tended to drift away from their parents along with how Tom Riddle and Severus Snape turned out thanks to the care of Muggles only justified his choice. Hermione's actions against her parents were just the cherry on the top. Harry had not been lying when he had presented the statistics to the Wizengamot. A good percentage of child abuse cases were of magical children. However, the magical world was completely ignorant of this as the cases were all handled in Muggle courts. The Dursleys were the first Muggles to be tried by the Wizengamot. Harry still felt angry when he thought of how the Queen had intervened on the behalf of those worthless creatures. He knew that if she could have managed it, both Vernon and Petunia would have had a lovely holiday in a plush Muggle prison. At least he had his vengeance on her. So taking all those facts together, the Harry Potter Magical Child Protection Act made a lot of sense. However, all that logic was shot to hell when he took that baby away from Dudley's girlfriend. The look on her face as he took her child away, it made him feel guilty. It made him doubt himself. He did not like doubting himself. Perhaps it was the different climate, perhaps it was the distance, but a week after Harry had entered the jungle, he was no longer filled with that doubt. Sure, snatching that baby from the mother was harsh, but he was doing what was best for Wizarding Society. He had the measure of Dudley Dursley and so he knew that his girlfriend would probably be the same. After all, as the saying went, Grindylows are never seen alone. They would not understand their son. And with Dudley and Petunia in the house, the boy was sure to lead a life of hardship. Harry could see it now, a thin skinny child forced to live in a cupboard underneath the stairs as his father stomped on the loose floorboards on his way down from his bedroom and forced him to work. So it was with a clear conscience and head that Harry went to sleep in his tent in the heart of the Congo. The next morning promised to be the same as the others before it, muggy and fruitless. Scratching his short beard, it was too much of a hassle shaving. Magic or no, Harry lowered the wards as the rest packed up. One of the other advantages of going away was that he was free to fully experiment with wandless casting. While he was proficient in that, he still had to pretend that he needed a wand. Here, he was free to just gesture with his hands. And he was working on reducing those gestures too. It was by midday, when they had broken for lunch, that Harry got a feeling that he had been having a lot at this time of the day ever since he entered this jungle, a feeling of being watched. Initially he did not think much of it, being used to this odd premonition. However, at that moment, Merrick and the rest stiffened as the jungle suddenly became deathly quiet. "Looks like we have company, boss," Merrick said lowly as he slowly put his utensils down, followed by the rest. The other 3 Congo people spread out, jabbering in their language, causing Merrick to curse softly and harshly tell them to shut up. In the meantime, Harry had got up and was slowly circling around the clearing and looking into the trees bordering it. "Indeed," he replied just as softly. "And stop calling me, boss," he added with a tone of someone who has been saying the same phrase for too long a time. Just then one of the men started jabbering incoherently and pointing in front of him. The rest of the party members swiveled around to see a frightening sight. Harry cursed. After 2 months of searching, the Nundu had finally decided to make its appearance. Even though it was standing about 50 feet away just within the tree line, they all could tell that the beast was humongous. Harry estimated its shoulder height to be around 6 to 7 feet. As he looked into the eyes of the animal, Harry somehow knew, there and then, exactly why they had taken so long to find it, and why he had been having those premonitions. The Nundu wasn't hiding from them, it was following them. And now, it had finally tired of the game. The standoff between the 2 magical species did not last very long. With a roar, the Nundu lunged, its powerful hind legs propelling it forward 20 feet. Merrick and the 3 locals started casting spells with their wands as the beast started drawing closer. With frightening speed, with a nimble grace, the Nundu dodged to the left and twisted to the right just as quickly, claws extended towards the pair of wizards that were nearest to it. The men did not have a chance. Before they could even comprehend what was approaching, they were each crushed by one of the massive forepaws. As soon as the Nundu landed on its feet, it lunged again towards a 3rd wizard, intent on disemboweling him as well. Its claws were inches away from the man when a fist of solid earth, courtesy of Harry, rose up from the ground and punched it in the gut. The wizards took full advantage of this to start sending a myriad of spells at the winded monster. But the jets of light only bounced off the creature, only irritating it. Roaring, the beast rolled to its feet and with 2 strides and a quick swipe, dispatched a 3rd wizard in the blink of an eye. Harry then sent out a torrent of magical lightning from his fingertips. The magic was strong enough to make the 4-legged brute feel some pain as its fur started to smoke. Yowling, the magical cat jumped away and turned towards Harry, the murder clear in its eyes. Not giving it a chance to do anything else, Harry quickly sent his 2 basilisk-infused goblin steel daggers flying, their speed further enhanced by magic. But the Nundu was too fast. Dodging the daggers, it leapt at Harry, claws outstretched and mouth open in a snarl. But Harry was prepared. Thrusting his hand forward, he blasted the Nundu with a colorless banishing charm, sending the very surprised beast flying in the opposite direction. Twisting in midair, the feline landed on all 4s. As soon as its paws touched the ground, it made another dash towards Harry. Standing his ground, Harry caused a pillar of earth to erupt right in front of the Nundu's face. Dodging, the cat tried to go around the pillar, only to be met by another column of earth. Shortly, the animal was boxed in, snarling as it pushed its face through the gaps. With a bellow, a yellowish gas started escaping out of the mouth of the beast. Oh crap! Harry turned around to see Merrick slowly backing away. The frightened man then turned tail and ran as fast as he could. The last member of Harry's group thought Merrick had a good idea and turned around to run as well. "Cowards, stand and fight!" Harry shouted at their backs. Just then he heard a rumbling sound. Turning around, he had a moment to realize that the Nundu had managed to break through the impromptu prison before the sight of a paw filled his vision. Harry felt weightless for a moment as he went flying before his world turned black. Alistair Moody cracked his neck as he waited under his invisibility cloak. He had initially been quite skeptical about the story Mark Evans had come up with regarding Scrimgeour and thickness. However, after some thinking, he had to admit that the lad was probably right. Some things just did not add up. For one, the ministry wasn't making that big a deal about it, and secondly, something seemed off with Thickness's family. They were being far too secretive. And not worried enough. So he took to tailing them. His first target was the wife. He had to hand it to the lady. She was quite careful about making sure that she wasn't followed. While she was not skilled enough to make him out, she was careful enough to make following her tough. But Moody was nothing if not patient. He had been following the woman for 2 months now. And she was slowly getting sloppy. It will only be a matter of time. Harry's eyes jerked open. The first thing he saw was a clump of grass right in front of him. As he took in a deep breath, he could smell the earth. It took a moment for him to realize what he was doing on the ground. As he recalled, the Noondu's paw, his body decided to remind him that he was currently in pain. The first thing he could tell that he had quite a few broken ribs. Moving his arms proved that the bones in his right forearm and left shoulder were broken as well. Gritting his teeth, he rolled over. Looking down at his torso, he saw that the claws had not only shredded his olive green t-shirt, but managed to penetrate the basilisk vest he wore underneath, leaving long deep gashes. By all rights, he should be dead. That he was still alive was a miracle in itself. Or, he thought, a result of being the master of death. Flopping back, Harry relaxed as he felt the gashes start closing up. He gritted his teeth as he felt the various broken bones slide back into their place and heal themselves. Moving his neck told him that it had mended itself while he was unconscious. A moment later, he felt well enough to get back up. Sitting up, he looked around. The first thing he noticed was the Noondu. It was busy gorging itself on a corpse. Looking around, Harry guessed that it was the last victim that it had killed. Looking at his watch, which hadn't suffered so much as a scratch thanks to the charms he had placed on it long back ago, he found out that he was out for barely a minute. Springing to his feet, he divested himself of his shirt and vest. There was nothing that could be done about them now, anyway. With his right hand, he summoned Gryffindor's sword from one of the pouches on his belt. The belt hanging at his waist was something that he had thought up a month back. It had not taken long for him to get tired of lugging that rucksack of his along, even if he could fit the thing in his pocket. So he started looking for ways to make things more convenient. Getting inspired by one of the army-issue utility belts he had seen Abdullah deal in, he made one of his own while in the jungle. While he may hate Muggles, he had no problem copying or using any ideas of theirs. Only here, he placed undetectable expansion charms and weightless charms on each pocket. That way, his entire luggage was now on his hips. With his left hand, he summoned his daggers. Carefully aiming them, he banished them towards the hindquarters of the feasting creature. That would get its attention. The Noondu jerked up as soon as it felt the blades impact it. Whirling around, it gazed at Harry. It recognized him as the most powerful of the party, the one that had managed to make it feel the most pain. Harry smirked at the beast as he flourished the sword. The magic of the sword was such that unlike normal claymores, it could be handled comfortably with one hand. While the Noondu did not have the required muscles, Harry could clearly see the surprise on its face, caused no doubt by the fact that he was still alive. Feeling slightly daring, he beckoned with his left hand as his right held the ancient claymore of his ancestors. "Here, kitty, kitty." With a snarl, the beast lunged forward with a frightening speed. Flexing his legs, Harry leapt as well. Soaring up, he somersaulted once and pivoted in midair as he reached the apogee of his jump. As he descended, he took hold of the sword with both his hands, the blade pointed down. Harry's aim was true. The Noondu did not have time to even react as the sword was driven straight through the base of its neck, with Harry straddling its massive back. Blood spurted out instantly, spraying his face and body. Harry slid off the still-standing beast, his face a rictus of pain as his hands went to his crotch. Landing with his legs splayed on anything was not a good idea. He lay there, curled up, as he waited for the pain to pass. Once he felt slightly better, he got to his knees and turned towards the animal. The Noondu was clearly dead. The only reason it was still standing was because of the sword. Harry really had driven that sword hard through the beast. It was actually stuck into the ground. Staggering to his feet, he removed the sword with an almighty wrench, hopping away from the falling body. Panting heavily, he sat back down, resting his back against the broad back of the corpse. Taking out a hip flask from a pocket of his camouflage-patterned cargoes, he opened it and took a long sip of the fire whiskey inside. After a second gulp, Harry took out a taxidermy kit he had purchased before landing in Africa. While the kit was expensive, it was useful as the knives were charmed to analyze a corpse and skin it on their own. Activating the charms, Harry sat back and watched the show, slowly drinking from another hip flask, this one containing cool water and a refilling enchantment. As he did so, finding the camp from the air was easy enough. Even if the arms dealer had moved, Harry had been sure to place a discreet tracking charm on the man. A similar charm he had placed on Merrick told him that the man had managed to apparate out and get to the camp, no doubt telling Abdullah about Harry's failure. Harry landed in the middle of the camp, invisible. Striding up to the magically expanded tent, he waited, amused, as Merrick started winding down. "There was nothing we could do," the beast finished Potter. "Did it?" Harry said, causing the two men to jump as he became fully visible. He smirked at the look of momentary fright on the men's faces. In his opinion, he cut quite an impressive figure, shirtless, with Noondu blood all over his face and upper torso, and a cloth bag, containing the beast's head, in his hand. "I see you made it then, Abdullah," a thin man with florid robes and an oily-looking face said. "Yes, no thanks to Mr. I ran away like a little girl here," Harry said casually. He plonked the sack he was carrying on a nearby table. "Proof of my kill," he said casually. Abdullah opened the bag and closed it again in disgust, and not a little alarm, as he saw the head of the Noondu. "Oh come on," Harry said good-naturedly. "Don't be a sissy and open the bag." Saying this he pulled the drawstring, causing the cloth to fall away. "See, I even have the head on a silver platter, just like you asked." Adopting a brisk tone, he continued. "Now that I have fulfilled my end of the bargain, I believe it is your turn." Wiping his face with a handkerchief, Abdullah replied, licking his lips, a greedy expression crossing his face. "Actually, the Noondu was part of the deal. I have one more task for you." The temperature in the room dropped as Harry's expression became stony. "How about this? I rip the information out of your mind." Abdullah himself adopted a cool expression in response. Thanks to his line of business, he was used to handling dangerous people. One wizard wasn't going to intimidate him. "Then you will be lucky to get out alive. My guards will finish you." Saying this, he made a subtle gesture with his left hand as his right drew his wand. Almost instantly, the tent, the interior of which looked like a regular office, filled with 10 of his guards, surrounding Harry, their wands drawn. Harry looked around him, and then chuckled. He snapped his gaze towards Abdullah, his eyes glowing bright green. Suddenly the arms dealer, each and every one of his guards, and Merrick were lifted in the air, grabbing their throats as they felt an invisible pressure there, choking them. Wands clattered to the floor, forgotten, as their owners desperately clutched their esophagi, their eyes widening at this casual display of power. "Let me make one thing clear," Harry said in a low calm voice as he strode up to the terrified arms dealer, his arm outstretched in hand. Making a grabbing gesture. "I am not a mercenary for hire, nor am I a soldier of fortune. I do not work for anyone. And I most certainly do not work for someone like you." Getting up close, he sneered, applying a bit more pressure on the arms dealer's throat. "The only reason I offered to take care of your problem was because of my generosity. I could very well lay waste to your entire enterprise before I take that information out of your mind without breaking a sweat. However, I believe in doing things civilly. Clearly, expecting the same from you is a mistake. Now you have 3 options. 1, he held up a finger. You can willingly give me the information. 2, another finger went up. I break the necks of each and every person here till you give me that information. Meanwhile, anyone who decides to come inside dies as well. Not that I have to worry about that." He smiled sinisterly. 3, a third finger went up. "And this is my backup plan. If you still persist on not telling me anything after I kill each and every one of your men, I rip it out of your mind." Harry paused for a long while. "Well, what's your decision?" I'll tell you," the man choked out. "That's more like it," Harry said patronizingly. Lowering his arm, he released the pressure on Abdullah. He added, jerking his head towards the guards and Merrick, "stay that way, just in case I need to start snapping necks." Taking deep breaths and gasping, the man hurried to his desk. Taking out parchment and a quill, he started writing furiously. "There," he said, all but thrusting the scrap of parchment into Harry's hand. Reading what was written there, Harry looked back at the shorter man. "See, was that so hard?" he questioned mockingly. Voice lowering back to dangerously quiet levels, he continued. This better be accurate, or I will come and find you. With that threat, he tied the cloth bag with a wave of his hand, picked the Noondu's head up and walked out of the tent, releasing the hold he had on the remaining 11. As his men gasped and gulped in air, Abdullah ran out of the tent, fully intent on calling for help. Let's see the Englishman go up against everyone here, he thought savagely, content that the anti-apparition wards would make a quick escape impossible. He stopped dead. All around him, every single one of his men was on their floors, gasping for breath. Just like the ones inside. Abdullah took quick calming breaths. Just how powerful was this wizard? He was suddenly glad that the information he had given was accurate. Neville Longbottom exited the Wizengamot chambers with a spring in his step. He had just spent 5 whole hours making Scrimgeour and his allies spin around in circles. The best part was making sure that the elections were inconclusive. By making sure that Scrimgeour could not get voted in, he was essentially limiting the man's authority. He couldn't wait to meet Draco afterwards. The two were going to compare their observations in the Wizengamot. Judging by who voted for what, a rough picture of who their enemies were could be drawn. Neville was also going to speak to Mungan McKinnon. The man could, in his authority as the chief warlock, get a full list of the votes. This cannot stand, Lord Nathaniel said in a low furious voice to Lord Samuel. Scrimgeour so far has proven to be a major disappointment. Months have passed, and he hasn't even managed to gather enough support. Useless. He spat. It isn't his fault, Lord Samuel said in a placating tone. Lords Longbottom and Malfoy have been quite busy making sure that nothing comes of those elections. That is no excuse, Lord Nathaniel repeated heatedly. They are children. Scrimgeour is getting beaten by striplings that have just come out of puberty. That's even more disgraceful. He took a long moment to calm himself. Call a meeting, he said finally. We are going to find a way to get those whippersnappers out. A young man walked down the mall towards the Victoria Memorial. Wearing a trendy yet cost-effective black coat over a white t-shirt and black skinny jeans, he looked like a regular teenager out and about on Christmas Eve. The shiny new digital single-lens reflex or DSLR camera that he had slung around his neck as he took pictures of everything that caught his fancy twice gave the impression of an avid photographer to the more curious passerby. He paused outside St. James's Palace to snap off a few pictures of the guard outside. From what he could see, St. James's Palace was currently a beehive of activity. He had heard that except for the Queen and the Prince Consort, the entire royal family, from the Prince of Wales and his sons, to the Princess Royal, and her children were present in London's oldest palace. The young man paused outside the palace for a moment and then moved on towards the memorial in front of Buckingham Palace, wishing for the nth time that day that he had enough money to buy that Tamron Zoom 70-300mm lens. His current standard 35-70mm kit lens could not focus properly into the interiors of the palace. What he wouldn't do to get a picture of one of the royals. Reaching his destination, he was busy clicking pictures of the golden statue when suddenly, with a loud explosion, St. James's Palace disappeared in a maelstrom of smoke and fire, taking the Queen of England's children and grandchildren with it. Slack-jawed, the young man looked on at disbelief like the people around him. Quickly getting out of his stupor, he picked up his camera and started snapping away. While this was a tragedy, at the same time, if he managed to get a good enough picture, he could sell it to a newspaper. He was one of the first on the scenes. Looking at the display, he cursed. Holding the camera up, he ran towards the scene, once again wishing that he had a damn zoom lens. The old woman looked at the front page of the newspaper and sighed, seeming to age as she set it aside. My entire family, the House of Windsor, gone. Normally stoic, it was a shock to see her so close to tears. Thankfully, there was no one in the room. Except, I am sorry, Your Majesty, a man hidden in shadows spoke up behind her. I was too late. I tried to get here as fast as possible, but I was too late. The Queen closed her eyes. It isn't your fault. She paused to take another breath. Despite your powers, you are still a man. I recognize that. At least you and the Duke survived. How is he, by the way? Not well. The attack has left him devastated. He has been bedridden ever since. The doctors are attending to him as we speak. Moments passed by in silence. I wonder who was responsible for this incident. The Queen said, sounding, for the first time, old and weary. Harry touched down in a deserted area in the middle of the night. It had been a good 7 months since he had left Britain, and it had all led to this point. The person he was looking for was located here, in a town he had no intention of even attempting to pronounce, located in a small country he did not care about in Asia. The neighborhood was affluent though. That was surprising, considering that the person he was searching for was the most wanted Muggle in the Muggle world for the crimes he had committed. Then again, half the world had been searching high and low for the man. Sometimes, hiding in plain sight was the best course of action. But residing a stone's throw away from the nearest Muggle military outpost for half a decade and not being detected was just plain ridiculous. That they hadn't found the man till now while it took Harry a few months to do the same job only proved how stupid and ineffectual Muggles were. It also explained their tendency to ignore charmed objects. Harry let a smile of anticipation cross his face as he contemplated the large house in front of him. The guards were easy to get by. They could not see the invisible man that calmly strode through the compound and towards the door. Discreetly pulling information from minds, Harry made his way to the office of his target. Finding the room empty, he settled down on a chair to wait. A minute later, a man entered the room. Tall and thin, with a beard of an impressive volume, the man, just known as the leader, seemed quite unassuming despite what he had done. "Nice place you got here." The Muggle started in surprise as Harry became fully visible. "I wouldn't try going for the door or raising an alarm," Harry continued in a nonchalant tone, his feet still casually propped up on the desk. "They won't hear you." The response took a long time to come. "What do you want, wizard?" The man finally said in accent-less English, his tone surprisingly mild-mannered as he sat behind his desk. "Ah, so you know what I am," Harry said with a raised eyebrow. This just proved to answer one of his questions. "Yes," the reply was clipped. "Now, how may I help you?" Stroking his own beard which he kept cropped, liking the rugged look it gave him, Harry took his time to answer. Finally, he plunged a hand into an inside pocket of his tan-colored sleeveless jacket and removed a letter. Handing it over, he watched as the man slit open the envelope and read the contents. The terrorist's eyebrows went up as he the contents. "This will take time to do," he finally said. "And money, lots of money." Looking at Harry he continued. "I hope you know that I will have to clear it with one of your kind." Harry only smirked. "And what if I don't want you to do it but say that you did?" The man looked at him incredulously. "I don't see the point of it, when what you want me to claim won't happen." "Oh, don't worry about the doing. Leave that bit to me," Harry said dismissively. "In that case," the man suddenly smiled. "Would you want it in Arabic or English?" "I am not partial to either," Harry responded. "You choose. Is there any chance I can use your equipment?" Harry asked delicately. "I hear you have the best quality in the business. After all, you do have a reputable supplier practically next door." The Muggle chuckled at the cheeky joke. "Indeed I do." He paused for a while, an amused expression on his face. "I shall have the necessary goods ready for you in a week's time. And don't worry about the price. Since you are giving my organization so much free publicity, I am happy to give it to you for free." Harry looked at the man curiously. "Aren't you even suspicious about all this? I have to admit, I was expecting a bit more reservation on your side. What if I was working to bring you down?" The man chuckled. "If that were the case, wizard, then I doubt you would be sitting here to talk. I would be dead the minute I entered the room." He shrugged. "I have publicly taken responsibility for my actions many times in the past. Just dumping me alive or dead in the government building of any country without any proof of my actions will be enough to finish me. You don't need to sit and gather evidence. What I am curious about is your motive." He sat back. "I suppose you aren't going to be telling me that soon, however." "That I have information about the man's words broke the silence that followed the Queen's question. The Queen looked at him in surprise. "Well, I do know that it is a terrorist group. At least that is what my intelligence tells me. The question is which organization, but that will be found out in record time with little to no effort from us. They have this habit of publicly taking responsibility for their actions." She sighed, further evidence that the recent events had completely unsettled her. "This situation makes my annus horribilis a veritable picnic," she muttered to herself. "Well," the man spoke up slowly. "I have additional information. I have reason to believe that there was magical involvement." He trailed off. The Queen took in a sharp breath. This complicates matters. The room lapsed into more silence. So, the man finally spoke up. What now? The queen sighed. I do have a plan, she said slowly. I haven't told you this, but not all of the members of the royal family were caught in that blast. As she continued speaking, the man smirked internally, his green eyes glowing brighter. Hermione took her place at the Wizengamot, her mind reeling as she processed recent events. Unlike her peers, she kept up with events of the Muggle world. 4 days back, terrorists had bombed St. James's Palace, blowing up the landmark and killing a good chunk of the royal family in the process. Muggle newspapers had been vague on who had survived and who had perished, only confirming that the reigning monarch and the prince consort were still alive, not having been present during the attack. Security had been tightened all over the country, especially in London, and people were running scared in what was dubbed as debatably the worst attack since the events in 2001. While most considered the family to be a relic of the past, and something to be phased out, in the end, the family and the Queen was a symbol of Britain. This attack by the terrorists, a video claiming responsibility had come out recently, served to increase sympathy for the family and for the Queen. As she looked around her, she noticed that all of her colleagues looked just as shocked and disturbed as she did. Not that she was surprised. While the incident happened in the Muggle world, it did concern the magical world more, as the Queen was a much bigger deal in magical Britain. Magical Britain, unlike its Muggle counterpart, was a monarchy. Almost all of the Aurors and Hit Wizards had been called to Buckingham Palace, leaving the regular members of the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol on duty. Rumors had been spread that the Queen was planning on abdicating and handing over the throne to an as yet unspecified descendant. I guess we are going to find out today if the rumors are true or not, Scrimgeour said next to her. Hermione nodded. This special session of the Wizengamot had been called for that purpose. The Queen was going to be speaking to the body today. Traditionally, the only reason a monarch did that was to announce their successor. Whatever happened today, one thing was for sure. Today would set a course for their future. Just then, an out-of-breath Percy Weasley slipped into the courtroom. You were late, Percival, the minister's tone was heavy with disapproval. Sorry, the man gasped. Settling down, he collected his breath and said eagerly. I just found out who is coming. Getting the attention of the minister, Hermione and the people surrounding them, he continued. An Auror told me that apparently, Her Majesty is coming with Prince Harry. It's good to know that someone of the immediate family is alive, Rufus Scrimgeour said as the others around them started gossiping amongst themselves, spreading the news. Further conversation was stopped when the doors closed and a herald entered. Announcing Her Majesty, Elizabeth II, Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and of her other realms and territories. The entire room stood up as a phalanx of wizards and witches comprising the magical royal protection force and the Aurors entered from a secret passage that was accessible only through the office of the chief warlock. Lining up, they formed a column to the throne. As the Queen entered, Hermione was struck by a sudden idea. It appeared that the monarch could access Potter's office. Perhaps she would consent to help. However, even though the woman that came through the column that was formed by the guards was the same woman Hermione had met, she and the rest of the room, who had all met the monarch at some points in their lives, couldn't help but feel was different, somehow. A veil of grief and anger surrounded her like a shroud as she regally strode up to where Mungan McKinnon was seated. The elderly man bowed as he stepped to the side. The Queen barely acknowledged him as she stopped in front of the massive throne on the right of the smaller seat of the chief warlock. On the right of the throne was a smaller throne, intended for the Minister of Magic. The only reason Scrimgeour was not there was because he had not been officially appointed by the Queen yet, as the elections had been delayed quite often by Longbottom and Malfoy. She looked forward to seeing Lord Nathaniel's plan get into motion. The entire assembly sat as the Queen took her seat. My lords, ladies, gentle wizards and witches, the Queen began in a somber voice. As you no doubt know, tragedy has befallen the House of Windsor. Due to attacks purported by a notorious terrorist group, our family, our heirs are no more. In essence, we are the last of that noble line. The Queen closed her eyes in pain. Hermione and the rest of the assembly looked on with bated breath. However, all is not lost, the Queen opened her eyes. Despite the efforts of outside hostile forces, the royal line still lives on. It lives on in our successor. She turned to look at all the members of the most ancient and noble houses. Has the Magical Accession Council met with the future king? Hermione was surprised to note that except for Lord Nathaniel Smith's son, Jonathan, the Marquis of Diagon, and Nicholas Flamel, all the other heads of ancient and noble houses stood up. Along with them, stood Healer Anderson and a good number of the prominent Muggleborns. Yes, we have, Your Majesty. As the most senior member of the council in rank, the Duke of Azkaban was chosen as the spokesperson. I was not aware that Your Majesty had appointed a Magical Accession Council, Lord Smith spoke up, his surprise plain on his face. Because you were not informed, Lord Smith, the Queen said in a bland tone, immediately dismissing the man. Continue, Your Grace. As the Duke gave his assent, Hermione felt the first spike of worry. It did not escape her notice that both men who were excluded were linked to the Order somehow. Although, the fact that Flamel was in the dark as well was reassuring. However, at the same time, she did not like the concealed smug smirks Malfoy and Longbottom were sporting. Very well, the voice of the Queen cut through her musing. As of this day, the 29th of December 2011, I, Elizabeth II, officially abdicate from my throne and hand it over to my heir apparent, Prince Harry, the Prince of Avalon. At those words, the door opened, causing all those within to stand and turn to see the prince and future king. Hermione felt all air leave her lungs. It took an act of supreme willpower for her to remain standing. The man who stepped through the door of the secret entrance might be tan, he might have a closely cropped but still wild-looking, full beard, and he might be wearing an expensive set of robes, but Hermione recognized that familiar mop of black hair and those luminous backlit green eyes. Harry Potter had stepped through the door. Hermione watched in stupefaction along with the entire Wizengamot minus the guards, the Magical Accession Council and most importantly, the Queen, as the absconding Chief Warlock, the boy who lived, the defeater of the Dark Lord Voldemort, positively glided to stand before the Queen. Without hesitating, he got down on one knee, his head bowed. All sense of sound seemed to leave Hermione as Harry gave his oath to the Magical Accession Council and to the Queen. She watched in slow motion as the Queen took off the crown sitting on top of her head. The crown she had found out some time back was part of the original crown jewels of England. As the crown descended to Harry's head, Hermione opened her mouth to protest. Only to be stopped by a gentle elbow to her side. Turning, she saw Percy looking at her. He imperceptibly shook his head, shutting Hermione up before she could even articulate. I crown thee, King Henry IX. Long live the king. With those words, Harry, now Henry IX, stood up, the crown on his head, as the entire room, with varying degrees of disbelief and reluctance, repeated the same getting down on one knee. As soon as the new king sat down on the throne, everyone present knew that it was official. After all, no one who wasn't the king or queen had ever managed to successfully sit there without being ejected. The tugs in their magic only gave further proof. The more skeptical turned to look at the royal cipher. Their curiosity was satisfied when the large but plain E and R that stood for Elizabeth and Regina, respectively, became a stylized H and R, no doubt symbolizing Henry and Rex, the Latin term for king. A Roman numeral 9 was also present just underneath the space between the letters. It was then that the realization hit: for the first time in British wizarding history, the king was magical. Smiles broke out on many faces at the implications of this. Nobody ever noticed his predecessor leave quietly. The king held his hand up. My lords, ladies, gentle wizards and witches, while born of tragedy, this is a day of celebration. We shall meet in 2 weeks' time. Till then, make merry, for Britain has a new king, a wizarding king. The proclamation seemed to brighten the day of many in the room as they all left with a spring in their steps. Harry smirked as he noticed the few who had been identified as his opponents leave with ashen faces and downturned mouths. They would be taken care of soon. He turned to the Accession Council. We shall meet in my manor tomorrow. We do have much to discuss. The Duke of Azkaban bowed his head. Yes, Your Majesty. Lords Longbottom and Malfoy, I require your presence tonight in my study. Bring Lord Flamel along if you can find him. Although, I wager that you won't have to look far. Both men inclined their heads, identical smirks on their faces. They had been quite surprised 2 days back to find out that not only had Harry returned to Britain, but that he was, through his mother, a descendant of the Queen. Now, I shall be off. I have 2 sons to find. His voice grew cold as he spoke about the kidnapping. Reaching the office of the chief warlock, Harry smirked internally as he recalled an event that happened years ago. Imperio. The queen did not have even a moment to think before she was hit by the wandless spell. Smirking, Harry said softly to the woman who was standing still. Now listen carefully. I want you to follow everything I say. Sit down at your desk. With a blank expression on her face, the queen walked over to her desk and woodenly took a seat. Good, Harry said. Now, I want you to write something for me with some parchment and a very special quill I have for you. Saying this, he withdrew the parchment and a sharp-looking black quill. The blood quill was first used and invented by one Miranda Bartholomew. A middle-class commoner, she had a teaching post in the subject of charms at Hogwarts. The quill was initially designed to be an instrument of punishment, and in those days, was adopted with enthusiasm as it showed to be an effective deterrent. One experience with that quill was more than enough for the pupils. However, the blood quill had a far more sinister purpose to it. Miranda Bartholomew had dabbled quite extensively in the dark arts in secret, far away from the public eye. The quill was designed to do something truly heinous and unheard of at that time: line theft. The quill enabled her to pass herself off as a relative of any one of the students who had used it. Miranda had used this to sneak off galleons from various vaults over the years. Till one day she got careless. It was a stroke of luck, really, that William Potter, a prominent member of the Wizards' Council, met the charms professor just outside the Potter family vault as she was coming out of said vault. Not recognizing her as a member of the family, William was quick to catch her. Subsequent interrogation showed the extent of her crimes. The wizarding world was in uproar over this. Not only had Bartholomew taken money and blood from the Potters, but many other prominent pureblood families as well. The woman had angered the entire Wizards' Council. United, the council was quick to find a way to exact vengeance. Spearheaded by William, they struck her name from all records. Any and all achievements credited to her were not acknowledged. Anything and everything that she or her family owned was seized, and the contents distributed amongst the affected families. Furthermore, a crusade was set up to destroy all of the blood quills, with an edict labeling those instruments as dark. Possession of one could lead to an automatic key. Finally, after the family was stripped of all wealth, the council subjected every member of the family to the key. In a day, an entire family was wiped out. Not even the children were spared. After all, none of the powerful families in the Wizards' Council wanted people trying to lay claim on their political or financial capital. However, they missed two souls. The newborn girl was raised in secret by Miranda's mother, who managed to fake their deaths and change their names. Fed with stories of how the council massacred her family, the girl and the old woman focused their hatred on the leader, William Potter. Her grandmother had managed to squirrel away a decent amount of gold and one artifact, a blood quill. But that quill was useless now, as following the scandal, every pureblood family invested heavily upon charms and wards keyed to their bloodline to prevent such a thing from happening again. So the family lay in wait, changing their surnames many times, but keeping the legend and their hatred of the Potters alive. Till one Dolores Umbridge met Harry Potter. Umbridge had first tried to use her position to get the last Potter key, thinking it would be the best form of revenge on the Potter family. When Harry had escaped that, she tried to use the quill, now an item whose name and purpose was completely forgotten, on the boy, theorizing that the boy's Muggle-born mother would be enough to weaken the blood wards. But she was mistaken. It was fortunate that she had managed to appropriate the necessary testing tools before attempting to access the Potter vault. Otherwise, she might have met her doom. When Harry tore her mind open, he stumbled upon that knowledge immediately. Acting on instinct, he stole the last remaining blood quill in the world and kept it hidden. And then the Queen had caught his attention. As soon as he had obtained the Sword of Gryffindor, Harry used it to open a secret compartment in the Potter ancestral home. In it he found a rare artifact, Gryffindor's journal. Godric Gryffindor was a descendant of the last knight of King Arthur's Round Table. Arthur, of the royal house of Pendragon, the first magical king of Britain, was also the first king to unify the various kingdoms and fiefdoms under a common banner. He was greatly aided and helped by his chief advisor and court wizard, Merlin. The reign of Arthur was a golden age. Both magical and non-magical beings prospered, living together in peace with the king, his wizard and the Round Table all working to keep the peace. Arthur was also the first and only human to gain the respect of the goblins. It was the reason why his profile was there on every galleon, sickle and canute even today. In an effort to keep things like that well after they each had died, Arthur and Merlin took many measures to ensure that a descendant of Arthur would rule the islands. Chief amongst those was an ancient spell of Merlin's own design. One of the first blood wards, it ensured that a descendant of Arthur could always call themselves king or queen. This ward would serve the house of Pendragon well. For 5 centuries after Morgana and Modred had both destroyed Camelot, murdered and killed every member of the Round Table and fractured Britain, a descendant of Arthur, Offa, rose to become the most powerful king of England till Alfred the Great. Offa's descendants each grew in power and prestige, expanding the kingdom till it was once again, just as large as Arthur's kingdom, and more. It was a testimony to both Merlin's power and ingenuity and the magic present in Arthur's blood that the magical protection was still alive even though there had never been a magical royal ever since Arthur. The protection was the reason why the monarchy managed to survive over the years despite many attempts to overthrow them. The only person who had come close to driving them out was Oliver Cromwell. It was also why various assassination attempts throughout the ages had all failed. It also helped that the family was not content to let the protection do all the work. While inbreeding was ultimately a bad thing, it also helped keep the genetic traits within the family, thus preserving the protection. The royals also had secured the loyalties of the Wizards' Council. By using their connection to Arthur and Merlin, they bound important wizards and the entire Auror, hid wizard and magical law enforcement force to the bloodline, ensuring another layer of magical protection. Through a system of magical oaths and contracts, the monarchy of the United Kingdom kept their power, making sure that few knew of their ancestry. That was till Harry came along. Thanks to their Muggle status, the magic of the oaths and contracts had to be renewed with each wizard. That was the main reason for the no-wand policy till oaths were made. After using the blood quill, partly out of revenge, and partly because he felt it was a shame that a Muggle held such power over the magical world, Harry placed a few documents in strategic locations. In due time, the Queen noticed those documents. A combination of the Imperious Curse, along with compulsion charms, had the Queen and her researchers curious enough to do a blood test, something that Harry passed easily thanks to the quill. While Merlin was powerful, the protection had gone long enough without magic to be no match for the blood quill. Once it was within Harry's bloodstream, the ancient ward recognized Harry as a viable host and started to grow stronger. From Harry's magic, Harry was, in essence, a royal now, a direct descendant of King Arthur himself. However, at the same time, he was only 15th in line to the throne. So, Harry kept this relation to himself, not sharing it with anyone, even his wife, till the opportune moment came up. Hermione's games had only accelerated his plans of finding a patsy to take the fall for killing those who were above him in the line of succession. Then it was only a matter of influencing them to come together for a very short time, something that they normally would not do. He was also quick to destroy the quill as soon as he used it on the Queen, ensuring that there was no evidence. The heritage tests run by the goblins could not show squibs and muggles, meaning that the goblins had to rely on Muggle methods. The quill had been forgotten in history, and no one could suspect that Harry could cast wandless spells. Thus it was the perfect crime. In a few weeks' time, Elizabeth's abdication would be made official in the Muggle world, making him the new king of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the monarch of 15 other Commonwealth realms, the head of the 54-member Commonwealth of Nations, the Duke of Normandy and the Lord of Man. But all that was in the future. Now, he had to find his sons. Harry's eyes burned green as he made his way home. Edmund Harry Potter Black lay morosely upon a lumpy mattress in the tiny room as he contemplated his life so far. Nearly 11 months had passed since the bad men and women had made his father leave. It was quite a long time for a young boy like him, especially when he spent the last 10 months ripped from his family in a place he did not know, with the wicked people who had taken him and his brother. His captors had tossed him and James into a small room with 2 small camp beds. He looked at his surroundings in disgust. Not only was the room small and smelly, the beds lumpy and barely fit to sleep in, but it was boring. Now, Edmund loved to read, he really did. But the books in there had really boring titles like Prefects Who Gained Power and manuscripts about thick cauldron bottoms. Making a face, he absently reached under his shirt to scratch his stomach. Being bored was the least of his worries. As soon as they had arrived at the house, he and James had been quickly divested of their clothes as one of the evil people living in this house, a really old horrid troll of a woman, had deemed them unfit for boys to be wearing. The nerve of her. It only took one look at her to realize that she knew next to nothing about clothes. Worse still were the garments that had been foisted upon them. Not only were they faded and ugly, but they were several sizes too big for them. Edmund supposed that the troll lady had clothed one of her troll children with it at one point. It made sense, since it smelled like a troll. Disgusted, he pulled off his shirt and shucked off his trousers. Completely nude, Edmund closed his eyes as his fingers scratched away, taking care of the itchiness. With all the modesty of a 7-year-old boy, he started to work on the inflamed area around his groin. While they had no choice but to wear the clothes the troll lady, he absolutely refused to call them by their proper names, had given him when he was outside the room. Around her and their other captors, the bushy hag, the mean monster, and creepy glasses. Inside this room, it was just him and his brother. Even Rose, for a girl, she was all right enough to be named properly, wasn't allowed in here. So, there was no way that he was going to wear those clothes inside the room. He collapsed back in his bed, hands scratching his inner thighs. Lifting his head up, he observed the small painful boils that had formed around the inflamed area a few days back. He really did not know what was causing this, but it itched. Bringing his knees up to his chest, he hugged himself as he rubbed his thighs together to try and alleviate the pain. He closed his eyes as tears started anew, running down his already tear-streaked face. The boils hurt. They chafed at his trousers whenever he walked and would often rupture painfully to release a clear fluid. It only aggravated the general sick feeling he had the minute he had entered this accursed place. He did not know what they had done, but for some reason, he could not change his hair color like he normally did. That, more than anything else, upset him. At least that pain was nothing compared to the throbbing pain coming from his bum. The nasty monster had recently smacked him quite hard with a wooden spoon after he had called the troll woman cruel, foul, 2 words he had recently learnt, and, well, a troll, after pushing a battered clock with funny words written on the face instead of the time to the ground and breaking it. While it felt good to make the buy, he had learnt that word recently too, even if he did not know its exact meaning other than it was a bad thing to say. Cry the same way she had made him cry. The monster had become quite angry. Both Edmund and James had been spanked before when they were really naughty, generally by their father and once by Mark when he was babysitting them. But those affairs had been a few swats delivered by hand on the seats of their trousers to gain their attention as they were marched off to a corner of their rooms. Edmund thought those few swats were painful, but it was nothing compared to the world of hurt he had been subjected to when the monster had brought a wooden spoon down on his bare backside after practically tearing off his blue boxer briefs. One of the few victories that he and James had managed was to keep their underwear. And both boys had made sure not to remove them for extended periods of time, taking them off only in the bathroom, at times even bathing with them on. They did not trust the mean ones not to take those as well. But that victory, that one piece of comfort, had been taken away from him. Edmund remembered screaming himself hoarse as his backside was lit up as he struggled to get away. Eventually, his desperate squirming paid off and he managed to get away from the monster after landing a lucky kick right on his willy. Taking the opportunity, he ran as fast as he could, covering himself up in the ratty trousers as he did so. This punishment was far worse than the times he and James were forced into doing house elf work by the mean ones. Hell, he would take 1,000 spankings from his father rather than the one he was just dealt if it meant that he could see his parents again. Now, more than ever, he missed his parents. He missed his room, he missed antics of funny Dobby, the way Winky Wonky would try to be proper and tell him to behave, the expansive grounds outside the manor, his books, cuddling up next to his father every full moon, Mark, and most importantly, he missed his daddy. Edmund gave into his tears as he started sobbing again. What had really rattled him the most was what the monster had said about his parents while beating him. About how he wasn't really their son, and how his daddy wasn't coming for him, ever. And even if he did, they would lock his daddy away. A small part of him reminded him that he had left his brother downstairs to the mercy of those monsters, but it only served to add to his misery. He had sworn to take care of his brother, and he had just left him there. The worst part was that he couldn't bring himself to get up and go rescue James. Suddenly, Edmund felt small. Thin arms wrap around him. Turning around, he saw the concerned mismatched gaze of his little brother. "Are you okay, Teddy?" At the worried question, Edmund felt even more miserable. Grabbing James, he sobbed even harder, setting off James as well. After so many failed attempts at escaping, they were magically prevented from even going near the fence. No matter how hard they tried, so many tantrums and shouting, pleading, begging and basically doing everything in their power to get the mean ones to let them go home, Edmund was just tired. He did not know what he had done to be taken away from his mummy and daddy, but he was sorry already. Exhausted, he felt his eyes drift shut. "Why did you stop me from saying anything?" Hermione Granger accused Percy in her office as she paced in back and forth. Percy's reply was uncharacteristically irritated. Firstly, because it would not have achieved anything, and secondly, because, in case you did not know, had you spoken out, it could have been construed as trying to deprive or hinder a person who shall be the next in succession to the crown from succeeding to the imperial crown of this realm. And that, my dear, is treason. Hermione was shocked if not a little hurt by Percy's condescending tone. Over the past year of knowing the man, she had developed quite a relationship with him. Percy showed dedication and intelligence that she had not noticed before, having been influenced by the company of Ron, the twins and Harry. At times, she wished that she had met him first before Ron. Percy was in many ways just like her. Over time, they had developed a close friendship. Hermione had to admit that she was beginning to like him. Seeing the look on her face, Percy continued in a softer voice. "For all intents and purposes, Potter is the king. The fact that the crown sits on his head and his ass sits on the throne means one thing: he is the legitimate descendant of the royal house of Pendragon." Hermione looked at Percy incredulously. "Pendragon? As in Arthur Pendragon, the first and only magical king to unite the different kingdoms?" "Yes," Percy replied succinctly. "The royal family does not advertise the fact, but it is something well known in certain circles. At least we now know that he is not Flamel's pawn." Flamel was quite surprised to learn that he had Europe's only magical prince under his very nose. "Even I am surprised by this." Percy paled suddenly as he was reminded of something. It only took a momentary horror-filled glance at Hermione to make her realize what he was thinking. Scrambling, Hermione reached for the flow, her mind replaying what happened nearly a year back. She had mentioned to Percy that the one thing that would bring Harry running home with wand blazing would be his family. At first, she had dismissed the thought of abducting the children. While Harry might have turned into a kidnapper and in turn, turned the ministry into a kidnapping agency, she was not like him. Percy agreed with her, but it turned out that the Order did not share their sentiments. Both of them had been quite surprised when Dawlish had turned up one night at their house with the two unconscious children. At first, Hermione was quite alarmed and fully intending on returning the children. But then the Order had managed to convince her otherwise. They said that it would be a short time. That they planned on pinning it on Flamel. As soon as Harry came back, they would pretend to find them living with one of Flamel's lackeys, who had decided to change sides. So Hermione agreed. After all, it wasn't as if the children would be mistreated. Indeed, they had gone to lengths to ensure that they were treated as equally as possible. But Potter had not come. After a few months, inquires revealed that he had gone dark, communication-wise. He was completely cut off from Britain. As a consequence, there was a great chance that he simply did not know what had happened. However, the Order still insisted on keeping the children. Hermione felt guilty every time she laid eyes upon them. They were clearly unhappy, and had tried many times to leave the house. That was something they could not afford to let happen. The minute the boys returned to their family, she, Ron, Percy, and Molly would be on their way to Azkaban, leaving Rose to the tender mercies of the Ministry. "What do we do now?" she asked Percy as soon as he stepped out of the fireplace in the burrow. "I will contact Lord Nathaniel," Percy replied. "He'll know what to do." He headed off to Bill's old room that was recently converted into a study. Meanwhile, Hermione headed off to the kitchen to find Ron sitting there with his head in his hands. "What happened to you?" "Nothing," Ron replied curtly. He did not want to admit that he had completely lost control and lashed out at a child. That he was capable of doing that to a young boy even if it was someone else's was scary. Not for the first time, he resented his wife and brother for doing something like this. Suddenly he realized that he had taken his frustrations on the two out on the child. That only angered him more. How could Hermione claim to be better than Harry if she did the same thing she claimed Harry was guilty of? At times like these, Ron wondered if Hermione was truly against the Child Protection Act because it was amoral. He wouldn't be surprised if the main reason for her opposition was the fact that she wasn't the one who had thought about it in the first place. That was one of her major faults. She could never bear being bested. Just then Percy rushed into the room. "They aren't answering," he said anxiously, once he had drawn Hermione out of Ron's earshot. "Did you try Lord Diagon?" Hermione replied in a hushed voice. Green eyes blazing, King Henry IX entered his old office in the ministry. He had been quite surprised, and subsequently enraged, to find out that someone had kidnapped his boys. Daphne had been especially affected. The kidnappings had taken their toll on her, causing her to miscarry. This, in turn, served to severely depress her. The woman he saw was but a shell of her former self. Her hair was lank, and her eyes dull. According to Astoria, who, along with her mother, was staying with Daphne as she refused to leave her house, Daphne breaking down in tears was the biggest reaction they had seen from her when she saw Harry for the first time. Harry did not miss the disapproval that came from Astoria in waves. She clearly blamed him for her sister's condition. "I want my babies back," were the only words his wife said to him in a hoarse voice before she finally went into a peaceful sleep for the first time in months. And he was determined to get them back. Taking his in-laws with him to Buckingham Palace along with Mark, he summoned Draco and Neville via Patronus. There, he sat them down, and along with the Queen, revealed his royal heritage and his imminent accession. His audience had been quite gobsmacked to learn that Lily Potter was actually a Muggle-born witch from the House of Windsor but had been adopted by the Evans family due to a mishap, the details of which were sketchy. After finding out that Pius Thickness was still missing, but that Moody was close to finding him, Harry then revealed that his enemies had somehow found out about his ancestry and had targeted him in hopes of gaining control over the wizarding world, and when that failed, gaining control through his children. As proof, he pointed out the extinction of the Windsor family, claiming that there was a magical connection in the bombings. He even theorized that Pius was behind it all. The events after that had been a whirlwind of activity. Getting the oaths of service from the magical Royal Protection Force, the Auror Force and the Hit Wizards, and oaths of binding from the members of the Accession Council who were later to be his Privy Council. Harry, the Queen and their security moved towards the ministry after the Queen sent off a summons for a meeting of the Wizengamot. Now that Harry had the power and was crowned king, in the magical world at least, he could start finding his kids. And he knew of a way to do so quickly. With a burst of emerald fire, he was whisked away to his study. Swiftly taking down the stasis wards and opening the room, he approached one of the walls, causing a keypad of runes to appear. Pressing a few of the ethereal blue runes in a sequence caused a part of the wall to melt away, revealing a cabinet. Harry took out the iridescent metallic-looking pensieve-like stone basin he had created and levitated it to his desk. His fingers then plucked a file containing a single hair seemingly at random as he reached for a small bag with his other hand. Sitting down at his desk, he poured some of the powder in the bag into a conjured bowl, mixing it with some water to give a clear shimmering liquid. Pouring the potion into the basin, he extracted the strand of hair using a pair of small tweezers. Dropping the filament of hair into another conjured bowl, he summoned a small phial with a crook of a finger, pouring 7 drops inside. He held his right index finger over the bowl. Suddenly, a drop of blood oozed out from the tip and splashed down into the bowl, followed by 2 others. Healing his finger, Harry waved both hands over the bowl, muttering words in Parseltongue under his breath. The strand of hair ket in all the liquid, turning iridescent silver. Levitating it, Harry dropped the glowing hair into the stone basin, causing the liquid within to start roiling as the runes around the edge of the vessel lit up. Harry shook the basin till the liquid within settled to show a scene. Taking a deep breath, he plunged a finger into the magical device. Miles away, a small boy's eyelids snapped open. The orbs within were not mismatched, as was usual, but a deadly glowing green. "No, Diagon isn't answering either," Percy replied in a worried tone. Chills ran up Hermione's spine as she realized the implications. The Order was abandoning them. "What do we do?" she said in fear. "Simple," Percy replied grimly after giving it a moment's thought. "We release the children to His Majesty." Then he will know that we were behind it. Hermione whispered furiously. Not if we obliviate them first. And whom are you planning on obliviating? Hermione's response was cut off by Ron's loud voice. Starting, she turned to find him standing at the doorway, an irritated look on his face. It's none of your concern, Ronald. Percy's cool reply only angered Ron more. None of my concern. Ron spat. Let me put it this way, Percival. You come into my house. I believe it is my house too, Ronald. Percy replied with a raised eyebrow. No it isn't, Ron replied cuttingly. Mum put it in my name, so it is mine. So, you come into my house, dumped someone else's children, who by the way, you took through illegal means, then have me take care of them and you say that it isn't my concern. Well, guess what, I am making it my king concern. I am sick and tired of looking after two ungrateful spoiled brats who whine every time they are asked to do the simplest of chores, pine after their king parents every king hour, and put ideas into my daughter's head. Furthermore, I am also quite sick of the way you and my wife are scurrying around and whispering behind my back. So unless you want me to throw those kids outside my property and refuse to keep them here, you are going to king tell me what the k it is you are talking about. Ron exploded. I am not going to mind my king language, so don't you dare tell me to king mind it you stupid woman. I am a king adult, and I will not be king talk to like that in my king house. Breathing heavily, he got right into her face, towering over his frightened wife. You have a problem with my language. Well k king k. I will king speak any king way that I king want. What the k are you going to do about that, Miles away, in his stately study, Harry pulled out of his trance with a gasp. Designed under the tutelage of an old Greek parselmouth, the basin was a device that helped him find anyone of his blood no matter the wards. The principle behind this was ancient powerful parcel magic and divination developed by the Greeks. The disadvantage of it was that it only allowed him to search for one person at a time with a gap of 30 minutes before the basin could be used again. The filament of James's hair, coupled with a very difficult to make potion, and his blood, allowed Harry to see through his second son's eyes for a time. It was not possession as he did not control the boy's actions. Rather he was a passenger in another body, unable to do anything but look through the lad's eyes. Thankfully, James was smart enough, or curious enough, to wake up and look around. Harry was glad to see that both boys were together. However, the condition he saw the children in made his blood boil. What he could see of the room did not really give Harry much of a clue as to where he was, though the title of a book on the shelf caught his attention. It looked familiar, somehow. When he heard loud voices, Harry silently urged his son to go and investigate, hoping that the door could be opened. Failing that, he hoped the boy looked out of the window. He really wished he could communicate with the lad. But all his worries dissipated when he heard an explosion of sound. It did not take long for Harry to recognize the loud voice. The identity of the man in turn dug out a memory of another boy reading a certain book that he noticed before. Pulling out, he seethed with rage. How dare they? Making a fist, he quickly splayed his fingers out, creating a Patronus from each digit. The children are at the Burrow, Ottery Street Catchpole, Devon. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 ethereal stags took off in different directions. 3 went to the head of the Auror Force, the head of the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol and the director of the Hit Wizards in the Ministry. 1 went to the head of the Magical Royal Protection Force and the final 1 went downstairs to inform the family. Standing up, Harry magically opened the floor-to-ceiling windows while simultaneously sending the contents of his desk back to the secret compartment which closed automatically. Leaping out of the window, he flew towards the edge of the property where with a tight corkscrew, he apparated out. Meanwhile, things in the ramshackle house had deteriorated rapidly. Ron, Hermione and Percy had moved to the drawing room where they were having a 3-way shouting match, their voices all clashing with each other and making it impossible for anyone, including the owners of the voices themselves, to determine what the other was shouting about. Suddenly Ron stopped. He had felt a ripple in the wards. Now, normally, he would have dismissed it out of hand as it was something that the wards did every now and then. But this ripple was the Second one in a short interval, the first happening 10 minutes back. He flicked his eyes to the window and the gate that could be seen through it. Harry is back here, isn't he? Percy, and Hermione, who meanwhile had started arguing with each other, stopped upon hearing his low matter-of-fact tone. They turned to look at him, their expressions told him everything. Ron chuckled. And his return wasn't how you expected it either. It explains why the two of you are so panicked, and it also explains why your precious order, he spat the name out like a foul word, isn't contacting you. They were using you as pawns. And now that Harry has found us, they are quite eager to let you take the fall. He looked at them with disgust and a hint of fear. Fools. Now, Ron, Percy said, hands held up in a placatory gesture. Calm down, there is no way Harry could have found out that we have his children yet. We still have time. Ron laughed hysterically. Really, do we? You sure about that, are you? In fact, the both of you really do seem quite sure about so many things. Not at all like dumb old Ron. He smiled bitterly. Since you are so King enlightened, tell me a few things. 1. Why is Harry wearing a crown? 2. Is it just me or does he look weird with that beard of his? And 3. Who is that outside wearing a crown on his head looking at us with a pissed-off expression on his bearded face if it isn't Harry Potter? James Sirius Potter shook his head. He felt a little funny for a moment there, standing by the door of the room and looking at the window as he listened to what was going on. Idly, he wondered what that word the big tall angry man kept using meant. Whatever it was, it really annoyed the hag. He would have to ask his brother. Taking one look at Edmund's state of undress, he decided to follow suit. After all, wherever one went, the other followed. That was the pact they had made on the second day of their stay here. Besides, he liked the freedom. Unable to help himself, James walked over to the window. Teddy always said that looking out of the window was torture, but for James, it was reassurance. It meant that there was a place out there, that there was some hope of getting outside. Sure, they could not get near the fence, and yes, after escape attempt number 10, the windows were charmed to be unbreakable, but the land outside the fence symbolized a visible goal. It also meant that their father would come and get them, someday. He squinted, noticing a figure standing there. A moment later, his eyes widened. Edmund was woken up rudely by the voice of his brother calling his name and shaking him violently. Teddy, wake up. Wah, it's Daddy. Dad's here. Eyes widening, both Hermione and Percy looked outside the window, following Ron's finger. There, right outside the gate, was a tall trim figure. If the dying light of the sun glinting off his simple white gold jewel-encrusted crown, and the glowing green eyes that were glaring daggers at the house as if he knew precisely where the three of them were standing weren't an indication of the identity of the man, then the faint but jubilant cries of, "Daddy! Daddy!" coming from Percy's old room more than confirmed it. The man now known as King Henry IX was standing outside their gates. Still in his coronation robes with the crown of Arthur firmly on his head, he looked less like the King of Britain and more like Ares, the god of war. "Granger, you whore," he shouted across the property. "You made a major mistake when you decided to take our children. Your arrogance clearly knows no bounds." With that he took a step forward, only to stop at the gates. "What's this?" he hissed loudly, his voice still carrying. "A ward," he laughed. "You think a ward is going to stop me? Let me tell you asses something. I am Harry James King Potter Black." He punctuated each word with a blow of his fist at the ward, causing it to flare up at the point of contact. "I took King Avada Kedavra to the face at the age of 1 and lived." He held his hands out in front of him, the long fingers curved like the claws of an angry bird. "I faced Voldemort and his servant at the age of 11 and killed his servant with my bare hands." The tips of his fingers glowed, lighting up the magical barrier and bathing the property in an unnatural blue light for a moment before shattering the ward. Striding forwards, Harry obliterated the front gate with nary a gesture. Stepping over the twisted metal, he halted again as he sensed another ward. The blood ward should keep him out, a sweating Percy said to himself. Pointing his wand at his throat, he cast a sonorous, "Let's be reasonable here, Potter." His amplified voice rang out. "You cannot get through that blood ward. So why don't you calm down? If you let us go, we shall release the children to you immediately." Harry became enraged. "You pretentious prick. I am your king. You will address me with respect. You dare use my children's blood. And you think this pathetic ward is going to be enough to keep me out? I killed a 60-foot-long, 1,000-year-old basilisk at the age of 12 with a sword. I drove away over 100 Dementors away with one Patronus charm at the age of 13. I fought Voldemort to a standstill the next bloody year. I defeated, and killed him at the age of 16. I have been trained by Dumbledore and many other great men and women. I have broken through wards made by Voldemort himself. You think you know magic that I don't. Getting on one knee, he smacked the ground with his palm, sending a shockwave that overloaded the anchor stone and disintegrated the blood ward in one fell swoop. How's that for not being able to get through, you twat? Unnoticed by Percy, Ron had dragged Hermione up to his old room. I knew something like this would happen, he explained as he led her up the stairs, the minute I saw Harry's kids. It looks like dumb old Ron managed to save the day by fashioning an exit strategy. A small part of him thought to go and get Percy up as well, but he ignored that. He loved his wife more, and there was no way that he was going to have her and that pretentious prick together. Percy was clearly a bad influence on Hermione. He paused midway up the stairs as he heard Percy trying to reason with Harry. Shaking his head, he muttered, "Idiot thinks he can negotiate with him. How many times have I told him about Harry beating the odds, and of his obsessive streak? When Harry wants something, nothing can stop him. Voldemort is proof of that." On cue, they heard Harry's answering rant. "Damn. And the worst part is that he is right," Ron said as he resumed going up, his hand still tugging a dumbfounded and unresisting Hermione with him. "Hey," he articulated a thought that came to his mind, "he forgot to mention our involvement." As they heard the blood wards coming down, Hermione managed to regain her senses. "Wait, you came up with an escape plan?" She couldn't help the incredulity seeping into her voice. "Course I did," Ron said with a lopsided grin. Surprised, Reaching his room, he closed the door and locked it. Turning around, he levitated his old bed to the side. Rummaging around, he took out a small bag from a loose floorboard. "Undetectable expansion charm," he explained. "I have a tent inside, food and some of our clothes. Catch." Throwing it towards Hermione, he strode to one of the poster-covered walls. Ignoring the protests of the animated players, he tore the sheet away to reveal a small cubbyhole. "Got our documents here along with some galleons I managed to squirrel away." And, he took out a stick, a one-way, untraceable portkey to the middle of a forest a few kilometers away from here where a second dormant portkey is waiting to take us to another place in the Forest of Dean. We can then book it by foot and then decide on our next course of action. Just then they were distracted by more noise. Unable to help herself, Hermione walked to the window. There, she saw Harry walk towards the house. The wards that she and Percy had painstakingly researched and erected to slow any intruders down were being carelessly destroyed by Harry as he walked forward. He did not even bother to lift a finger as he tore each and every one of them down. The casual way they all came down was like a slap to the face. She stared at this off-the-cuff display of wandless magic. When had he become so obscenely powerful? Harry just stood there as he froze all the gnomes that rushed forward to attack him. "It takes 100 wizards to kill a Noondu," Harry said in a conversational yet still carrying voice. "And yet, I killed one a few months back by myself with a sword. You think a bunch of garden gnomes is going to stop me? Well, let me tell you one thing." With a small twitch of his fingers, each and every one of the creatures exploded into a fine mist, coating the frozen grounds except for the area around the king in their blood and gore. In their room, two completely stark naked boys were watching with round eyes and odd expressions. "Wow," the elder one said, drawing the word out, as the other cheered. "Go Dad." Just then an orange streak darted toward Harry. "Crookshanks," Hermione cried out from her vantage point. "No." Harry raised his arm, bolts of lightning sprang towards the cat, frying it in mid-leap and blowing a cauterized hole through it. "That was for killing Randolph and Winky, Granger. Though each of them is worth 1,000,000 of your pathetic pet, and your life combined, you buy. Ch." Seeing Harry approach the front door, making the house shake, groan and shudder with his magical aura, Ron grabbed his wife who was looking at her cat with a heartbroken expression on her face and activated the portkey. It would take them some time before they realized their mistake. But by then, it would be too late. Percy only had a moment to dive out of the way before the front door exploded inwards with Harry a foot away from the doorway. Percy was by no means a fighter. He wasn't even athletic. His completely sedentary lifestyle had even gifted him with a small paunch. As such, he scrambled to get back on his feet and train his wand to a darkly amused Harry. The king negligently backhanded the first spell headed towards him, idly wondering what results the ginger hoped on getting with a disarming hex aimed at a person not holding a weapon. He slowly folded his arms and nonchalantly leant against the doorframe as he deflected the following barrage of spells. Tiring of the game, Harry whipped his hand forward in a blur, fingers splayed, releasing a burst of lightning, courtesy of a silent Sajeta. Percy did not have time to react before he was slammed against the wall, screaming. Harry ended the spell quickly, following up with a wordless Cruciatus, languidly approaching the thrashing and screaming man. The torture curse was enough to get Percy to drop his wand as he screamed himself hoarse. Ending that curse, Harry slammed the ginger to the wall and stuck him there, spread-eagled. "I am going to keep you alive and sane so you can die a traitor's death and appreciate it," he growled. Turning around, Harry headed for the stairs, his anger making magic roil around him, flinging around anything that wasn't bolted down in random directions, and scouring the walls with deep gouges, making them groan with his passage. On the second landing, he was met by a surprise. "Stay back," said Molly Weasley, facing him with her wand drawn. "Step aside, woman," Harry said silkily. "This is your first and only warning." Sparks danced out of Molly's wand. "You will not." With a twitch of his fingers, Harry violently flung her down the staircase before she could finish her sentence. He watched dispassionately as she tumbled down the stairs, bouncing off the corners of the winding stairway as she did so. Sniffing in contempt, he turned to the last obstacle, the door. A quick scan showed that it had a simple locking charm on it. With a gesture, the door was vanished. "Daddy!" Two high-pitched voices yelled as both kids slammed into him. Harry got down to one knee, hugging his sons to him ferociously. Pressing his lips to each of their heads, he inhaled deeply, comforting the children while holding back his own tears. Coming out of the hug, he looked at them properly. The first thing that struck him was how thin they looked. He frowned, noticing that they did not have a stitch on them. "Didn't they clothe you?" he asked, horror-struck. Both boys vigorously shook their heads. "We weren't going to wear troll clothes," James said with a disgusted look on his face as he pointed at the pile of what Harry recognized as Ron's old clothes lying inside. "They're itchy and scratchy and smelly. Just like what you said a troll smelled like in that story of yours." "Daddy, it hurts," Edmund said plaintively, gesturing at his crotch. "All right, hang on," Harry said soothingly. "Daddy is going upstairs now." "No." Harry winced as he was nearly deafened by their shrill protests as they clung to him like limpets. "Shish, Daddy's not leaving." Harry placed his hands on their heads and shot off a mild calming charm. "I will only be gone a few seconds. We need to catch the last of the Ba." He stopped himself mid-word as he remembered that he was talking to his young sons. "Ket cases that took you." He mentally patted himself on the back at the save. Who knew what Daphne would do to him if they started running their mouths and asking what the word meant? It had taken a hellish month of convincing her that Edmund's first word was far, and not F.K. That she had heard him unknowingly utter the profanity within hearing range of the then 5-month-old tot a few minutes before he started saying it did not help matters. Belatedly, he realized that he had been loudly cursing up a storm till he got to them. Oh well, if he knew Ron, they would have heard half the words he had said already. He'd blame Weasley. The last he heard, his former friend was cursing, and cursing loudly. Still, Harry was not looking forward to future conversations. The questions he would have to find creative answers for. He transfigured some of the garments into two beater's bats. "I don't think you are going to consent to putting on any of the clothes that are currently available, and I really don't have time to argue." So, he cast a warming charm on the two to keep them warm. Handing them the bats, he continued. "Hang onto these and hide behind the door till I come down for you. If you hear anyone else coming near and they don't announce themselves, ambush them and start swinging with everything you got and don't stop. Got it?" Seeing them nod, he exited and moved upwards, checking every room as he did so. By the time he reached Ron's old room, he suspected that they had escaped. A look inside the garish Carity shrine to the Chudley Cannons confirmed that fact. Harry backed off. Searching the area would only disturb the crime scene. Destroying it would make it nearly impossible to determine that it was a room in the first place. While he was good, and knew magic most did not, he was not an aura or hit wizard. However, he now had unlimited resources at his disposal. He would send the best of the best track them down. And then, they will pay. Going downstairs, he identified himself and collected the two boys. Conjuring blankets, he wrapped them up. Planting them firmly on his hips, he went down to the drawing room, nonchalantly stepping over the unmoving form of Molly Weasley, who he could tell had died from a broken neck, and ignoring the struggling form of Percy Weasley. He effortlessly conjured a large armchair as he sat down, putting the two boys on his lap. "What's the matter?" he asked in a low voice when he saw Edmund flinch. "Hurts," the 7-year-old boy whimpered, leaning forward and burying his face in his father's robes. The sound of approaching footsteps interrupted Harry before he could ask the obvious question. Finally, Harry said as the first of the Aurors burst in, followed by members of the magical Royal Protection Force. "Your Majesty," Kingsley Shacklebolt said in his deep voice. "I see you have secured the situation." He added wryly, "Yes, and I have secured Princes Edmund and James, as you can see." He winked fondly at the two confused boys. Turning to the Auror, he continued. "Of the 4, 1 has been captured and 1 killed. The remaining 2, Hermione Granger Weasley and Ronald Weasley, have fled. As of now, we declare them traitors to the crown. Find them, Auror. We authorize the use of any means necessary to extract information from the traitor Percy Weasley to gain additional information. Find out who the other perpetrators of this heinous act are." "Indeed, sir." Kingsley barked orders to his team, causing the remaining Aurors to spread out. "The perimeter is secured by a contingent of hit wizards and some of the protection force." He added, "By your leave, Your Majesty, may I aid the investigation around the house?" Harry inclined his head. "And I hope someone has brought a healer with them," he remarked. Immediately a man stepped forward. "Healer Smythe, at your service, Your Majesty," the man said with a bow, chief healer in charge of St. Mungo's. "Excellent," Harry said, getting up. Holding the kids, who were both clinging to him, he continued. "Edmund has a few difficulties, so I think we should not wait." He looked around at the silent guard standing. "Yes, sir," the commander, a grizzled bear of a man by the name of Hammond, said crisply in response to Harry's unanswered question. "Team, move out. Secure this room." Noticing Mark slip in, Harry silently indicated him to stay. He handed James over to the younger man, silently thankful that the boy trusted Mark enough to let go of him for a few moments. As the room was being cleared, the healer reached into his bag and removed a high padded table. Harry gently set Edmund on the table. After some coaxing and gentle prodding, he got the child to remove the blanket. Taking hold of the nervous child's hand, Harry squeezed reassuringly as the healer started his examination. Looks like His Royal Highness has tinea cruris," the healer said with one glance at the boy's inflamed crotch. Seeing the concerned expressions on Harry's face, the healer continued. "Oh, it's nothing major, Your Majesty. Something many male athletes suffer from. It is easily curable, if extremely annoying. However, what is quite surprising is seeing something like this in a young boy. You normally see this in teenagers and adults." He hummed in thought. "Sometimes, it can be caused by moisture build-up in the area, due to poor hygiene. Have you been wearing clean underwear, Your Royal Highness?" Edmund, Harry asked when the boy did not say anything. Inwardly he was quite relieved. Why couldn't the healer just use normal terms was beyond him. Slowly the boy nodded sheepishly, his cheeks coloring. He remembered very well being lectured by his mother on numerous occasions about wearing clean underwear. He had never given it that much thought then. "That was the only thing that was mine," he said softly in defense. "Well, that explains it," the healer said briskly as Harry squeezed the boy's hand reassuringly. "I have a strong suspicion that His Royal Highness has been bathing without removing his underwear too." Seeing the boy nod again, the healer smiled. "Now, how about Your Royal Highness lies down on his front? I think the rash may have spread to the buttocks." Slowly, and with much coaxing from Harry, the boy lay down and with a look of deep trepidation, turned onto his stomach. Harry and the healer inhaled sharply and Mark gasped as they saw the bruises on the bright red backside. "Who did this?" Harry asked in a low and dangerous voice. Seeing the scared look on the Edmund's face, he gently stroked his hair and said soothingly, "Daddy isn't mad at you. He just wants to know who hurt you so he can catch and punish that person." Shaking with silent tears, Edmund told them everything that happened earlier today. Harry just listened, closing his eyes and rubbing soothing circles on the boy's back. Ron was going to wish that he was never born after Harry was done with him. The names the boy called them was quite amusing, though. Mark tightened his hold on James, hugging him closer, earning a squawk of surprise and discomfort from the boy. He had enough experience with a wooden ruler to imagine how much more a wooden spoon would hurt. That had been after one night when he, at 15, had managed to get his hands on some fire whiskey. Completely drunk out of his mind, he had the bright idea of taking Harry's firebolt out for a midnight spin. It was only due to Harry's timely intervention that he had not broken his neck. Mark remembered bawling like a baby the next day, regretting not only his actions, but suggesting that form of punishment in the first place. So, he felt sick as he tried to imagine how much worse it would have been on a boy of Edmund's age, especially with a rash on top of everything. Meanwhile, the healer ran his wand up and down Edmund's body. Slightly underweight, some bruising on the knees and palms, hang on. He frowned, and waved his wand once more. Both Harry and Mark watched with trepidation as the wand moved around the body, finally coming to rest on the left wrist. Someone has put a magic suppression bracelet on the boy. The grim pronouncement made things clear to Harry. It finally dawned on him that he hadn't seen Edmund change his hair color even once from the mousy brown he was sporting. Now he knew why. Closing his eyes, Harry ran his hands down the small thin wrist. He could see the object in his mind's eye. Opening his eyes, he focused on the area and started hissing lowly. Slowly, the bracelet became visible. Still hissing, Harry curled his fingers around the gap between skin and metal, making the object glow brightly till, with a yank, it crumbled. The effects of the bracelet coming off were instantaneous. Edmund let out a whimper as his magic suffused his body, chasing away the sick feeling he had ever since he stepped into the house. Instantly, his hair started cycling through various colors before settling on his favorite blue. One look at the boy told all present that he had gone to sleep. Harry winced internally as he gently coaxed the boy's thumb out of his mouth. All the progress the two of them had made to control this habit seemed to have gone in the past 10 months. "Well, this complicates matters slightly," the healer said. "Normally, I would give him this," he held out a phial, "for his rash, and apply some bruise salve on his bottom after the inflammation subsided, but I am afraid that we are going to have to wait for a while. Preferably till his magic comes under control. I would also like to have him under observation. We must make sure that his core isn't damaged, and also, we need to see if the magic stabilizes. We'll also need to monitor Prince James as well, if my suspicions are correct. Do they need to be in the hospital or can they be observed at home?" Harry asked seriously. The healer thought for a few moments. "It can be done at your Majesty's residence. I shall have a healer attending shortly." Now, he clapped his hands. "Let's have a look at Prince James." Aside from an absence of bruising and rashes, James's condition was the same as Edmund's. Harry quickly took care of the bracelet placed around the boy's ankle, getting similar results minus the display of metamorphagus abilities. He looked at the two bracelets. Percy was in a lot of hot water. But right now, he had to get his sons home. Picking them both up, Harry headed towards the fireplace. Placing a sleeping charm on the two just in case, he activated the flow network. Reappearing in his study, he strode to their rooms and gently laid them back in their beds. Harry. Looking up, he saw Daphne standing in the doorway. The last 2 days had done wonders for the woman, bringing her back to life, even if she was still gaunt and frail looking. Seeing the silent question in her eyes, he nodded and looked down at the sleeping form of James. "They are fine. They just need some patching up." A twitch of his fingers had James sleeping in his pajamas. Smiling at the boy, he went to Edmund's room to do the same. Calling Dobby and another house elf, he assigned them to look over the boys, with instructions to receive the healer that would be monitoring the children. As an extra precaution, he placed security and monitoring charms on their rooms. Then, he took Daphne's hand and led her to their room. They had barely taken a step inside when Daphne crushed herself against him. Her mouth hungry as she at him with vigor and ferocity while her hands scrabbled at his clothes. Harry responded with equal fervor. Crashing on their bed, the two were quick to divest themselves. Their union was short, primal, animalistic, loud and slightly violent, born from a year of frustration from being apart. Daphne all but encouraged him to forcefully drive himself into her as she dug her nails into his back, drawing blood in some places. Harry, in turn, Kedden bit as he carried on like a man possessed. By the time they had finished, both of them were marked by bruises, scratches and bite marks. Their union was a mix of pain and pleasure, as they both let all their negative emotions out. Panting heavily, Harry pulled Daphne to himself, softly running his fingers over her body as he healed the various marks, his own wounds healing rapidly. Again, she whispered, groping him. The second time was a stark contrast to the first. It was slow, sensual and tender, with Harry paying special attention to Daphne before finishing. Drifting off in their post-coital bliss, Daphne whispered, "I missed you." "Same here." Harry turned to his wife. "I hope I did not hurt you," he added with concern. "Well, I did want it rough the first time, and you delivered wonderfully. But the second time," Daphne scrunched her face up. "I have one small complaint. It felt very itchy and ticklish when your mouth was keying me down there." She ran a hand down his cheek, feeling the coarse beard. "I didn't really like that," Harry snorted. "Well then, if my queen wishes it, I shall remove the offending whiskers that caused you such discomfort first thing tomorrow," he said pompously. "But my liege," Daphne replied with equal humor, "the beard makes your majesty look so rugged and majestic. Perhaps if his majesty would let his new beard grow for another month, it might be long enough and soft enough not to cause discomfort to his queen when he keys her in her nether regions." Harry chuckled. "The beard is hardly new. It is, after all, nearly a year old." Silence followed his statement. "That beard is nearly a year old." Harry was slightly offended by the incredulity in her tone. "Yes. Though, to be more precise, it is 10 months old." "Harry," Daphne began, carefully. "I hate to break it to you, but I have seen my father sport a beard for 3 months before mother forced him to remove it. Also, while you were gone, Mark decided to go for 2 months without shaving before getting tired of having a hairy face. Both of them had thicker beards by the time they got rid of it. I could barely see the skin under Mark's beard after a week. Are you sure that yours is 10 months, and not 1 month old?" "What?" Harry was fairly insulted. "No, it is 10 months old," he huffed. "And I will have you know that this is a normal growth. Cyrus and Mark are just abnormally hairy." It just occurred to him that he needed to shave once in 3 days. Perhaps that had some significance. "Ah," Daphne cooed, keying him. "Don't worry. I like my Harry just the way he is. A nice, thick, soft luxuriant amount of hair up here," she caressed his head. "An appropriate amount here," she trailed her hand down the fine hairs on his chest. "And a healthy amount down there," she ran her fingers lightly through his pubic hair, caressing his balls before all but seizing his beak, pulling at and playing with the foreskin. "Minx," Harry growled into her ear, as he became excited again. "I have half a mind to take you again." "And you may," Daphne said. But first, getting up from the bed, she pulled Harry towards the bathroom. Seating him on the small padded ornamental chair inside, the presence and purpose of which still mystified Harry, Daphne slowly strode to the sink and took his shaving things, giving him ample time to admire her ass. Coming back, she straddled him and carefully applied the shaving foam on his face with the badger hair brush. Taking the razor charmed to never become blunt or draw blood, she slowly and gently started to shave his face, taking care not to leave any patches. "There," she declared once she was finished. Applying the aftershave lotion, the label claimed it made the skin especially smooth. She stroked his now hairless cheek. The label turned out to be right after all. "Now you don't look like a grizzled middle-aged man with an itchy scratchy beard." All thoughts of a response were driven out of Harry's mind as he finally found a use for the mysterious bathroom chair. The next morning found Harry sitting in his study on an armchair by the fireplace and looking out at the grounds. Hair still damp from the shower after his morning exercise, he absently stroked his cheek. It felt weird to have a smooth face. If he had to think deeper on it, he would say that he felt a bit lighter and free. "Something I can help you with, Mark?" He half turned in his chair to look at the doorway and the 19-year-old standing there. "Your Majesty." The formal greeting accompanied by the bow of the head caught Harry's attention. Frowning, he turned around. "Mark, quit the crap and sit down," he said irritably, pointing at the sofa in front of him. "I told you yesterday that we have known each other long enough that you needn't be so damned formal." "As His Majesty wishes," Mark said as he sat down, not meeting Harry's eye. Harry swore silently. Ever since he first met the younger man, he could tell that something was bothering Mark. However, they really had no time to talk about it before, what with Harry's accession and subsequent rescue of his children. Hopefully now they could clear the air. "All right, what is the problem?" he finally said after a long moment of silence. "I have noticed that you aren't yourself lately. Is it the Auror Academy? I do know that Dawlish kicked you out. I know for a fact that the reasons were political, so it shouldn't be a problem rectifying it." "No, sir, it is fine," Mark protested in a whisper. "I don't think that I was meant to be an Auror." Harry became annoyed. "Rubbish," he responded heatedly, making Mark flinch. "I know how dedicated you were, so do not give me that." He sat back, cooling down quickly. "Now, how about you tell me what is eating you up inside?" he said after a long moment of silence. Mark took a few deep breaths as if psyching himself up for something. Finally, he took out his wand and waved it over the coffee table separating them. Harry looked at the conjured object with a raised eyebrow. "I hope," he finally said after a moment's silence, "that you have conjured this because you want me to draw a straight line for you, for whatever strange reason." He picked up the thick wooden foot ruler. "Because there is no other use I can see for this object, considering that I told you the last time that there was no way that I was going to use it for any other purpose afterwards." Mark looked at him with consternation. "But, I deserve it. I let you down. If I had been a bit more careful, then Teddy and James wouldn't have been kidnapped. Your unborn child died. Winky and Randolph both died. And it was all because of my carelessness." Harry pinched his nose. "Okay, a few things. 1. You know very well that I do not believe in corporal punishment. Yes, I may have dealt a few swats to James and Teddy before, but it was only to gain their attention when they were being unusually rowdy. And yes, I did use this ruler, or a very similar one, on you after that stupid stunt of yours the summer before your 5th year. But that was because you and Daphne spent nearly half a day badgering me to do that instead of sticking to my preferred method of restricting you in your room in the house with all privileges suspended till the end of summer. I am not comfortable with hitting or spanking. End of story. While I respect it, I don't get yours, Daphne's, Cyrus or Alana's opinions that it should be used. And so, I shall not use it." Seeing Mark open his mouth to argue, Harry held his hand up. "I am not discussing that again. Secondly," Harry continued, "there really isn't anything to punish or forgive here. I know, in my heart, that you would have done your level best to take care of my family while I was away. None of us really anticipated that they would go to such lengths. On top of that, nobody really anticipated their resourcefulness. What happened was not something that we could have controlled. So unless you knew beforehand that they were going to do something like this, then it is not your King fault. But I am still responsible," Mark replied stubbornly. With a supreme effort, Harry kept his face neutral. "All right," he finally said, getting an idea about how to handle this. "Let us pretend for a moment here that this is some alternate universe where you are, for whatever reason that you have come up with in your head, responsible for the children being kidnapped and Daphne's miscarriage. Let's also assume, in this alternate universe, that I actually believe that a good thrashing is the way to go, all right." Harry looked questioningly at Mark as he repeatedly tapped the ruler in his hand. Sure," Mark replied. But before Harry could say anything, he got up and moved to the desk. "I think we should do it the same way as before," he added, as he started to undo his belt. "Oi, shut up, sit back down." Harry interrupted the younger man before he could do anything else. "I am not done speaking." "But, you said, sit." Harry pointed at the sofa with the ruler for extra emphasis. "Now," Harry resumed speaking once Mark meekly sat down. "Even if all of that was true, and we were in such a dimension, I still," he vanished the ruler, "wouldn't go through with it." Harry leaned forward, speaking softly. "Mark, you are now 19. In a few short months, you will be 20. In other words, for better or worse, you are now an adult. You have been an adult for nearly 3 years now. So you can't absolve your guilt, imagined as it is, through a punishment as simple as a sore bottom, or an aching hand from writing lines, or the boredom that comes from standing in the corner or being confined to your room. You don't get to. All you can do is feel bad about the mistake you made, apologize, and promise both yourself and the people around you that it won't happen again. Or, in this case, understand that there was nothing that you could do or change. Soon you will be living by yourself, much to Daphne's and Alana's dismay, I am sure. You are going to have to get used to answering to yourself. Mark was silent for a long while. Growing up S.K.S., he finally pronounced. Oh, it isn't that bad. Harry said lightly. He summoned a bottle of whiskey and 2 tumblers. Grown-ups can do things children can't. Like have a drink at 9 in the morning. He poured a finger each and handed Mark a tumbler. Snorting, Mark took the glass, unable to hide a small smile. With a toast, both men knocked back their drinks. Now, are we good? Harry asked. Or do I have to get you drunk? He held up the bottle. Don't worry, I learned a lesson too that last time. The firebolt has been securely locked away. No, we're good, Harry. Harry smiled as Mark relaxed. Good, now if you don't mind, I have to check on Teddy and James. Harry. Yes, Harry said as he headed towards the door. Mark had a gleam in his eye as he said. I'm glad you got rid of that beard. It looked stupid on you. After all, you can't grow a beard as awesome as mine. Harry's only response was a 2-fingered salute. Walking towards Edmund's room, Harry mentally went through a list of things he would have to do in the near future. Between the different people he would have to meet, and the investigation into the kidnappings as well as the manhunt for Ronald and Hermione Weasley, his days were going to be busy. And that wasn't even considering the announcement of his succession to the crown and the preparations for the official coronation ceremonies both in the Wizarding and Muggle worlds. The Magical Accession Council had carried out their duties of announcing his coronation the previous night, by contacting the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler, the latter, while a smaller publication, had actually grown in popularity under new management which had done away with the more fantastic stories as well as the Wizarding Wireless Network. Harry had finished reading the special editions of both publications while listening to the wireless after his morning routine and was quite satisfied with it. The tone was one of celebration and happiness. The morning's broadcast had also reported many parties that had taken place last night in a style reminiscent of the night of Harry's defeat of Voldemort. The Obliviation Squad had their work cut out for them. The announcement of Edmund's and James's rescue had only added to the good news. Apparently, Harry had gained a lot of sympathy over his children's kidnappings while he was away. However, there still was the mystery of why he had gone incommunicado for such a long duration. To tackle that, Harry would be sending an official statement, his first as King of England, naming the culprits to the newspapers. The news that a senior official from the Department of International Cooperation and the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement were involved in this crime and were branded as traitors would be enough to shock the public. Once that furore died down, there would be another release, giving more details regarding the official reason why the children were targeted. By the time Harry was done, the public probably would be supporting his decision to leave. But that was all in the future. Right now, he had 2 children to attend to. How is he? He asked the healer softly just outside Edmund's room. Why, Your Majesty, the healer stuttered as he bowed awkwardly. The boy, I mean, His Royal Highness Prince Edmund is coming along quite well. He slept through the night and hasn't woken once. However, his magic is much too unstable for the healing potions. He finished regretfully. Will there be any future complications? Harry asked with trepidation. Oh, no, Your Majesty. The healer seemed to slowly become more comfortable around Harry, as he responded with increased confidence. Both Prince James and Prince Edmund will be fine soon enough. Their magic is in a state of flux, so it would be advisable to make sure that they are not too distressed. With enough bed rest, they will be up to scratch in no time. Good, Harry let out the breath he had been holding. I guess Edmund's injuries will have to heal without external magical help then. Indeed, sir. The healer dug into his bag. But I do have a magically neutral remedy for the rash. It works slowly, but it should provide some relief. He handed Harry a small jar. Use that and keep His Royal Highness clean and dry. It should clear the rash up. Also, both the boys' immunity will be low as the magic settles. So it would be advisable to take necessary precautions. Try to limit their exposure to germs for a week at least. Harry nodded in understanding. Does your majesty have any other need? The healer asked. No thank you, Healer Robinson. I shall have my house elf show you to the flow. An elf appeared at that moment upon that pronouncement. By your leave, your majesty, the healer bowed, hiding the surprise that he felt on his face upon Harry knowing his name. Remembering not to show his back to Harry, he slowly backed out of the hallway, only turning when Harry opened the door to Edmund's room. The sleeping form within stirred as the door opened. Hello, sleepyhead, Harry said as he sat down by the bed. Edmund mumbled an absent greeting as he yawned expansively. Harry could tell the moment the boy realized that he was talking to his father when Edmund closed his mouth with an audible click and looked around him with wide eyes. Finally resting his eyes on his father, the child launched himself at Harry, nearly strangling the man with the enthusiasm and intensity of his hug, breaking down into tears. Harry hugged back with equal passion, making calming noises as he held and rocked the sobbing child, negating the wild magic Edmund was throwing around and repairing the damage that was being caused simultaneously. I thought it was a dream, the boy finally said tearfully after he calmed down a little. No, it's all real, Harry said soothingly. I told you I would be back. Just then the door opened and another blur shot through yelling, Daddy! At the top of his lungs. Harry grunted, thrown back onto the bed as James collided with him. The three of them lay there in silence for a moment before James started chattering away about what he had seen the last night, describing everything he saw in great detail. Harry was slightly disconcerted to learn that both boys took great pleasure with the exploding gnomes. Why aren't you Harry anymore, Daddy? James's question got his attention. Harry asked with bemusement. Yes, your beard, James stated patting Harry on the cheek. It wasn't as big as Mr. Pritchard's though, he said, referring to one of his tutors. Letting his head flop back on the bed, Harry chuckled self-depreciatingly. Well, Mummy didn't like it very much, so she had Daddy remove it last night. His remark had both boys immediately clamoring to see their mother. All right, hold on, Harry said with humor. First we have some business to take care of. James, could you be a dear and wait for me here? Teddy and I will just go to the loo for a moment and take care of his rash. Harry was quite surprised when his eldest unashamedly removed his pajama bottoms right there and then instead. Before he had left, Edmund was notoriously modest around his younger brother. Harry also noticed that James was surprisingly quiet. Generally, the younger one would start giggling in a bid to needle his older brother. Mentally shaking himself, Harry gently applied the cream on the affected area, explaining to both the boys what the healer had told him. Right, now let's go see Mummy, Harry said, screwing the lid of the jar closed while cleaning his hands magically. Floating the discarded pajama bottoms to him, he held it out to Edmund. Surprisingly, the boy shied away. Don't want to, he mumbled. Well, we can't really have you running around half nude, Harry exclaimed, getting over his shock quickly. Even if the boy tended to wear unwashed clothes, he still made an effort to be clothed. James was the budding naturist. Speaking of which, James, Harry said with narrowed eyes, wondering how he had missed that. What did I tell you about wandering around only in your shirt? Not to. James replied with an innocent smile. Put them on, Harry deadpanned, floating out one of Edmund's other pairs of bottoms in front of the boy. The two of them were of the same size anyway. Why? Harry rolled his eyes at the wine. Because it is not appropriate. Why? James repeated plaintively. Why don't you try it too, Daddy? It feels nice. That's also not appropriate, Harry replied wryly. Bottoms on, now. But why? James asked again as he slowly started to pull the trousers on. You'll understand when you get older, Harry replied tolerantly. You always say that, James grumbled. I am a whole year older. Do you understand why you can't wander around BPD? Harry asked expectantly. Seeing the blank look on the boy's face, he nodded. Hence, you are not old enough. James quickly changed track. I understand now. If you did, then I would not have to tell you to cover yourself up. Leaving James to process what just happened, Harry turned to Edmund. Seeing the obstinate look on the boy's face, he floated a pair of boxer shorts from a drawer. Holding those out, Harry only gave Edmund a meaningful look. Pouting, the boy slowly put them on, helped by his father. Shortly enough, the three were headed to the master bedroom where Daphne was still sleeping. The reunion was slightly muted as the boys had managed to tire themselves out and Daphne, having just awoken, could only crush the two to herself. "Dad," Edmund said slowly, "why were those men talking to us strangely?" Harry, who was watching his family finally together fondly, gave a small start. Exhaling, he started explaining everything. By the time he was done, both boys' eyes were wide. So were real live princes?" Edmund finally said incredulously. "Yes," Harry said finally. "Of course, yours and James's official title will become clearer later on. Generally the next in line will be Prince of Wales or, in the magical world, Prince of Avalon, but that was then. Now," Harry shrugged. "Now, I don't want either of you getting a big head over this. This does not change anything." Harry continued warningly. "Of course, you will now be under the public eye more often, especially around Muggles." He hid the tone of disgust. "So you will have to learn how to handle that. I will try and keep you from that as much as possible, however. The limelight isn't as pretty as it seems. But all of that can wait for later, when you are older. Right now, it's bath time. After that, it's off to bed for the two of you." "But we're not sleepy," James complained. On cue, he started to yawn. "Of course not," Harry replied with a smile on his face. "But those are healer's orders. So, get going. I will have an elf have your bath things ready." Harry frowned when he saw Edmund bite his lip, looking like he wanted to say something. He began shyly before stopping. "Can you come with us, Daddy?" James asked softly. Harry frowned. Before he had left, the two of them were bathing on their own, without house elf supervision. Harry would never forget the time when Edmund started. After half an hour of the boy being in the bathroom, a concerned Harry did not know what to think when, upon opening the door, he saw his eldest son sitting under the running shower, holding an umbrella and reading a book. The pictures he had taken of the oblivious boy were quite cute. Not that Edmund knew about those. The last time the two of them had bathed together, much less with Harry, was years back when they were two. Husband and wife exchanged glances. Harry was fully prepared to refuse as he did have quite a lot of work to do, not to mention that he wasn't about to bathe again. He also was of the opinion that the boys were old enough to clean themselves without supervision. But the pleading look on Daphne's face stopped him. "All right," Harry sighed. He definitely would have to think of finding a mind healer to talk to the boys, lest serious problems develop later on. Another bath later, Harry had bundled the kids into Edmund's expansive bed, another first, and left them with Daphne, as the boys were reluctant to let either parent out of their sights. Exiting, he headed back down to his study. His first meeting was with Hammond, who was standing outside the door of his study in rigid attention. "May I ask for a few moments of His Majesty's time?" the burly man said with a formal bow after Harry acknowledged him. "You may," Harry said with a nod. Opening the door, the man bowed Harry inside. "What is it?" Harry said once the two of them were seated. "Begging your Majesty's pardon, but I must share a concern." Hammond began slowly. "I do not think it was wise of your Majesty to have left yesterday without the protection of my men. It is the job of the Royal Protection Force to ensure your Majesty is not harmed. We cannot help but feel that going into a hostile environment without us goes against our intended purpose with regards to your person." "I understand," Harry finally said after giving the man's words some thought. "My well-being is a matter of great concern for you and your team. However, in our defense, we have been quite used to dealing with things on our own." Harry mentally shrugged. He would have to get used to using the majestic plural. "I have gone into far more hostile situations in the past and have come up on top. I am used to independence." Hammond looked relieved. "I understand, sir. Your exploits in the past are well known, after all. But now, the country is invested in your Majesty's health. The risks are far greater now. I would therefore implore your Majesty to please consider using security." "Very well," Harry replied. "But you must understand that I am not used to this. This is new for me and, I wager, new for you. After all, your charges have been far more vulnerable than I." "Indeed, your Majesty," Hammond replied with a rueful grin. "As you rightly said, King George and Queen Elizabeth were far more fragile, no offense. However, they were also easier to keep up with." "Ah, you have been in the business long, then?" Harry commented with interest. "I turn 90 in a few months, sir." The man replied. "In fact, my grandson has just joined the service recently. How is the security around the house going?" Harry finally said after some silence. The men are getting acclimated to the environment. Hammond replied briskly. The house may be significantly bigger than Sandringham, but that is not an issue. However, this is the first time we are working in a magical house. Get someone from the Auror office or the Hit Wizard forces to act as a consult. Harry replied. Grimacing mentally and wondering if he had taken leave of his senses, he added, I suggest talking to Alistair Moody first, however. As far as security goes, he is the best. Also, talk to my house elves. They might be small, but they are loyal, and can pack quite a punch. Seeing the man nod, Harry continued. And finally, you could get your men to drop the disillusionment charms and stop using the invisibility cloaks. While I do know that they haven't come anywhere near the rooms, or the family's wing, I want my children to be able to see you around the house at the very least. It might help increase their sense of security. Hammond was flummoxed. How? Seeing the smirk on the king's face, he regained his neutral expression. Of course, sir, I shall inform the guards. Good, we shall speak later about other security arrangements. Very well, Your Majesty, Hammond said, getting to his feet and bowing. Once the chief of security had left, Harry called Dobby. After a short discussion with the elf, whose English had improved dramatically in the past year, Harry managed to achieve a few things. Firstly, he got the elf to call him Master Harry, or Sir, as opposed to the far more flowery alternative involving his new royal status, and secondly, he established Dobby as the personal protector of Edmund and James. The elf would exclusively watch over the boys and see to their needs, as long as Harry approved of the latter, of course. Done with that, Harry joined his wife for a short lunch. The children were still asleep, and would be woken up later on. His first meeting that afternoon was with Kingsley. So what do you have for me? Harry said after the formalities were observed. We finished our investigations of the property where the children were recovered. The man handed Harry a file. These are our results. Harry swiftly read through the file. Yes, Molly Weasley. Harry closed his eyes when he saw the part about her death. It had been marked as accidental with a question mark tacked on at the end. Her death was an unfortunate accident. I only wanted to get her out of the way. She was, after all, standing between me and the children, her wand raised and threatening. I did not anticipate that she would bounce off the walls and stairs, breaking her neck in the process. Harry noticed Kingsley relax infinitesimally. He supposed that the man did not approve of Molly dying. If Harry was sad that she had died, it was because he wanted her to be tried and executed. His blood boiled every time he remembered her face and the way she stood in front of him as if she was right to take his children away from him. He relaxed the fist he made with his right hand. The woman was dead. Nothing else mattered. I shall make a note of that, sir. Kingsley stated. Harry resumed reading the file. When he got to the end, his eyebrows shot up. Well, someone made a mistake. Ronald Weasley sat at the table with his head in his hands. Hermione had still not given up sobbing. After their portkey had whisked them away to their destination, he had picked up the second portkey lying a few feet away and activated that, taking them to their final destination. It was Hermione who was the first to realize the crucial mistake they had made after they had put up their tent and set up their wards. Rose, was the first word she whispered ever since they had made their escape. For one long moment, they stared at each other in horror as they realized that in their haste to get away, they had forgotten their daughter. But that moment passed quickly. Both of them sprang into action almost simultaneously. Hermione bolted for the entrance of the tent, intent on apparating back to the burrow, her panic-stricken mind only telling her one thing, to get to her child. Ron, on the other hand, moved to block Hermione. As much as it broke his heart, he knew that they could not afford to go back. Going back would mean their heads. It would not be of any help to Rose. It had taken a fair bit of struggling, but Ron won in the end after he stunned Hermione. The argument the next morning had been memorable. It was the first time Ron had won without Hermione even being able to gain a foothold. Hermione had started off by first blaming him for leaving Rose behind. She had then started calling him irresponsible, while accusing him of being uncaring about their child. That set Ron off. Irresponsible, he snarled. How dare you? I was the one who took care of Rose when you were away. Me. I fed her, I clothed her, I taught her, and I took care of her. You may have provided the money, but that was it. I was there to put her to sleep while you were out there the wrinkled asses of those old men. He snorted derisively. If anyone has any cause to go back, it is me. Not the ever-absent mother. Seeing Hermione about to open her mouth again, no doubt to make some furious point, he spoke over her. And I wouldn't have to go back there if you hadn't brought those brats into the house. I told you, both you and Percy, that it was a bad idea. But did you listen? No. Stupid bint. I did not kidnap those children. Hermione whispered furiously, her face flushed. How dare. But you had the chance to send them back, which is just as bad. Ron countered without missing a beat or letting Hermione finish. All of this is your fault. He continued in a furious voice. You were the one who kidnapped those children. You were the one who played with the big fish. And you were the one who did so without even seeing to the safety of the family. He punctuated each sentence with an accusing jab of his finger. So you don't get to say that this was my fault. Oh, and you are completely blameless in this, aren't you? Hermione screeched after a long pause. I don't see how I am culpable here. Ron responded with a raised eyebrow. It isn't as if I could go and return those kids. Not without you threatening me. Don't think I have forgotten that. Oh yeah, well, this is your escape plan, Hermione blustered. And the direct result of this is Rose getting left behind. She smirked at the look on Ron's face. And you had a better idea to get us out. Ron replied matter-of-factly, causing the smug smile to slip off her face. Other than the call the old men plan that you were so desperately trying to execute. He chuckled at the expression of mute impotent rage on her face. Yeah, I thought so. Looks like I was the only one who had a viable escape strategy. And I had to contend with taking you out of there. It wasn't as if you were exactly responsive. My initial plan included taking Rose, you know. And that depended heavily on you keeping your king head. But now I realize the mistake I made. You never could keep your head in a stressful situation. First it was the devil's snare all those years ago. But there's no wood. He mocked in a high falsetto. Now, it's this. I should have realized that. So yeah, now that I think about it, you are right, it is my fault. It is my fault for thinking that you had king brain. Oops. Sneering, he turned away from her, heading towards the tent flap. Whirling around, he challenged his wife. Go on, call those old men now. I know you still have that mirror on you. See if they respond with some lovely miraculous idea that is going to get the most powerful man in Britain off our backs. I am going out for a walk to get some firewood. If you plan on going back home, which no doubt will be crawling with oars now, do leave a note so I know what to do. Whirling around, he left the tent. Breathing heavily, Hermione picked up the mirror and practically yelled for the Marquis of Diagon, not expecting an answer. She was quite surprised when her reflection faded to reveal the familiar features of Lord Diagon, who wore a very irritated look. Yes, the man snapped out. Finally, Hermione huffed softly, but not softly enough as Diagon's upper lip curled minutely. You have to help us. Diagon's eye twitched minutely at the demanding tone the woman was using. Oh, he said unconcernedly. And why is that? I think you know why. Hermione practically shrieked. You owe me. We only agreed to keep those children because you had taken them in the first place. If I recall, Diagon drawled. It was at your behest. You were the one with the idea. Not giving her time to speak, Diagon continued, his tone now arctic. You see, Mrs. Weasley, there is no way on this planet that either I or the Order is going to help you. Why, you ask? It is because you are nothing but a pawn on the chessboard of life. When presented with a choice between my life and family and yours, well, I guess you can imagine what our choices are going to be. It isn't anything personal, it's just business. He paused. Actually, no, it sort of is personal for me. I don't really like you since I find you to be an annoying swat. Goodbye. Saying this, Diagon threw the mirror down. Hermione flinched reflexively and closed her eyes when a jet of light left the aristocrat's wand and seemingly headed towards her. When she next saw the mirror, it only showed her horrified reflection as she realized that Diagon had destroyed his mirror. An hour later, Ron entered the tent to find his wife bawling away in the bedroom. However, this time he couldn't find it in himself to be bothered. For the first time in his life, Ron wondered if he had chosen the right woman to marry. He found himself wondering how things would have been different had he not proposed to Hermione after finding out she was pregnant. If, perhaps, he had taken the less honorable route and left her to raise the child on her own. But then he thought of Rose, his darling daughter that he had spent 6 magical years raising, the small child, his child, that he had watched grow up. No, he wouldn't have changed anything. Every moment with Rose was worth it. Taking a deep breath did not do anything to stop the flow of tears. Nicholas. The man in question bowed from the neck. Not that Harry could see it, what with his back turned towards the alchemist as he gazed out at the gardens of Buckingham Palace. Your Majesty. As the king turned around slowly to face him, the ancient alchemist felt the very air become heavy with magic. The lights in the room flickered due to the magical interference. Nicholas may be long-lived, he may be extremely intelligent and talented, with a wealth of experience under his belt, but there was one deficiency that he had. Magically speaking, he and his wife were average. In a full-out battle, the amaranthine alchemist was no match for powerhouses like Dumbledore and Voldemort. He relied on guile, experience and his knowledge to win the day. His many inventions had won quite a few battles against people more powerful than him. However, here was someone that he knew with certainty that he could not beat. The new king was far too powerful. Not only that, but Nicholas had sworn his loyalty to the royal bloodline. His own magic would ensure that attacking the king, unless he switched nationalities, would end badly for him. Of course, there still was that contract he had the boy sign years back. Perhaps that might help him. Please, sit, Harry said with a cold smile after Nicholas took his hand and bowed. The crown on his head gleamed dully, a testament to his authority and power. As the two took their seats, something seemed to shift in the king's eyes and suddenly the heavy oppressive feeling disappeared. It has been a long time since we last met, Harry finally said after a long moment of silence. He opened a crystal decanter of fire whiskey and poured the contents into a tumbler of cut diamond, pointedly not offering his guest a glass. So much has changed. Languidly swirling the contents of the tumbler, he took a sip, savoring the feel of the alcohol as it burned its way down his throat. For how long have you known that you were royalty? Nicholas spoke up, ignoring what Harry said. Did you know? Harry's gaze was firmly on the glass in his hand as he pretended not to hear what Nicholas had said, smoothly shutting down the other man's attempt at taking control of the meeting. That the minute I was crowned, and took on my regnal name, all magical contracts that I had signed beforehand were voided. The king's smile was shark-like as he spotted the momentary look of consternation on the alchemist's face from the corner of his eye. I had no idea myself, he continued casually. Till I got the chance to look at the contract you had me sign all those years ago. Harry took out a roll of parchment. Opening it, he showed Flamel the contract. A glance at the bottom showed that the name had disappeared. So, the king continued, now leaning back and staring at the beautifully decorated ceiling of the white drawing room. In case you were wondering what this means, it's quite simple, I am no longer your pawn. And, brilliant green eyes pinned Nicholas down. To answer your question, I knew for quite some time. I also knew that allying with you would be to become your pawn. But the problem was that I needed you at that time. While I may have dedicated most of my time in training to defeat Voldemort, I knew that it wasn't enough. So, I kept any and all information concerning me from you and slowly, right under your decrepit nose, I planned and plotted so I could finally set myself free. The heaviness suddenly reappeared. Did you think that after Dumbledore I would consent to being some other old man's pawn? Moments of tense silence followed this proclamation. Now, here's the situation. Harry finally said, I could very well find some way to make your life miserable. As king, in an absolute monarchy no less, it is quite easy for me to do. However, you do retain some use for me. Like me, you want the Muggles out of the picture, though you have been at it for a relatively longer time. The difference, of course, is that while I see them as a threat to the magical population due to the increase in populations and thus, the decrease in the ease by which secrecy can be maintained, you just want them gone to avenge your son's death. Which, considering that it happened a really long time ago, is kind of sad, really. I mean, you had your revenge on the main instigators. Anyway, here we are, two people with the same goal. A common enemy, if you will. So I propose a new alliance. Harry took out a new roll of parchment and placed it in front of Flamel. What are the new terms for the deal? Nicholas finally bit out. Your personal army shall now belong to us. Harry replied, slipping into pluralis my status with ease. They shall be the new military arm of the Department of Mysteries. Along with that, we take full rights of all your inventions and research, excepting the Philosopher's Stone, which we shall allow for your personal use. Though, we shall take the notes you have written concerning the artifact, and we also reserve the right to commandeer it as we see fit. You shall also share all your plans, past, present, and future, with us, and shall only carry out actions after we approve of it. Finally, an oath, both from you and your wife, that you shall not change or attempt to change citizenship or attempt to seek residence anywhere else other than Britain. We have included that oath in the contract, by the way, so all you have to do is sign. That doesn't sound much like an alliance, Flamel replied with a stony expression. Harry raised his eyebrows. Indeed, we offer you legitimacy, an increase in funds and resources. Your little army will be bolstered with Aurors and hit wizards. Some, he stressed on the word, of the secrets of the Department of Mysteries will be available to you. He leaned forward, bringing his hands together under his chin. We think that this is quite a generous bargain. Flamel picked up the multi-page contract. I shall have my lawyers. Harry chuckled lowly, interrupting the man. This offer is available now. Either you sign it, or... Backlit green eyes shifted ever so infinitesimally to the right, over Flamel's shoulder, causing the ancient man to turn around. Flamel took in a deep breath as he saw the phalanx of floating knives and daggers all pointed at him. The daggers are made of top-quality goblin steel, Harry said conversationally. Half are imbued with basilisk venom and the other half have been exposed to Noondu breath. He leaned back, his hands still on the table. I know that you are practically immune to any and all poisons, thanks to your little tonic. Harry continued as Flamel turned slowly to face him. But I would love to see how well your immortal heart beats after it has a few knives stuck into it. Harry floated one of the daggers forward till it was eye level to Flamel, making sure that the alchemist noticed the casual display of wandless magic. I see you have been quite busy in Africa, Your Majesty. Harry was quite impressed with how Flamel managed to keep his voice steady despite the blade that was 2 inches away from his left eye. He wasn't too worried about the other man having any hidden tricks. The way his face was sweating gave the game up. Very well, where do I sign? Harry smirked as the old man finally put quill to parchment. As he leaned back in his chair, the pressure in the air dropped and the knives vanished. So, I hope you have a better plan for your goals. Merlin knows that your previous one's ked. I do admit that inciting war and watching those Muggles fight each other is quite fun. But you have to admit, we need another strategy. Then again, your Muggle friend did help me out tremendously the past year. Nicholas twitched minutely, causing Harry to smirk. Yes, I mean that man. I found out about his connection to you and the few events that you have orchestrated through him. He was quite valuable in helping me jump the queue. How? Perhaps next time you get yourself a pawn, I suggest that you make sure that the pawn either does not know that he is a pawn or that he has limited information about your dealings. After all, as I have demonstrated just now, one cannot rely only on magical contracts and oaths. Nicholas could not help the flush of color on his cheeks at the condescending tone as Harry spoke to him. Oh, I guess I made you unhappy. Harry said in that same condescending tone, a large smug grin on his face. So I think we shall leave off for today. Let's meet later, when we are both fresh. It will give you time to ensure that Perenelle signs the contract too. Harry smiled. I think it would be a good idea to send people to escort you, one must make sure that nothing happens. He flicked his finger, making a Patronus appear. Hammond, have the escort ready to take our dear guest to his house. As the magical construct cantered away, turning invisible as it neared the door, Harry turned to the alchemist. Goodbye, Nicholas. George, you might want to come and look at this. The man in question looked up from his paper to his twin. Fred and George Weasley had come far in life. Thanks to the success of their business, which now had branches in France and Italy, with plans to buy Zonkos imminent, they were no longer living in a small flat above their Diagon Alley shop. Each of them had enough money to buy a decent-sized house in a well-off neighborhood. However, they chose to pool their money and buy one larger house surrounded by a small bit of land in the countryside instead. Fred lived in one side of the house, and George the other. They met regularly during mealtimes, in their basement laboratory, and holidays. Otherwise, managing their business took them to separate places. One brother would be overseeing the branch in Milan while the other would be in Paris, Hogsmeade or Diagon Alley in the same day. While it was true that they could afford, and had, supervisors, both brothers preferred a hands-on approach. It gave them something to do besides invent. Besides, this was their baby. Speaking of which, once they bought Zonkos over, they would have enough to start hiring a research team of their own. There was only so much creativity that the two of them could come up with. Also, they wouldn't stay young forever, and what better way to keep their products relevant to the young and the mischievous than having a young innovative team? George took the letter from Fred. I wonder who this is. He mused. Didn't you notice the snowy owl leave? Fred responded dryly. George whipped his head towards the window. Sure enough, he could make out the fast disappearing form of one very distinctive owl. Ah, he said. So this isn't from one of your kinky girlfriends asking for a threesome. Fred gave his snickering twin a dirty look. Oh, for the love of, that was one time. Once. And I only showed you the damn letter because you insisted. It's not my fault you were being so nosy. He shuddered. Why would that stupid woman think that I would be willing to do that with you or vice versa? Gah. George only smirked as he looked at the open letter. Harry wants to see us, he stated with eyebrows raised as he finished reading the summons. Over the years, the twins had been keeping in touch with their silent partner and the person they considered their brother in everything but blood. Subsequently, they were quite friendly with Daphne and Mark and rather popular with the children who the twins could not wait for to grow up some more. They had big plans for the boys. They were quite shocked when they found out that Harry had to leave the country. The fact that it was because of Hermione and Percy, according to Mark, only served to anger them more. Bill had told them after the attack on the Tonks household about the money their parents and Ron were getting from Dumbledore. Any disbelief they felt upon hearing that news had been swiftly killed when they saw the proof. Harry had insisted that all of that was between him, Molly, Arthur, Ron and Hermione. He had made them swear not to get involved in the unpleasantness, saying that he would not be in any way responsible for the splitting up of a family. Not that they were planning on listening to him anyway. All three of them thought of Harry as their little brother. It was their duty to confront their family and tear them a new one for what they did. However, they never did get their chance. Arthur's death had completely changed Molly Weasley, making the normally overbearing woman downright controlling. For whatever reason, she had demanded that each of her sons give up what they were doing and get respectable jobs in Britain. By which she meant the ministry. To top it all, she had not even waited for Bill's wedding to get over. Needless to say, none of the brothers were happy about her demands. After his wedding, Bill had been quick to get out of the country and to France with his wife, where he had applied for a transfer to Egypt, while Charlie was equally swift in moving to Romania and applying for a transfer to another dragon reserve in the country. Meanwhile, the twins would flit between stores to minimize contact with their mother. A few discreetly placed inventions of theirs alerted them of the arrival of either her, Ron or Hermione. They weren't too worried about Percy. Once Ginny was made aware of what those three had done, and George would never admit that she had made him sing like a canary within 5 minutes, she too wanted out. To help her out, the four brothers had chipped in to get her out of the house as soon as possible. Although, Harry was a minor reason compared to the fact that her mother was planning on her be a housewife for a nice boy. Ginny was far too free-spirited for that. And so what was once a large family was now split exactly in two, a fact that George, ever obsessive with even numbers, had commented on many times. I hope he doesn't think that we know anything about Ron and Hermione's whereabouts. Fred spoke up, recalling the paper he had read a few days back. Neither of them knew how to react to the news that Ron, Hermione, Percy and their own mother had been complicit in the kidnapping of Harry's children. Combined with the news of Harry's accession, a week beforehand, they were thrown in for quite a loop. The form of Percy Weasley stirred as the door to the dungeon opened. Ever since he had been moved from the ministry holding cells to this new dungeon and actually manacled there, he had been given no rest. Bright lights would come on every time the sun sank below the horizon, making it hard for him to get a moment's sleep. Whenever he nodded off from sheer exhaustion, he would be woken up by a loud noise or a drop in temperature. What was worse was that he was barely being fed. The only form of nourishment he got was a jug of water. So it was quite a surprise when the door finally opened. He barely had any time to react before he was roughly yanked to his feet. A fist crashed into his stomach, making him groan in agony. Enough. A hidden voice commanded. Status report. The prisoner has been kept isolated and disoriented as ordered, sir, a nearer voice replied. We have made sure that he gets less than 5 minutes of sleep at a stretch. Percy squinted up at the doorway. His glasses had long been taken from him. In fact, he did not have a stitch of clothing on his body. Good, good, the first voice said. It has been exactly 5 days. Yes, sir. Rough hands pulled his hair down, forcing his face up. Another hand grasped his jaw and turned it here and there. Fingers pried his eyes wide open, making him stare into a pair of black eyes. The prisoner is ready for interrogation. Any occlumency barriers have broken by now. Pity, I was expecting him to have lasted a bit longer. There was a pause. Well, what are you waiting for? Get on with it. They apparated to Harry's house on the day of their meeting, a few yards from the main gate. Their first impression of the manor was that it was just the same, despite what had gone on the past few days. As they neared the gates, the differences hit them immediately in the form of a very intimidating-looking guard. Fred's eyebrows rose as the guard informed his superior through what had to be a very discreet type of communication device. In their line of work, they both had experimented with a variety of ways by which they could establish a method by which two people could communicate easily without others knowing. It definitely would be a hit with the kids. They had researched what the Muggles had come up with in their quest. While what they found out was quite impressive, it wasn't to this scale. Shaking himself out of his internal musing, he followed his twin and the guard across the grounds. Besides them, there was nary a single soul present in the grounds. Not that he would blame them. It was far too cold to be outside. Though, there was a great chance that the property was crawling with invisible guards. The inside of the house, while still familiar, had guards present intermittently at every doorway. The visitors noted with interest that the gloves on their left hands were slightly different from the one on their right. Right, a few things that should be noted before you meet His Majesty. The voice of the person who they were handed to by the guard outside broke them out of their thoughts. With the air of a person who has done this many times, the man leading them to the study told them about the protocol that should be followed when meeting the King of the United Kingdom. By the time he was done, they had reached their destination. Harry stood up when he heard the knock on his door. He hid his shock when the twins, in a never-before-seen display of dead seriousness, formally greeted him according to the protocol that he had been extensively trained in by the Queen. As soon as the door shut, he spoke up. Is there any reason why the two of you decided to enter the house through the front gates and not through the fireplace in the entrance hall as you usually do? When no answer was forthcoming, Harry continued. After all, I thought we were like family. It is the main reason why I have given the two of you reprobates access to my fireplace while other friends have to come via the main door. So does that make us princes as well? Fred finally said cheekily after a moment of contemplative silence. Harry snorted, and just like that, the tension in the room was lifted. Oh, I have missed the two of you, he said, wiping tears of laughter. So how are the two of you holding up? Harry finally said after a few moments. Fred shrugged mutely, looking out of the window. It's hard, George finally said slowly. I know that what they did was horrible, but in the end, they are still family. Horrible isn't even beginning to cover what they did, Harry muttered. What do you mean? Fred asked warily, wondering if he wanted to know the answer. Looking at the desktop, Harry haltingly described the condition he had found his children in. Those, George inhaled sharply, horror clearly writ on his features as Fred clenched, shaking hands. I can't believe. Nor could I believe that they would sink so low, Harry finally said, keeping a tight hold on his emotions. How are they? Fred asked softly. For some reason, he found himself unable to meet Harry's eye. Traumatized, according to the mind healer that is counseling them, Harry said lowly. They insist on keeping either one of us in their sights. And by us, I really mean me. Not a day has gone by when I wake up to find them in my bed sandwiched between Daphne and me. Once they woke up and didn't find me around, well, all hell broke loose then. He rubbed his forehead. They even insist on bathing with me. The worst of it was Teddy. Not only did he put up quite a fight, and thus drove Ron into a fit of rage, but apparently one of those four, I bet it was Ron, let it slip that he was adopted. The twins winced. How did that go? George asked. Well, he didn't take it too badly, Harry said after a few moments of thought. Although, I did have the very unenviable task of telling my 7-year-old son that his birth father was nothing but a lousy cowardly runaway a whole year before schedule. And that is without telling the boy that it was because of his birth father running his mouth that his birth mother died even before she could properly give birth to him. Harry grimaced. I had hoped that he wouldn't ask me how his mother had died, though I shouldn't be surprised. At least the two of us have 3 years to prepare for that conversation. Harry exhaled slowly. Thankfully, Edmund had taken the news quite well. His only questions had been why Lupin had run off and left him and Nymphadora behind and how had his mother died. Harry had promised to answer those questions later on when the boy turned 10. The initial plan had been to tell Edmund about Lupin and Nymphadora when he turned 8 or at the latest, by 10. Daphne had expressed a preference for a later time, possibly never, but Harry felt that it would be best to get it over with as soon as possible. He also did not want to lie to his son. Not for something this big. For the first time, he appreciated the difficulty in imparting such news to a child. No matter how old Edmund would get, he would still be Harry's little boy. The urge to protect both of them from the evils of the world was strong. That was also one of the other reasons that he wanted Muggles gone, now that he thought about it. Anyway, forget that. I do have some things I need to discuss with you. To begin with, Ron and Hermione's situation, as unpleasant as it is, presents us with an opportunity. Leaning forward, Harry continued. What do you know of your family's history? Both the twins frowned. What has Malfoy told you? Fred asked warily. Harry cocked an eyebrow. Draco says a lot of things. But I do tend to research those things to test their veracity. Whatever reason your grandfather had for doing what he did, the fact is that he was cast out of his family and whoever he sired named blood traitors. Society in general isn't looking upon the Weasleys with any good favor, and the Malfoys would love nothing more than to see misfortune upon you. I know that Septimus Weasley has done the Malfoy family great injustice. He has cheated them, and he took Abraxas Malfoy's bride. That in turn leads Septimus' father to disown him from the family to save the Weasley name. He also willed the Weasley fortune to the Malfoys as recompense for his son's actions. And yet, that is not enough. George said with bitterness. Even ending Septimus' life wasn't enough for the high and mighty Malfoys. No, his son Lucius has to go after Arthur Weasley and us. I know, Harry replied. Draco mentioned that his grandfather had sworn to end Septimus and his Weasley descendants. However, I have a way out of this. Once he knew he had their attention, the king continued. As far as I know, the man once known as William Weasley has changed his name to Guillaume and has taken on his wife's surname, correct? Getting a nod from the twins, he continued. Charles Weasley also has plans to take on his girlfriend's last name after he marries her. That leaves the two of you and Ginny. He looked at the two redheads in question. One of you could take up the Pruitt name and headship of the family. With Muriel's death, you are eligible. The other could take up your great-grandfather's family name, Wesley. If you wish it, you have enough capital to buy back the Pruitt and Wesley seats once Draco officially declares the feud to have ended. Then, either of the four of you could adopt Ginevra, thereby changing her name. Thus, the only Weasleys left behind would be Percy, Ronald and Hermione Weasley. And considering recent developments, upsetting as they are, those three have been declared traitors. Once the first two are captured, they will share Percy's fate, no offense, he added to Fred and George. George closed his eyes as Fred spoke for the two of them. It's no problem, Percy was a prat anyway, and we never thought that Ron was our brother. Even if his tone was light, Harry could see the pain in the man's eyes. Harry only nodded at the twins silently. Platitudes would not help here. I know that this is upsetting, but we can make the best of a bad situation. I have been able to convince Draco to forgive the blood feud, which will therefore make it possible for you to regain your family name and honor. He has, Fred said with raised eyebrows. Well, he agreed that it was time to let things go, Harry replied. Of course, he admitted. The thing with Ron and Hermione might have helped matters. That's nice of him, George finally said. Thank you. Harry smiled inwardly as a long-standing rivalry was brought to a close. Fred, George, Bill, Charlie and Ginny were genuinely nice honorable people. He did not mind relieving the stigma of the feud from them. The only reason he had not done anything earlier was because he lacked the power, and Ron and Hermione were still around. Harry hoped that Fred and George bought back the family seats. It certainly would be interesting to have those two in his court. Now that we have that out of the way, there is one other reason why I called you over. He paused for a moment to collect his thoughts. After I took the kids home from their captivity at the burrow, the Aurors who were securing the property found a little girl hiding in a kitchen cupboard. Let me guess, Fred said dryly, Ron's kid. I have ensured that her name never made it to the papers. Merlin knows that she does not need that kind of attention. He paused to look at both of them in the eye. I feel that it would be a good idea if she were quietly sent off to one of her uncles. Have her in a nice stable home as quickly as possible. Since the two of you happen to be the closest, geographically speaking, he trailed off. You want us to take her in? Fred's tone matched George's expression of incredulity. Bill and Charlie are an option too, Harry replied dryly. I leave it to the four of you. The only reason I am telling the two of you is because you are nearer and thus able to do something faster. Bill is somewhere in Egypt, Charlie is in Romania, and Ginny is currently enjoying La Dolce Vita in France. With Gabrielle. As much as I hate to say it, it's up to you two. The two brothers sat blinking owlishly for a few moments. That, began George, isn't a good thing, raising a kid, he noisily breathed out. What my eloquent and verbose twin here is trying to say, Fred spoke up, is that we are not ready to raise a child. Also, we don't think said child is ready for us. I mean, can you imagine us being respectable people who raise a child? Harry shrugged. It's up to you. Though, I seriously suggest that you take her in, temporarily, at the least. At least till you can arrange something more permanent with Bill or Charlie. Besides, if I had the choice, I wouldn't mind being raised by people like the two of you. The twins blushed at the comment. You seem eager to have her out of the orphanage. George remarked lightly. Well, she does have family nearby. Why? I mean, considering whose daughter she is and all. Harry considered the twins. Both of them had a look of honest curiosity on their faces. So, he finally said, I am not about to judge her by the actions of her parents. I have experienced enough of that to not want it to happen to someone else or, for that matter, do it to someone else. The girl is only 7. She is innocent. The room lapsed into silence after that. You are a better wizard than most, Harry. George finally said quietly. And I apologize. I did not mean to offend you. Harry inclined his head in acceptance. It's fine. Well, I guess that we are going to be making some changes then. Fred said lightly, breaking the moment. Where is the little squirt? He looked around the room, expecting the girl to pop out. She isn't here, is she? Harry barked out a laugh. I might strive to be a good man, Fred. But that doesn't mean that I am going to aim for sainthood. She's in the orphanage. Taking out a thin folder, he looked at it. Her name is Rose. And this is what she looks like. He handed the folder to them. Tell the people there that I sent you. Now, he said standing up, hastily followed by the twins. It is getting late. Would you like to stay over for dinner? I think the boys might like to see their most fun uncles. Ah, Mr. Rothschild, Harry spoke up as the man in question opened the door. Please, come in. After protocol was followed, the king observed the man with a piercing gaze as the visitor sat down opposite him. As with his meeting with Nicholas, Harry had specifically chosen the white drawing room of Buckingham Palace for the meeting instead of his home. Well, Mr. Rothschild, you will not believe this, but we had the rather dubious pleasure of meeting one of your friends, a Percy Weasley. I am not familiar with the name, Your Majesty. Harry's left eyebrow rose till it was nearly touching his crown. Oh. Well, he was quite familiar with you, Mr. Rothschild. By the way, you will be gratified to know that he is doing rather well. We had him relocated to one of our castles following an attempt on his life. Anyway, he had quite a few interesting things to tell us, Mr. Rothschild. Harry spent a moment studying the man in front of him. Under the mien of composure on the man's aristocratic face, the king could detect the hidden nervousness. Taking out parchment and a quill, the monarch placed the items in front of the man. Now, unfortunately, Percy was quite unwilling to speak of anyone other than you or John Dawlish. Dawlish, as we are sure you will be happy to find out, is being investigated as we decide what to do with him. We assure you that he is not going to be happy. And that leaves you. Harry tapped the quill. Unlike Dawlish, you, Mr. Rothschild, have a choice. We want names, Mr. Rothschild, names of the person or persons. Besides you, involved in the affair. These names will make us happy. We need not point out that your happiness is directly tied in with our happiness." As the king finished speaking, a pair of guards decided to make their presence known. Looming over the startled man's shoulders, they provided an imposing sight. Slowly, the man picked up the quill. He was thankful that he had made sure to include a caveat where he would be free to talk about potentially treasonous secrets. Harry picked up the list after the man had finished. He smiled. Good. He held the list over his left shoulder. Summon each and every single one of those on the list, their children as well. Yes, Your Majesty, Hammond said, becoming visible. Harry turned to his guest. You have made the right choice, Lord Diagon. Light streamed through the windows of the throne room in Buckingham Palace, illuminating the opulent chamber and falling on the crown of King Henry IX as he sat on his throne, narrowed green eyes studying the people assembled before him. So, Harry pronounced as he shifted in his throne. Well, technically his predecessor's throne, he had just changed the royal cipher and added a few cushioning charms. Why throw away something that was good, after all? And the throne, even without the charms, was quite comfortable. The Order of the Phoenix, he snorted. Not a group that Dumbledore founded by himself after all. Please, Your Majesty, one of the figures pleaded. Our families did not have anything to do with the unfortunate abduction of your sons. Indeed. Harry's eyes narrowed. Then, Mr. Smith, please explain why it was that I found magic-suppressing shackles on one of my son's wrists with the Hufflepuff crest engraved on it. Yes, Harry continued in a dry tone, his eyes flashing at the paling visage of the person in front of him. He held out the offending object in front of him with two of his fingers as if it were diseased. We believe the word you were looking for, Smith, was, oops. Did you really think that we had you lot brought here to get you to confess because we assumed that you may be involved? He said lowly, his eyes sweeping over each of the men in front of him. We know that your fathers are involved in this matter, Harry spat. Percy Weasley was quite cooperative once we had him hopped up on Veritaserum. Then again, there were no more magical oaths to bind him once his magic had all but left him after we formally had him declared as a traitor. So, the question isn't of your guilt or innocence, rather what should we do with you? Reclining, he regarded the wizards standing in front of him. Fear gripped the minds of the assembled. They all knew what happens to traitors. Not only did they lose their magic, but all properties and titles are seized by the crown, making it impossible for the Quisling's heirs to inherit anything. In short, should the king do to them the same thing he had done to Percy Weasley and John Dawlish, their family legacies would be lost, and their heirs left penniless. The only way they would be able to avoid this, or at least keep their magic, would be if they ran, just like Ron and Hermione Weasley. Something they knew would be impossible. Please, Your Majesty, Lord Jonathan Smith was the first to break, knowing that he had the most to lose. My father, he is old. None of us had any inclination. What are you saying? Harry said after a very pregnant pause. You have to understand, sir, Jonathan was choosing his words carefully. He is old, and old age can do things to the mind. Are you saying that your father has gone senile? Harry finally replied, with a raised eyebrow. Jonathan nodded. Slowly choosing his words, he explained what he and the others now standing next to him had suspected for a long time. Jonathan had no idea why his father had decided on doing such things. The person he knew growing up would have never stooped so low as to kidnap children for no obvious reason. Unlike the king, Jonathan and the rest knew that the group of old men would never have had aspirations towards controlling the crown. What he did know was of the group's weird obsession with Flamel. His father and his father's friends had never thought to share the specifics, however. The only conclusion they could come up with, as much as it pained them, was senility. And this madness was probably there for quite a while. It was only because of how close they were to the situation that they never caught on. Admitting this aloud made his mouth feel like it was full of ash, but it had to be done. The king listened to Jonathan's explanation with a blank expression. One glacé into the man's eyes showed that he was telling the truth. Or at least, what he knew to be the truth. Very well, Harry finally said slowly. We shall take this into consideration. You shall have our final say in this matter tomorrow. Until then, he signaled to one of the guards. You shall be kept in custody. It is but a precaution, we don't want you running off." The smile he sent them was lacking in warmth. Lord Nathaniel looked on in impotent rage as the Auror attached a magical monitoring device to his ankle. Jonathan had arrived half an hour prior to tell him of what the new king had decided. The monarch had deemed it fit to condemn him and his fellows to isolated house arrest. From this moment on, none of them would be able to communicate with each other. Furthermore, aside from family, nobody else could communicate with him, nor could he with them. What conversations he had with his family would also be monitored, effectively meaning that he would have no way to talk about anything private, forget matters relating to the order. Finally, he was also going to be prevented from leaving his own quarters thanks to a ward keyed into him. It was the end of the order, and the end of their cause. Moreover, it was the end of his life. He looked up at the resolute expression on his son's face. The two of them had a blazing row before the Aurors had come in. Nathaniel had tried to tell his son what he had found, only for Jonathan to reject everything, going so far as to destroy what proof he had shown. "I am sorry, father, but I must do what is best for the family," Jonathan had said resolutely as the last of the remnants of the files vanished. "And this cockamamie theory and your obsession with it isn't good for the family." Breathing hard, he continued. "And neither are those friends of yours. You are crazy. All of you have gone senile." As the last of the wards were set in, Nathaniel watched as his son turned around and left the room. Somehow, he suspected that it would be the last he saw of the family or anyone other than the house elves. Closing his eyes, he bowed his head in sorrow. If he had only thought to include Jonathan before, the order's secrecy had been their undoing. Then again, perhaps the secrecy was for the best. It did give Jonathan deniability, and that deniability ensured the continuation of the bloodline. Wearily sinking into his seat, Nathaniel took in the sudden silence. The fight was over. He lost. All he could hope was that somewhere down the line, Flamel got his. "We have found all of those involved in the tragedy surrounding the family." The old woman turned her gaze from the window looking out towards the grounds at Sandringham House to the man sitting in one of the armchairs beside her bed. "All of them," she whispered. "All of them, both in the magical and Muggle worlds." The man confirmed. He sighed. "The previous Minister for Magic has died in an encounter with the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol. Percy Weasley and John Dawlish have been executed, and the other magical conspirators have been neutered." Neutered? The old woman looked at him in surprise. Despite being bedridden and having a frail body that looked as though it would give out at any moment, her eyes were still as sharp as ever. "I take it that you let them live." Harry thought of the contracts he got the heads of the conspirators, families to sign before taking care of the Order of the Phoenix. "I did not want their families affected. They are innocent. And that is something that would have happened if I had gone with my earlier decision. Besides, they are all old men who have gone bonkers. I think spending the rest of the little time they have on this earth in solitude is good enough." His predecessor looked at him for a long moment. "I guess in the end, it is your decision, Your Majesty." She coughed violently. "Not that I am complaining. I would like to think that I would have made a similar decision were I in your shoes." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Harry replied levelly. Taking a deep breath, he continued. "It took them nearly a month, but our agents have managed to track down the Muggles responsible for the bombing." "You found them?" she questioned incredulously. "In a month?" "Well, technically it was 3 weeks. I do apologize for the delay, but the conditions weren't the best." "That's fine, Your Majesty," she quickly replied. "I am certain that the Prime Minister will be quite pleased with this news." She closed her eyes. "After all, we have been searching for that man for a really long time." Harry smiled in response. For a long time, the only sound in the room was that of the beeping Muggle machine that monitored her heart. Eventually, just as Harry was beginning to get concerned, she unexpectedly opened her eyes. "I am glad." Smiling, she started to drift away. Suddenly gazing at him piercingly, she said with certainty, "I don't think I have much time left. It is a blessing, I suppose." She took a deep breath. "I shall finally be reunited with my family, and leave this burden behind. The crown had always felt so heavy. I hope the job does not take you as it took me, and took my father. Good luck." She trailed off, slipping into unconsciousness. Harry looked at the once formidable woman. The death of her family had been quite hard on her. Her health had deteriorated rapidly after the death of her husband. Now, she was bedridden, dying slowly. There were times when Harry felt remorse for playing his role in her condition, even if it was necessary. Suddenly he breathed in sharply when the beeping Muggle machine suddenly started wailing. Despite being out of touch with the Muggle world for such a long time, he knew what it meant. Closing his eyes, he covered her cooling aged hand with his own. The mental link that he was used to feeling thanks to the imperious curse he had cast on her was dead. Bowing his head, Harry opened his mouth, about to say something, perhaps to articulate the remorse that was plain upon his features. But he closed his mouth. Taking a deep breath, he patted her hand. Standing over her, he leant forward as if to place a key on her forehead. Suddenly he straightened, smoothing his expression. Giving her one last look, he nodded and turned around. Setting his shoulders, he walked towards the entrance of the room. At that moment, the assigned nurse burst into the bedroom, followed by a Muggle doctor. Harry stepped aside as he let them do their job. Even though the Queen had formally announced her abdication to the Muggle world a few days after her announcement to the Wizengamot. Despite calls for her to continue at least till accession day in order for her to complete a full 60 years on the throne, thus making Harry the king for more than a month, the doctor still felt compelled to turn around. "The Queen is dead," he intoned solemnly. "Long live the king." The death of the Queen had hit Muggle Britain hard. Despite the many criticisms in the past about her and the royal family, recent events had served to increase the outpouring of sympathy. The streets of London were filled as people came to watch the funeral that took place on March, with millions more tuning in to watch the broadcast. Harry had capitalized on this. Introduced as a member of a cadet branch, he portrayed himself as a humble young man who, until recently, had not known of his relation to the monarch or how close he was to the throne. At the same time, his records showed that he was the orphaned son of a rich nobleman coming from an old family. His academic qualifications had been modified for Muggle purposes to reflect the masteries he had obtained in the languages he now knew. This, combined with tales of how he managed his family estate and expanded it through an amalgamation of smarts and hard work, made him quite attractive to the public eye. The fact that he was good-looking did not hurt matters either. The few pictures the press were allowed to take of the new royal family were featured quite a number of times. Harry was pretty certain that he and his wife had a fan following by now. The thought that his children would have anything similar at this time was too disturbing to contemplate. To further increase his popularity, Harry and Daphne made sure to be seen in as many functions associated with the charities the old royal family patronized. While it was traditional to wait for a year to organize the coronation of the new monarch, Harry's coronation would take place in June upon his predecessor's request instead of the originally planned Diamond Jubilee celebrations. While there had been some thought spent in postponing the event upon the death of the previous sovereign, it was eventually decided to go as planned. Harry stepped out of the gilded coach of state clad in the traditional crimson surcoat and the robe of state of crimson velvet to fresh cheers and roars of the crowd. People had a lot to be happy about, as the leader of the terrorist organization responsible for the bombing of St. James's Palace, and many other incidences worldwide, had been found and killed by a British task force after Harry had happily handed over the information to the Prime Minister. Head held high, the king ceremoniously strode into the abbey, surrounded by his retinue. It felt strange to have a train carried by people, but the endless rehearsals beforehand ensured perfect coordination. Harry went through the motions of the ancient ceremony with an air of solemnity as he was reminded that the bloodline he had taken as his own spanned back to more than 1,000 years. His main worry was his sons, who were seated with their maternal grandparents as Daphne was next to him being crowned as queen consort, and the attention they were under. A glamour charm had been placed on Edmund to ensure that the young prince did not accidentally reveal his abilities. Between the excitement of seeing a big city and the many Muggle contraptions and the nervousness of being under the scrutiny of tens of thousands of eyes, not to mention the millions probably watching from afar, the charm was a definite necessity. So it was with well-suppressed relief that Harry exchanged his crimson surcoat for a purple surcoat and donned the imperial robe of purple velvet. Wearing the imperial state crown on his head with the scepter with the cross and the orb in his hands, he exited the chapel with his wife following as everybody in the building sang the national anthem. In a show of magnanimity, he had borne the costs of the ceremony, reducing the amount of taxpayers' money used by 90%. While there were some that had problems with it, especially since Harry had sprung for a coronation banquet, the first to do so in decades. Most agreed that it was a nice thing to do. "The Prime Minister to see you, sir." Hearing the king's answering voice to enter, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom walked through the open door. "Prime Minister," the king said as he shook the man's hand. Even though this was not his first meeting with the king, the man still found his breath being taken away by the monarch's presence. Even though he was a tall and slender man with a swimmer's build, the new king seemed to just fill the room in a way that nobody he had met ever could. And the Prime Minister knew that it wasn't a magical thing, as the Minister of Magic did not have the same air about him. What was more, the minister's eyes definitely did not glow like the king's. "Please, sit," the imposing man said as he took a seat himself. The next several minutes were spent talking about events pertaining to the country, just as it had been done with the late queen. "I have a question," the king finally said after they had finished with the last item on their agenda. "I believe, Prime Minister, that you have been informed of the existence of magic." Seeing the Prime Minister nod, he continued. "And also, you do know that I am a wizard as well, I take it." "Indeed, sir," the Prime Minister said carefully, wondering where this was going. The king took a moment to gather his thoughts. "What if I told you that I had a way we could increase production in farms, produce better tasting, healthier food and keep it all fully organic?" That got the Prime Minister's attention. "What do you mean?" "Unlike my predecessors, I am in a better position to understand and use magical methods to help the Muggle world. My background does allow me to understand and compare the methods used by both worlds. I own farmland myself too. So I do know that the average magical farm can produce up to 3 times more than an average Muggle farm." Harry smiled internally. He knew he had the other man hooked now. Wizards don't use chemicals to keep out pests, employing magical wards instead. He continued casually. "Additionally, magical fertilizers, which is mainly dragon dung, is far more potent and holds more nutrients. And other charms and potions can be employed to facilitate a quicker harvest, meaning that the land can be used sooner for another batch of crops. In the end," he gestured at a fruit bowl, "our produce is healthier, tastier, completely organic, and most importantly, cheaper. Livestock produce better and tastier meat and other products as they too are fed high-quality food. And the land isn't affected since we have druids bless them before starting, ensuring that the land is enriched and continues to be enriched." "Sorry, did you say, druids?" the Prime Minister asked in wonder. "Yes," Harry replied absently. "Druidism is a field in magic dealing in nature. After leaving school, some choose that as a subject and a profession. I believe that they can even make the most barren lands fertile." He pushed the bowl towards the Prime Minister. "Here is some produce from one of my family orchards. Have a taste." Hesitantly, the Prime Minister picked up an apple. He noticed that it was far bigger than expected. From what he knew, the organic stuff tended to be small and shriveled. Harry smirked when the Prime Minister's eyes flew open involuntarily as he took the first bite. "Better than anything you've ever tasted," he said in light amusement, picking the Prime Minister's thoughts directly out of his head. "Of course, this is only scratching the surface." He paused to ensure he had the Muggles' full attention. "Did you know that with magic, one can increase the interior dimensions of a building or container? Wizarding tents, for example, can fit an entire house while still having the outside dimensions of a regular Muggle 2-man tent. So that is a ratio of potentially 1:10. More, actually." Reclining in his chair, Harry continued in a low hypnotic voice. "Now, imagine something like, say a greenhouse that is roughly 5,000 acres large. Now multiply that area by 10, a conservative estimate, so for a relatively small greenhouse, we have an interior space of something that can rival the greenhouses in Spain. Couple that with the harvesting techniques mentioned earlier and the fact that charms can be used to create individual temperature-controlled environments inside. And we could possibly grow exotic fruits and vegetables that we normally have to import." The Prime Minister said in a dazed voice. "Think of the reduction in costs." Harry said softly. "Of course, I realize that it isn't that much of a problem. After all, Muggle Britain does produce 60% of what they eat, but what if you could reduce that 40%, even by 1? I think that would be beneficial, especially considering the barely avoided economic disaster that happened a few years back. I just cannot imagine what the state of the country would have been had things not worked out. As it is, we barely avoided a recession. And you won't have to stop at food crops. If this takes off well, we can move on to cash crops, stuff like rubber, jute or cotton, things that you can't really grow normally thanks to climate, space and time restrictions. Harry smiled, looking into the distance. Ah well, it would be a great idea. Though there is that small catch about the international statute of secrecy, not to mention that electronic items can't really be used since magic and electricity don't mix. Basically, that would mean that only wizards and witches could tend these hypothetical farms. Looking at the Prime Minister, he sighed wistfully. Ah well, it was nice to dream of having a nation that is one step closer to self-sufficiency. Of course, we would never be an autarky, but we would be just that much closer. Why hasn't any other country thought of this? The Prime Minister asked suspiciously. Because, Prime Minister, nobody in the other countries has the responsibility to, or the knowledge of, both the magical and non-magical worlds as I do. Harry replied calmly. If I am not mistaken, our cousins keep themselves willfully ignorant and removed from magical affairs. Abruptly getting to his feet, shortly followed by the other man, he continued. As it is, I think I have taken too much of your time. Till next week, then, Prime Minister. He held out his hand. Oh, and feel free to take the bowl. Consider it a gift. Harry smirked internally as the distracted man left the room, barely remembering to follow protocol as he did so. He knew he had the Muggle hooked. The very next day, the Prime Minister had requested more details, prompting Harry to hand over the details to the Ministry of Magic as he concentrated on his duties. Being the king of both worlds and a magical one at that meant that his days were busy. He barely had enough time for his family. Something needed to be done. Part of his duties involved meeting dignitaries from foreign Muggle nations as well as the foreign ministers of magic. The magical territories were vastly different from Muggle countries. From the research Harry had done in the archives of the previous royal family, he knew that the various kings and queens of Europe had used the growing tensions between Muggles and wizards to their advantage. In exchange for secrecy, they had bound the magical populace of their various kingdoms to themselves using magical contracts. As their realms annexed various other dominions, the monarchs had brought their ideas with them and bound similarly wizards and witches of Asia, Africa and the Americas. Even later on, as the power of the various monarchies had dwindled in the Muggle world, their hold on the magical world was still absolute. So while the various Muggle colonies had gained independence, magically speaking, countries were still more or less divided according to the kingdoms and empires of old even if they were known by the names of their Muggle counterparts. The House of Bourbon, having annexed the magical nations of France, Italy, Spain and Luxembourg and most of their colonies, was the most powerful in Europe with the House of Windsor, now the House of Potter Black, coming in at a depressingly, to the current King of England, far second. The former Russian Empire was divided amongst the relatives of the erstwhile Romanov dynasty, one of which was incidentally, Windsor, through Queen Victoria's relation to the extinct family. While Africa was still controlled by European powers, Asia was another story altogether. Most of the Asian magical countries that did not fall under European rule were divided between the Emperor of Japan, the King of Thailand and the Imperial House of Osman. The magical communities of Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh were divided amongst the Maharajas of Mysore, Jammu and Kashmir and Baroda, the Nizam of Hyderabad and the Nawab of Patauda. Except for magical Canada, the Americas were in the hands of the King of Spain, who had taken over all the former French colonies and had later on negotiated for the remaining British colonies. Harry also had found out that the only reason that the various Muggle governments had allowed this was because of the contracts themselves. As most of the countries had moved on to democracy, it would be hard for such a contract to stick with an elected official instead of a bloodline. Basically, any nation that was a member of the International Confederation of Wizards was controlled by a Muggle. There were a few free magical communities, but they were tiny isolated groups deep within South America that took a dim view to outsiders and lacked representation in the ICW. What he had read in the archives was enough to get Harry's blood racing. Those oaths could not be voided. They could only be transferred from one monarch to another. Rebellion was almost impossible since anyone who held even a smidgen of authority in the magical world was bound to the Muggles. And there was no way to use numbers to their advantage as the Muggles made sure to curtail the influx of new blood. Many laws that discriminated against Muggleborns were tacitly endorsed by the various Muggle royals, encouraging those with non-magical parentage to move back to the Muggle world and leave magic behind to isolate the wizarding world and keep the chance of a rebellion low. If it wasn't for the power afforded to them, Harry was sure that the Muggles would have bred the magic out. The worst of it was that nobody really knew of this conspiracy. The royal families were happy with supplementing their privy purses from the taxes leveled upon the various magical communities. And occasionally, they kept the Muggle economies afloat. Were it not for the gold the current head of the House of Osman had taken from magical Greece and other nations, Muggle Greece would be in dire straits now. It did a lot to alleviate any guilt he felt over blowing up the British royal family. But war was not an option right now. The Muggles were too numerous, and most of the magical world was in their control. Of course, it wasn't all so bad. For the goblins too were under a similar magical contract. The monarchy would step in every time the many goblin rebellions got out of hand and ensured that the rebellions were called rebellions, and not revolutions, or wars of independence. The treaty with the magical beings was vastly different. After his forces had conquered the race, King Arthur had forced the Goblin King to sign the rather biased treaty that all but avenued the goblins. It was a wise move. Harry knew about their ruthlessness. The various goblin rebellions only proved that while they still had to obey the king, they had no compunctions in killing other wizards. It took but one meeting with the Goblin King for him to be certain that they would be planning another rebellion soon. The resentment was quite tangible. Something would need to be done about that too. Ambassadors had been dispatched to the various magical colonies now under Harry's rule to strengthen ties as the royal family went on a tour around the various dependencies, Commonwealth realms, and member nations of the Commonwealth of Nations. These magical ambassadors were also tasked with the responsibility of spreading the news that there was now, for the first time, a magical king. Invitations were also sent to many of the dignitaries of the various magical nations to witness the coronation ceremony Harry promised to the magical world. It was a far simpler ceremony, carried out in a magical cairn where one of Arthur's castles was said to have stood. This ritual held far more meaning for the monarch as he could feel the magic surrounding him, and spoke of values he agreed with, namely the preservation of magic and the people gifted with the Force. Only 3 pieces of jewelry were used in the ceremony, namely the Sword of State of Scotland which Harry had found out was originally Caliburn, one of the legendary swords that Arthur had used before the more legendary, and still missing, Excalibur was forged the Crown of Arthur which in actuality was a crown commissioned by an ancestor of the current Duke of Azkaban for King Alfred the Great, and the Scepter of Merlin, said to be made of the pieces of Merlin's own wand, after the death of the legendary wizard. Minerva McGonagall made her way through the hallways of the Potter ancestral home, following the guard to the drawing room. Even nearly 2 years after Harry's, and he still would be Harry to her and the other senior professors at Hogwarts, accession to the throne, Minerva still marveled at the fact. To think that the boy she had once taught was now the first magical king since Arthur. "Come in, Your Majesties," Minerva said as soon as she entered the door, dropping into a short curtsy. The last time she had seen the king and his wife was when she had attended their wedding. She had never met the young lady who was the queen personally, only recalling that she was a good student during her days in school. However, it was still shocking to see 2 people she remembered as children, on the cusp on adulthood, looking so grown up, so adult. It was a feeling that was always newly felt by Minerva, no matter how many years and how many people she taught. "Professor McGonagall," the king said with a smile as she took his hand, shortly followed by Daphne who greeted her softly. The next few minutes were spent with the queen pouring tea for the 3 of them from the tea set that was already laid out on the table in typical wizarding pureblood custom. "I have to say, I am quite surprised that you asked for an audience in an official capacity," Harry commented once they were settled. "After all, it is going to be a few more years before my children will be of age to go to Hogwarts." With her hands placed neatly on her lap, the black-haired witch answered in her usual brisk tone. "Well, Your Majesty, by your statement, I am right in assuming that you plan on sending your children to be taught at Hogwarts." "Of course," Harry replied, nearly scoffing as if the very thought of doing otherwise was preposterous. "Ah, then I think it would be a good idea to discuss their stay at Hogwarts now. After all, it would give us more time to prepare for the young prince's arrival." Lips twitching minutely, the headmistress continued. I, and the heads of the 4 houses, agree that perhaps a 5th house should be created for your sons and any other future children of the royal bloodline." Harry started chuckling slowly under his breath. "It's certainly funny how things work," he said with humor dancing in his eyes. Seeing the confusion in his wife's face, he elaborated. "The last time Professor McGonagall and I met, she was trying to convince me to have a portrait of me hung in her office and a bust placed in the Sirius Tower. You know about that tower, of course." "Of course I do, dear," Daphne replied dryly. "How could I forget the old astronomy tower which you basically turned into every stargazer's dream home? Were it not for Father, I think Mother would have permanently moved in there." Harry just smiled winningly. "Anyway, getting back to the topic, naturally I objected." Daphne snorted in wry amusement. She had a good feeling that her husband had thrown quite a fuss in reality. "So I told His Majesty about the alternative decision of creating a 5th house in his name," Professor McGonagall said with a small reminiscent smile. Needless to say, it stopped his objections. Eyes twinkling in humor, she leaned forward and in a stage whisper said, "You should have seen his face then." "If you ladies are quite done," Harry said in a dignified tone, though his eyes were sparkling in mirth. "I do believe we have some business to attend to." Expression turning thoughtful, Harry continued speaking. "I don't think it is necessary to have another house just for my children and further descendants. Hogwarts has had 4 houses historically. True, there is that unofficial 5th house for day scholars, but officially, it has always been Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw. I don't want to change a 1,000-year-old tradition. Not when it isn't necessary. I may be the monarch, but I did not found this school." The king took a breath. "No, all my children, and their children, and so on and so forth, shall be sorted like every other student when they go to Hogwarts. They shall experience the anticipation and nervousness that comes from not knowing how the sorting process takes place. They shall feel the relief of knowing about the simple task of putting on a magical hat, and the apprehension of having a 1,000-year-old relic of the founders on their heads, a relic designed by their ancestor, and mine in front of a large audience. And they shall be sorted into one of the 4 houses. They shall eat at their house table, and their merits and follies shall be appropriately reflected in their house points. And, should they so desire, they shall represent their house in an extracurricular activity of their choice. I, Henry IX, King of Great Britain, do declare this." Harry's erect posture and uplifted chin gave him quite a regal air as he finished his miniature if somewhat pompous speech. When he concluded with the declaration, Minerva found herself unconsciously straightening her already straight posture as her chest filled with emotion. After a few moments of silence, the king seemed to deflate a little. "Of course," he said in a normal voice. "They shall have their own dorms to sleep in, naturally, for security reasons. They shall also have a 2-person guard. Heaven knows that Hogwarts could do with some security." McGonagall visibly bristled at this. "With all due respect, Your Majesty," the headmistress said in a carefully controlled tone. "The school's security is and always will be unparalleled." Harry raised an eyebrow. "With the exception of my 7th year, all of my years at that school were fraught with some form of danger or the other. I've had a possessed defense teacher, a basilisk, dementors, a Death Eater, a ministry thug, and again, another Death Eater after me respectively in those 6 years. And yet, at the same time, most if not all of that danger could have been avoided," Professor McGonagall replied steadily. She continued speaking despite the look of incredulity on Harry's face. "If my memory is correct, you went after Quirrell in your 1st year of your own volition. The same can be said of the basilisk in your 2nd year. Had you asked for help from a competent member of staff, I doubt you would have found yourself in trouble." "I did do that," Harry said. "In fact, I distinctly recall telling you that the stone was in danger the night Quirrell made an attempt at it." The professor gave him a stern look. "You told me that somebody was after the stone, Your Majesty, somebody. I am afraid that everybody was after that artifact. In fact, if it wasn't for our sense of morality, I and the rest of my colleagues would have been after it too. We certainly dreamed of using it many times over the years. So you'll forgive me when I didn't find it too shocking that somebody was after that stone. Also, did you really think that the 3 of you were the first to find out what it was that was being hidden in the school? Fred and George Weasley knew what it was from the November of that year. Half our 7th year batch knew or suspected what was behind the forbidden corridor. In fact, there had been no less than 20 instances where a student or a group of students opened that door and encountered the three-headed dog. The guard dog was more than enough of a deterrent. It couldn't harm the students since it was too large to fit through the doorway, forget the wards that prevented it from breaking said door down. The fact that the school was guarding the Philosopher's Stone was an open secret by the end of the year. Granted, Professor Dumbledore had no business bringing that stone into the school in the first place, but at the same time, none of the students had any business going after said stone either. You cannot blame the school after knowingly putting yourself at risk. Also, I've never got the opportunity to ask you this, but you took Gilderoy Lockhart down that chamber with you. What, pray tell, were you expecting the outcome of that brilliant decision to be? Professor McGonagall exclaimed with a particularly incredulous look on her face. Were you expecting that incompetent fool to take down a 1,000-year-old basilisk, despite knowing beforehand by his own admission no less that he was a fraud? Oh, and let's not forget that he was disarmed by you before the three of you went in there. There was a long moment of silence. She's got you there, dear, Daphne finally said, sounding quite amused. Very well, Harry said, even though neither his expression nor did his tone change. There's still the issue of the Dementors, who were inflicted upon Hogwarts by the Ministry, Professor McGonagall rebutted smoothly. And barring the unfortunate incident at that Quidditch match, the only other time Your Majesty came in contact with them was when he was supposed to be in bed. In fact, His Majesty is very lucky that he is out of school and the king, and that I wasn't the headmistress at the time, because, were I the headmistress, any normal student would still find himself in detention for that particular instance of idiocy if not expelled outright. Also, His Majesty should note that nobody knew that Bartemius Crouch had managed to spirit his son away from Azkaban. A son who was so good at acting that he passed smoothly for Alistair Moody. It was a security breach, but not all security systems are perfect. Dolores Umbridge was an agent of the Ministry, Professor McGonagall continued. And she, along with the Death Eaters in Your Majesty's 6th year, had Dumbledore in their sights as their primary target. Not you. You make a compelling argument, Professor, Daphne finally conceded after a few moments of silence. I believe that my husband shall be taking your words into consideration. But at the same time, I think you can agree that one cannot have too much security, especially when our sons will be a much more enticing target than the king ever was in his school days. The formidable woman inclined her head. It was the closest she would get to an apology from the king. Now, I suppose we can use one of the smaller towers in the West Wing for the princes, the headmistress said briskly. It will suit our purposes. I suppose all that is left to do is select a portrait to guard the entrance. How about a blank stretch of wall that forms an opening when the password is given? Daphne commented. I never did see the point in having a chatty portrait as a guardian. She was met by stony looks from two Gryffindors. It's the truth, Daphne said defensively. Gryffindor is the only house with a portrait guardian. The Hufflepuffs and Slytherins have far more useful and practical entrances. Of course, she amended. That portrait is a bit more practical than what the Ravenclaws have. Harry was the first to speak. Well, a blank stretch of wall won't be able to alert teachers of any trouble, he said loftily. That is what ward schemes are for. Daphne replied primly. Silence followed that proclamation. As I understand it, Harry finally spoke up. Right now, there is one vote for a portrait, from the professor, and one for a blank stretch of wall, from you. That leaves me. He paused for a moment. I vote for portrait. They are far more colorful and less boring than a wall. So, majority wins, portrait it is. He beamed at her. Suddenly realizing that he was going against his wife who was giving him flinty looks, Harry got rid of the grin. Besides, this way, we can use my portrait that is sitting in the headmaster's office. So at least one of us will be there to keep an eye on our children after a fashion. Wouldn't you want that? Daphne took a really long time to nod her head. While she still thought that it would be better to copy the Slytherin entrance, she could see the advantages of having a portrait of her husband guarding the entrance. Once they made a linking portrait, keeping in touch with their children would get so much easier. Though, she suspected that the boys wouldn't be terribly thrilled with that fact. Good, Harry said cheerfully. It's settled then. Actually, McGonagall started hesitatingly. I think it would be a better idea to have another portrait. What's wrong with mine? Harry said with a raised eyebrow. Oh, Absolutely nothing, Your Majesty, she said quickly. It's just that, your portrait is free-spirited. Minerva cringed inwardly at the term. The portrait of Harry Potter was practically the painted version of Peeves. When it wasn't annoying the other old headmasters and headmistresses with petty arguments, the painting was off gallivanting through the hallways, waving the sword of Gryffindor around, almost always getting into a sword fight with the portrait of Sir Cadogan, who in turn was quite delighted to have someone to insult and be insulted by. The days when the painting wasn't sword fighting or arguing were spent flirting shamelessly with the paintings of women. Minerva was equally thankful and disappointed that portraits couldn't take their clothes off. On one hand, Minerva couldn't bear to think about how many times she or the rest of the school would have been treated to a show. The thought itself was nauseating. Yet on the other hand, she did not have a credible enough reason to remove that portrait despite complaints from the other former headmasters, as the painting's antics barely affected school life, and were quite entertaining to the staff and students. Of course, that all paled in comparison to her pride, which she would never admit to being the real reason for why that portrait was still in her office. Besides, it wasn't anything that a silencing spell couldn't fix. However, now that the king had suggested relocating it, actually, come to think about it, yes, I do believe that it would be a good idea, Your Majesty. Minerva responded to the king's smile with one of her own. She couldn't wait for the day when the two princes came to the school. It would just be 2 more years. John Hodgkin took a deep breath, looking at the house that was sitting in front of him. "You're late," were his wife, Sarah's opening words as soon as he opened the door. "What?" she said bemused, when she saw the funny look on his face. "Nothing, dear," John replied, working to remove the grin on his face. She looked at her husband of nearly 1 year for a long moment. "Okay," she finally said slowly. Turning around, she moved into the kitchen. "Long day at work, dear." Now he had a harder time in suppressing the guffaw that was threatening to break out. If only she knew how ironic that statement was. The young couple sat down to have dinner. Sarah watched in confusion at the rather unreadable look she was getting from her husband. Is the food all right? The way he was staring at her and not touching his food was slightly worrisome. Come to think of it, he was acting rather strange. She couldn't put her finger on it, but there was something different about her Johnny. He started, as if waking up from a dream. "What? Oh yeah, it's great." Then he started wolfing down his food in record time. By the time she was halfway finished, he was already done, his dishes magically washed and put on the draining board. After a moment of looking at him staring at her, she shrugged and turned her attention to her food. If he had something on his mind, he would eventually tell her. Badgering him was his mother's job, not hers. She had tried already. Getting up, she went to the sink. It gave her additional time to think. Feeling a presence behind her, she whirled around to see her husband standing just behind her. "Oh," she said softly. Now that he was up close, she could see the look in his eyes. The last time she had seen that particular gaze was nearly 11 months back during the first night of their honeymoon. It was a look of deep carnal hunger. And lust. The next thing she knew, she was BPD on the dining table, gasping as he brought her to orgasm. An indeterminate amount of time later, she collapsed on the floor of their bathroom. "Please," she pleaded. "I can't go anymore." As pleasurable and as impressive her husband's sudden stamina was, she really couldn't continue. She ached in too many places to count. Chuckling, John picked her up, causing her to squeak in surprise. "So," she finally said when they were ensconced in bed. What was all that about? There was a long moment of silence, by which time she started to drift off. "I just missed you," he said, watching her. "I missed you so very much." Sarah thought that the longing in his voice was a bit odd. However, her tired body wouldn't let her mind process that thought before she was out like a light. Wrapping a possessive arm and leg around her, John breathed in the smell of her hair as he soon followed her. She really had no idea how badly he had missed her. After all, it had been 30 years. Sister Chloe looked out from her perch atop a skyscraper. Actually, sister was a misnomer now. She was no longer a member of the church, in fact, having been excommunicated years ago. People in her chosen profession couldn't be called religious sisters, after all. As she unsnapped the locks in her briefcase, and took out her personalized dragonev, she reflected that she probably was the first and only one to take up this line of vocation. Then again, not many sisters would ever think of doing what she was caught doing before she took up her current profession. She expertly assembled the weapon, completing her task in seconds. The sudden burst of static made her look down at the body of the policeman lying at her feet. "All clear," she said, picking up the radio. The voice synthesizer strapped around her throat perfectly mimicked the deep tones of the man she had just killed. To the person on the other end, it was as if he was talking to his colleague. Lifting the rifle and securing it on the ledge, she looked down the anti-glare sights. She found her target easily enough, just out of range but heading closer. Like any other competent person in her line of work, she had read the background information on her target and had been thoroughly briefed. To the public, especially those in Britain, he was a great man. And they had good cause to believe that, as he had started many movements that had brought great prosperity to the country. However, she also knew that behind that veneer of goodness lurked a devil. She had been informed of his abnormalities, and the hidden threat he and his kind posed to humanity. And for that, he would have to die. Though, she wouldn't be able to enjoy her kill as much as she would like to. Chloe had seen the photograph that came with the folder, and as a connoisseur of everything beautiful, she hated to see such a fine specimen be destroyed. Those green eyes and that black hair, what she wouldn't give to be able to shag such a man. If only he was normal. But she was here on business, not pleasure. And her employer had promised a handsome reward if she put a bullet into his brain. It wasn't her job to care about what her target had done, even if she actually did. A firm believer that closing one eye was for amateurs, Chloe looked through the scope with both her eyes open. Anyone observing her would be quite disturbed by the sight of her right eye slowly drifting to the side. The anticipation built up as her target neared the range of her gun, but she kept calm, unwilling to let her heart spoil her aim. She silently started to count down as he came closer and closer. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. She deliberately started to take deep breaths. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Her view was obscured suddenly from the recoil. The specialized bullet that was chambered in the rifle was shot out at speed, covering 1,300 meters in seconds as it drilled through thick armored glass and into its target. The assassin smiled when she saw the results. Another perfect shot. Glastonbury Tor towered over the surrounding plains, standing out like a beacon for miles around. In the light of the moon, it loomed over the Summerland meadows, the roofless tower of St. Michael's watching over the surrounding fen, a silent sentinel. Harry breathed in the air, savoring its freshness. Taking a moment to look around from his perch on top of the tower, he floated down to the ground. He was here on a mission, and time was of the essence. Ever since he had discovered the archives of Arthur's descendants, he had spent what little free time he had that wasn't taken up by his duties, or his family, in meticulously combing through them, looking for other secrets that the Muggles had hidden. One of those secrets had him coming here, in this specific spot. Looking at the scrap of parchment in his hand, Harry started descending the ancient hill, following the path downwards, holding a handful of silver flames aloft to light the way. After about 30 minutes of trekking, he finally came to a stop at a point exactly equidistant from the base and the summit, facing east. It took a fair amount of work to find and then get to the hidden cave, but he straightened up finally when he saw the inscription right on the inside. Herletgen Artur Drekraftig Sinning Engla Britland ond Skata. Harry took in a deep breath upon seeing those words. Here, right in front of him, was a piece of ancient history of both Muggle and magical Britain, lying forgotten and unknown for millennia. Composing himself, the king took out a mirror from within an inside pocket of his coat. "I found it," he said into it. From the mirror, the scarred face of a redhead stared back at him. "I'll be there in a minute," he said. Immediately the glass clouded up, clearing to show Harry's own reflection. The king barely had to wait a moment before another figure materialized in front of him. The man once known as William Weasley but now going by the name of Guillaume Delacour, though Harry still called him Bill. He was the king after all, bowed before him, "Your Majesty." "Bill," Harry replied evenly. He ignored the imperceptible twitch on the older man's face. Another reason why Harry insisted on using that name was because the ginger just refused to call him by his first name, always sticking to the formalities despite Harry's repeated instructions. "Look at the inscription." Turning around, the curse breaker strode forward. Frowning, the man took out his wand and started muttering. "It checks out," he finally said. Sweet Merlin, he breathed. It is unbelievable, but I think this is the real deal. The Anglo-Saxon runes underneath do date to this time. Looking around the cave, he waved his wand, causing sections to light up in ethereal runes. That there is a Muggle-repelling charm, a cruder version, but definitely a Muggle-repelling charm and a viable one at that, he whistled. This sets back the time of the modern-day charm by quite a few centuries. There will be many historians' minds blown by that information alone. Turning to Harry he said in wonder, I just cannot believe this. Harry smiled. Good, you and your team can start analyzing the site tomorrow. Now, if you don't mind, I have something I need to get from there. Saying this, he turned towards the entrance. Your Majesty, wait, Bill said quickly. It's an unknown site. Nobody knows what curses, traps and wards are in it. And that's why you are here, Bill. Harry said calmly. Now, how would you like be the first to explore a 1,000-year-old magical tomb that many have spent their lives searching for but have never found? Not waiting for an answer, Harry strode into the cave. Bill stood there for a moment, gaping, before rushing inside as well. Lighting his wand, the taller wizard looked around carefully. He found himself in the beginnings of a long tunnel with the king right in front of him, head cocked to the side as if he was listening to something. Sir, I don't think I will be able to bring these wards down alone, Bill said nervously to the monarch. There are 3 major ley lines intersecting at the base of this area. We will need a team, and days, if not weeks, of work to clear the site. Harry snorted. I am quite aware about the number of ley lines present here and how powerful the wards and traps that have been built are. Furthermore, I am also well aware of just who had erected these traps. Finally, I am also aware that my experience in breaking down wards is considerably less than yours. Turning around to the older wizard, Harry continued speaking. However, while you are more experienced of the two of us and have a much better knowledge in ancient runes and arithmancy than me, I happen to know how to sense the magic around me, and thus can tell you what will trigger the wards that are around us. So while we may not be able to neutralize the traps or break any curses, we should theoretically be able to navigate the area without triggering them. Bill whistled. That's a rare art form. I have tried my hand at it, but haven't been able to get the grasp of the concept. Who taught you? Dumbledore. Harry was surprised that the bitterness was no longer there in his voice whenever he spoke the accursed man's name. It was a sure sign of his maturity. Suddenly he felt old. Which was all the more ridiculous seeing as 27 was considered really young by wizarding standards. Concentrating on the magic around him, Harry spoke up after 5 minutes of silence. Right, the tiles in front of us are imbued with a ward. As long as we step on the right tiles, we should be fine. Bill took his wand out. Waving it in a complex pattern, he muttered under his breath. Instantly, runes lit up the area in a language Harry had never seen before. Studying them for a moment, Bill finally said, "Oh, this is just great. The runes are Anglo-Saxon, all right. But the sentence structure hints at, funnily enough, Cumbric. Regardless, from what I gather, the tiles are all inscribed with random names. We'll need to be very certain of our history if we want to get through. I don't want to even imagine what will happen if we step on the wrong tiles." There was a few moments' silence. Well, Harry answered slowly. I can tell you that that section of the floor will disappear from under us. And I wager we will probably be pierced upon the sharpened spikes below. He paused before adding thoughtfully. Of course, it could also be some other form of death. I concur, Bill said readily. The ancient Celtic wizards may be different from Egyptian ones, but they do share a certain fondness for those kinds of traps. Although, I suspect they might try the death from above approach instead. At any rate, he clapped his hands. I believe this concludes our excursion. Harry chuckled. Don't worry, I have it under control. Here, grab hold of my arm. Bill looked at the king askance. If you are planning on apparating to the other side, he began slowly. I will tell you now that the concentration of magic is too high to try something like this. While apparition was invented in the 1200s, and anti-apparition wards about 50 years later, and that is much after this site was constructed, there is too much magic and too many powerful wards here to safely try apparition, much less side-along apparition. I know, Harry said with his arm still extended. But I still have that covered. He elbowed Bill, slightly impatient. With trepidation Bill grasped the king's arm. Suddenly he felt weightless. The next thing he knew, he was floating on air along with Harry. He watched, amazed as the two of them flew across the tunnel, never touching the ground. The wards might be strong, Harry commented as they touched down. They may be impossible to break and woven by one of the luminaries of wizard kind, but when it comes down to it, they are old and outdated. As such, modern magic can circumvent them. After all, sustained magical flight is a rather recent invention. Oh, the curse breaker said as he followed the king down the passageway. This is the first I have heard of it. When was it invented? Harry stopped to think. I think it has been 11 years. He gave a small, huh, of surprise. Cool, who made it? I did, Harry said lightly. It has yet to be published in Charms Weekly and made known to the public because the boffins at Experimental are still testing it. I am told that it generally takes a long time. Further conversation was cut off when the chamber they entered suddenly sealed itself. Bill swore when he saw fountains of water suddenly sprout up from the ground. F.K. The chamber is going to flood. He started waving his wand, furious that he had so happily walked into a trap. This was a main reason behind the most basic rule of curse breaking. Speak only before or after a job. If his trainer found out that he had broken such an elementary rule. While the redhead was agitated, his wand movements were calm. Years spent going through ancient tombs full of old curses ensured that he did not lose his head regardless of the situation. Coupled with his talent in magic, Bill was one of the most sought-after curse breakers as he could find the way to disable any magical trap quicker than most of his colleagues. Harry, on the other hand, was completely calm. This was majorly due to his faith in the obscure art of sensing magic. Taking a moment to watch his companion, he closed his eyes and took in a slow measured breath, feeling for the tendrils of magic connecting the geysers of water flooding the chamber and the key to disabling it. Thus both men ended at the same spot on the left-hand side of the room where there was a circular sliding puzzle inset into the smooth rock wall. Sparing each other a glance, they studied the puzzle in front of them. Oh, this is a tricky one, Harry said finally. Not waiting for an explanation, he elaborated. The sneaky bastard has gone and somehow managed to light up a random cluster of runes in each tier magically. As far as my senses are concerned, these, he pointed the runes in each circle, are the same. Naturally, it cannot be the case. He gave the puzzle another considering look. I had no clue that this could be done. Suddenly, he didn't feel quite as confident and calm as before. As Harry started to wonder which section of the wall he should attempt to blow up, Bill said, "Could you point those runes out again?" The curse breaker made a careful note of the ancient Celtic letters. Ignoring the rising water levels, he studied the puzzle intently. I got it, the ginger finally said. Bringing his wand up, he started moving the outermost tier. Both men were fascinated by the spellbinding effect of watching the runes effortlessly glide across the stone in a circular fashion in the wake of Bill's wand. Till recently, it was thought that such a feature had only been invented 300 years ago. Thanks to his forced interaction with them, Harry knew that the Muggles had only recently begun to explore such a feature in what they called touchscreens. Harry still found what they called video conferences rather amusing. After all, wizards did not need to bother with memorizing a random 10-digit number. All they had to do was call a person's name. In the case of the Flow network, physical objects could actually be shared. And distance did not affect clarity. If mobility was needed, mirrors helped with that. Even now, work was being done to link the Flow network to the mirror network so that calls could be made between the two devices. The amusement most wizard raised showed towards the Muggle telephone was quite understandable. An astonishingly simple password, Bill finally said after he aligned the last letter. Instantly the rushing sound of water stopped. Slowly, the wizards noticed the level of water gradually declining, causing them to heave a sigh of relief. Well, it's a good thing that you know how to read ancient Anglo-Saxon and Celtic runes, Harry finally said over the rumble of the wall as it slowly slid to the side. Bill grunted. And it's a good thing that you know how to sense magic, Your Majesty. Though, I guess in those times the art wasn't so arcane. He struggled with his words for a moment before deciding that what he wanted to say had to be said. However, it would have been better if we had a team of professionals scout the place first. As Your Majesty has noted, we are up against the Prince of Enchanters himself. Harry quirked an eyebrow. What's life without some adventure? Besides, these obstacles weren't meant to keep out everybody. I suspect this site was intended to be more of a monument than anything else. They traversed the narrow downward sloping path till they came to another chamber. As soon as Harry stepped over an invisible line, the cavern suddenly was bathed in a bright all-permeating light. It took the twosome a moment for their eyes to adjust to the sudden illumination. Extinguishing his handful of flames, the king strode forward, taking in the details of the room. If it wasn't for the faded tapestries that hung from the walls, the room would have been rather austere. I guess preservation charms weren't around at the time, Bill commented lightly from behind Harry, examining one of the woven works of art. The only reason that the thing hadn't fallen apart was that it had been undisturbed in darkness for a long time. As it was, the woven work was indecipherable. Harry wasn't paying much attention to the curse breaker, however. His attention was focused on the main feature dominating the center of the chamber. A large ornately carved stone sarcophagus with an elaborate coat of arms dominated the center. Harry reverently traced the name carved into the tomb. Suddenly feeling compelled, he knelt in obeisance. Bill's quiet gasp brought him out of his trance. Not bothering to turn around, Harry focused his attention on the other item, a book resting on a pedestal, gleaming dully. "Is that? I think it is," Harry said just as softly. Bill slowly walked up to the book. Not touching it, he examined the cover minutely. Aside from a carving of a dragon at the spine, there was nothing written on it. But it was the metal the hardcover was made of that gave Bill pause. "The whole book is made of mithril," he said in awe. The fabled metal was considered a rarity in the wizarding world. So far, in his experience as a curse breaker, Bill had only come across a small handful of artifacts, mainly small daggers and knives edged in the legendary metal. For years, wizard scientists had studied the composition of mithril. All they had been able to tell so far was that it was a magically crafted alloy of steel. The method had been long lost, and the rarity of the metal, along with its durability, made reverse engineering all but impossible. Goblin steel was said to be a less durable imitation of mithril, as the goblins were rumored to have found a way to replicate the process to a degree. However, the nasty little buggers weren't willing to share. And they weren't even considering naming a price. Although making mithril was impossible, its properties were well known. All but indestructible, mithril was the only metallic alloy that could sustain large amounts of magic without becoming warped. It also could effortlessly connect to a wizard's core, unlike wands which needed an incantation and specific movement. While it wasn't possible to sharpen a mithril blade, the magic that it absorbed and harnessed whenever a wizard or witch touched it, created a force field around it, forming a blade that could cut through practically anything. So it was quite unheard of to find a book, of all things, made of the metal. That is if one were to gloss over the fact that books were never made of metal to begin with. Bill tentatively reached his hand out. If the book was truly mithril, then it should start glowing the closer it came to his hand. "Is something the matter?" Harry asked when Bill withdrew his hand from the tome with a frown. "I don't think I will be able to lift it," Bill said. "The only reason why a wizard can lift anything made of mithril is because of magic. Muggles find it extremely heavy. Generally mithril glows when someone with magic comes close to it." He frowned. Looking at the king, he stepped back. "Why don't you try, Your Majesty? I have feeling that only you will be able to lift it." Harry approached the pedestal. The book seemed to glow brighter with every step he took. By the time his fingers closed around it, it was as if it was made out of light. Harry managed to lift the tome from its stony platform with one gentle tug. The intensity of the manuscript's light was such that the room seemed to be much darker. "Yeah, that's mithril," Bill said with a whisper. "I suspect that it has been enchanted to only work for you and your heirs." He added, "He truly was the prince of enchanters." "Well, he was Merlin," Harry said, with wonder. As he stared at the cover of the book, he noticed lines of jet black spider across it in a form reminiscent of the Marauder's map. "Can you see this?" he asked, turning the book towards Bill. "See what?" "These runes." Harry paused. "I have a feeling that only I will be able to read the book," he concluded. "Well, this complicates matters," he muttered to himself. "Well, what does it say?" Bill asked finally. "Haven't the foggiest," Harry replied as he looked at the strange lettering. A closer look at the script showed a series of hieroglyphs encircling a central, much larger, hieroglyph. Opening the book, Harry could see lines of the writing. "The guys at the Department of Mysteries are going to love this." Harry said with equal parts resignation and anticipation. While he was quite happy to find another artifact from Arthur's time, along with the great king's grave, he did not look forward to transcribing what looked to be a massive thick book for people to translate. But there was no other choice. He was the only one who could see the symbols. Perhaps he could give it to his sons. That would require quite a bit of convincing. Not to mention training. Perhaps he could use it to bond with them. Grimacing to himself, Harry turned to his companion. I think we should go now. Bill snorted. Yeah, the press is going to eat this up. Indeed, Harry replied. Lightly waving the luminescent book, he said in a matter-of-fact voice. Too bad we didn't find any other artifacts, like say a book made out of mithril. The momentary look of confusion on Bill's face was so reminiscent of Ron, that Harry felt a muscle in his eye twitch. Oh, his expression cleared quickly, thankfully for both parties. Yes, indeed. What a shame. Perenelle Flammel sat in the study of her house located in an unplottable area, silently contemplating. She was in a quandary. On one hand, the boy her husband had employed as a pawn had somehow managed to turn the tables on him, and had done so quite magnificently. Now normally, the two of them would have felt respect, and perversely enough, pride upon having someone who was wily enough to outwit one of them, let alone the both of them. After that, they would, respectfully, mind you, dispose of said enemy. Or wait out said enemy. After all, none of their enemies were immortal. They were. But this boy was the most devious of them all. Not only had he managed to force Nicholas and her into pledging their loyalty to him, but to his entire bloodline. That was not something that could be waited out. Sure, eventually, the bloodline might die out. But without outside help, it would take far too long. And her patience was running out. This meant that their latest enemy had to be taken care of now. And Nicholas agreed with her. But there was a minor complication. Their enemy wasn't exactly an enemy. Magic's supremacy over Muggles was a goal that both husband and wife had wanted to achieve for centuries. Aside from using a small amount of gold for themselves, they devoted almost all of the wealth their stone and their investments afforded them into achieving that goal. And they had never been closer to obtaining this dream than now. All of that was only possible because of the very same man who now bound Perenelle and her husband. Suddenly a thin smile graced the woman's lips as her eyes roved over her desk. A kernel of an idea had presented itself to her. Thinking rapidly, she began developing on it. With a small smile, she reached out towards a thin solid gold ink pen, barely half a centimeter in girth. There was something poetic about using this pen, the first object that verified the success of her husband's work with the stone, signaling the beginning of their crusade to help with this problem. Dipping the slender nib into a pot of ink, she began writing. Looking at the finished letter, the smile developed into a full-fledged grin. Judging by the fact that her magic had not given even a slight twinge proved that she had managed to find a viable loophole. Slowly, she got up and tied it to an owl, watching as it flew into the horizon. Her only regret was that she had to associate with those heathens. 1 week ago, a mother and her 2 children exited the large manor. Despite the heat of the day, the 3 were clothed in black, their expressions solemn as they moved towards the family gravesite. Unseen by them, their guard followed them, alert for any kind of danger. Entering the plot of land, they passed many old markers till they came to 4 relatively new gravestones. Daphne stopped in front of the newest of the markers, recently installed right next to the stones marking the resting places of James and Lily Potter and Sirius Black. It had been less than a week after the funeral and the first time she and the boys had come to the grave ever since the burial. The sense of loss had been too much to bear. As it was, she found it hard to keep her composure upon seeing the name carved neatly onto the marble, followed by the date of birth and death. But she managed. Closing her eyes, she reflected upon the good times they had together. She also reflected upon the day he was killed by that assassin. Thoughts of the killer steeled her resolve. They had managed to find her. After countless sleepless days, they had found that by ch. Daphne smiled coldly. Once they had the killer under custody, it would only be a matter of time before they found the rest of the worthless Muggles that dared hire her. And then, she would personally make sure that they all paid. She remembered how she had tried to convince Harry into trying for a more peaceful approach to the Muggle problem. Her time in their world had made her feel a bit sympathetic towards them. And then they did this. Now, As she stood there, in the graveyard, holding her children close, Daphne realized that she no longer felt sympathetic towards them. She was not going to rest till every Muggle paid for this. The woman pressed enter, sending off her message to her handler and starting a conversation. "Yes. It is done," she typed rapidly. Her handler was not one for unnecessary words. "Not completely." The answer surprised her. "What do you mean?" She typed out, her fingers hitting the keys with more force than was necessary. There was a long pause. Just as she was about to repeat the question, her computer pinged, indicating a new message had been received. "Check the news." This was followed by a link to a popular online news channel. Frowning, the woman clicked on the link. "King of England survives assassination attempt." The headline shocked her. It had been weeks since she had time to watch the news. After all, one can't really catch up with the world when the world was out there trying to catch you. Disbelieving, the former sister scrolled down the article. It turned out that the king had managed to survive, but was now crippled. Apparently, the monarch had retreated from public view and was rumored to be bedridden. There was speculation that he would never walk again. Meanwhile, her handler wasn't content in waiting for her response. "The client has seen fit to terminate the contract. Naturally, he considers the first half that he paid to initiate the job to be enough, considering the result. I suggest you be grateful that you have that much in your life. It also goes without saying that you no longer are a player in this game. Goodbye." Sister Chloe looked blankly at the screen. She knew she had nailed her target. How had he managed to survive? Regardless of what she said, she knew one thing. Considering her reputation of being one of the best shots in her business, coupled with the high value of the target, the money, and the reputation of the organization that had hired her, failing this was bad for business. Acting quickly, she shut off her laptop. Surging to her feet, she started preparing to leave. Her employers definitely won't be happy now. And when they were unhappy, well, she had to be really careful now. She froze when she heard the sound of approaching footsteps outside her room. Present day. "Mr. Speaker, the King commands this honorable house to attend His Majesty immediately in the House of Peers." Following this traditional and ceremonious speech, the sergeant-at-arms picked up the ceremonial mace and ceremoniously started walking out of the door, soon followed, ceremoniously again, by the Speaker of the House of Commons in the black rod. The Prime Minister, who was already on his feet, waited for the leader of the opposition to join him before ceremoniously leading the rest of the House towards the chambers of the House of Lords along with his opponent. As was custom every year at the state opening of Parliament, the MPs were supposed to walk down the path in as rowdy a manner as acceptable, loudly joking and laughing. Of course, it went without saying that it was done in a very ceremonious fashion. Indeed, the Prime Minister enjoyed trading barbs with the leader of the opposition, which were a bit more light-hearted than when the two men faced off each other politically. However, this time, his mind was far away. The recent assassination attempt had the opposition all over him and his party. The very same man standing next to him was reveling in the near disaster, calling him incompetent and corrupt. The Prime Minister mentally snorted, if that sanctimonious fool only knew. It was frankly a miracle that the king had not been outright killed in that attempt. Or, the Prime Minister thought dryly, a work of magic. However, the problem was that the king was now effectively crippled. Apparently, there were things that magic could not do. Complications, according to the magical doctors who called themselves healers, had arisen that resulted in the king being unable to use his legs. According to the Minister of Magic, tensions were high within the magical populace. There were some that were blaming Muggles outright for what they termed as a blatant attack on wizards, going so far as to compare it to the witch burnings. While his magical counterpart had remained tight-lipped, the Prime Minister had a strong suspicion that this group was gaining voice as the days went by. He also had the sneaking suspicion that the rash of odd and unfortunate events and freak accidents that had started plaguing the population across the United Kingdom had something to do with magic. The most frustrating bit was that they had not been able to find the killer. Something his opponent was happy to gloat over. Though, if the rumors were to be believed, the magical nation was on the case with zeal. He hoped that the killer was found, and soon. Things would be much better then. It would help ease the magical populace and make the new restrictions he was planning on getting the king to implement on the wizarding world regarding their use of magic easier to swallow. However, he had no expectations that they would find out who was the one who had ordered the hit. In the end, however, it would not be able to reverse most of the damage done to the monarch. The Prime Minister had met the king once recently after the shooting incident, and he was quite shocked at what he saw. Gone was the powerful and imposing man. While he was still handsome as ever, the monarch's eyes had changed. Something new had taken residence there. And that something was bitter and resentful. The magical aura that the man used to project unconsciously had also gone. It made him look diminished. At least he should be now easier to influence. The magical population was really getting out of hand off late. With their absolute leader now bought to heel, the balance of power would be restored. A few days earlier, gentlemen, secrecy wards went up as soon as the door closed. There was muted rustling as everyone settled down in their seats. I believe this is the first meeting we are having of this nature where all of us are sitting in the same room together. The king started. I don't think introductions are necessary. We all know each other, as well as the roles everyone is playing. Well, let's get down to it, shall we? Green eyes flicked to the person sitting just next to him on the right. Report. The Minister of Magic cleared his throat. As you know, Your Majesty, the Muggle Prime Minister was quick to speak to me regarding what you had told him before. Shortly after that, he gave over 5,000 acres to the ministry's control. Taking out a folder, he skimmed the contents. We have used the land to build a massive greenhouse with extension charms. As such, the interiors are roughly 200,000 acres. By building vertically, we have managed to increase the space to 500,000 acres. Thanks to the employment opportunities afforded, coupled with the results of the Magical Child Protection Act, our population has increased by 1.5 times. Good, Harry replied a smile. Proceed with step 2. Yes, Your Majesty. The king then turned his head to look at the two men sitting on his left. And what is the status of your assignments? The lead unspeakable and the man on Harry's immediate left spoke up. The initial stage of project, instant gratification, has been completed. Our efforts have proven rather fruitful, Your Majesty. I must admit, I had not fathomed such an ingenious application of one of my department's rarely used resources. I doubt anyone here would have. The sovereign inclined his head imperceptibly. It is a pity that we can't pursue that avenue again or often enough, though. Hopefully this will be enough. From his place next to the lead unspeakable, Thomas Belby, the head of the recently installed military wing of the Department of Mysteries, His Majesty's Magical Secret Service, said in a confident voice. With the resources Lord Flammel has given us, Your Majesty, in addition to the results of instant gratification, we should be ready sooner. Good, and finally, Lord Flammel. What news do you have? Fire sale is proceeding smoothly. The alchemist drawled. Our agents await your signal. Harry, who was used to the ancient man's abrupt mannerisms, just nodded. Good, the king replied. Turning to Belby, he asked. How is Project Thirst coming along? Belby was the first to respond. Agents are being recruited and trained for Project Thirst. They shall be operational in a few months. Researchers are working on Hellfire. Results are quite promising. The lead unspeakable responded without prompting. Mission, Impotence, is also coming along fabulously. The minister finished. We have managed to find and penetrate all the facilities. Good, Harry said. He inclined his head to the person sitting next to the minister, causing the man to sit up. Robards, has your department surveyed and marked their targets? The head of the Auror Force gave a short nod. Excellent. Will we be ready to carry out the first steps of liberation? Yes, sir. Good. Coordinate with the chief warlock. I do not want any complications on the day. Present day. The Prime Minister entered the chambers of the House of Lords followed by the rest of the MPs to stand at the bar. As he was in the front, he was the first to see the king sitting on the throne, clad in the Parliament robe of state with the imperial state crown resting on his head. At first, he wondered how the ceremony had been carried out, what with the king being confined to the wheelchair and all. But then he saw that the monarch was still seated in his wheelchair, an extravagant gold-plated and leather construction that was worth a decent-sized cart directly in front of the throne. It was expenses like these that had him convinced to pass legislation to have the private income of the king released to the state. Not only would it help the government, but it would show a better image of the monarch. It wouldn't do to have the King of England invested in tobacco companies for one. They only needed to work out a suitable deal to make the transition go down smoothly. At least the king had more than enough income from his magical holdings. A look at the 4 burly guards discreetly swinging their arms near the back entrance told him that the monarch was carried up the steps by them, wheelchair and all. He did not envy them after the king's speech was done. Perhaps they ought to include a ramp afterwards. The prime minister's thoughts were interrupted when the king started giving his speech. My lords and members of the House of Commons. The prime minister's mind disengaged as the rest of the speech went on. He knew exactly what the king was going to say. He helped write the speech, after all. He did take a moment to note that the king's memory had not been affected at all. The monarch still managed to deliver the speech without even once looking at the document he held loosely in his hand. He elbowed the MP next to him, while the queen, who was seated on the traditional throne meant for the consort behind and next to the king, was beautiful, staring at her, no matter how discreetly, was still uncouth. And finally, one last matter I wish my parliament to address. That statement got the prime minister's attention. That part had not been there in the draft he had sent to be ratified by the cabinet. In fact, he was sure this was the end of the speech. My lords and the members of the House of Commons, it is our wish, as King of the United Kingdom, that the following laws, acts and bills be repealed. The Prime Minister, along with all the members of the House of Lords and Commons, stared dumbfounded as the king started his list. My lords and members of the House of Commons, I pray that the blessing of Almighty God may rest upon your councils. Having delivered the traditional closing phrase, the king sat back in his wheelchair looking at the utterly silent room in front of him. There was a curious look of expectation on his face, a smile just begging to be released. It was almost as if he was waiting for the inevitable eruption that was sure to follow. One of the more outspoken MPs of the House of Commons was the first to speak up. Your Majesty, the man began in a derisive tone. I am afraid that a few points in your speech are never going to happen. And what parts would those be? The king asked lightly. The part where you wish to have the Bill of Rights be abolished, forget the rest of the laws. You see, sir, no one is going to stand to have their liberties be removed, nor will anyone be willing to give you absolute power. Face reddening, the man continued. This country is a monarchy in name only. You are the nominal head. The king has no powers. We are a democracy. Breathing hard, he spoke in a normal tone. I think it is high time that the monarchy be abolished. His proclamation had the entire room erupt in furious debate. Some called in support of his statement, while others were opposed, saying that the current king was clearly not in his right mind. Nobody noticed the few people who were rather calm through the whole thing. Nor did they notice the muted pops coming from the previously empty galleries which were being slowly filled up. The king sat there for a long moment, a look of deep amusement on his face, before deciding to act. The collective in the room shivered as they felt an invisible power wash over them. An invisible, supernatural power that the Prime Minister was well acquainted with, having been exposed to it regularly. With dread, he realized that the king had been hiding his power all along. He started to wonder if the king had been acting all this time. You seem to think that you have a choice. The MP who had started off the whole drama squeaked. The king's tone was no longer light, but filled with menacing power. The Prime Minister, who was more used to seeing those luminous green eyes, spoke up, rather bravely. Scare tactics are not going to work on us, Your Majesty. Your gifts will not be able to convince us. As the MPs around him looked at the Prime Minister in confusion, Harry chuckled. Is that so, Prime Minister? Leaning forward, the king shocked the room again when he effortlessly got to his feet. Lord Longbottom, Lord Malfoy, please, convince the Muggles. Immediately a man with a pointy face and white blonde hair stood up along with a large sandy-haired man. Both were wearing the red robes of the House of Lords. In unison, they reached into their robes and withdrew what the Prime Minister recognized as wands. Stupefy. As the first jet of light hit erupted from the wands, panic started as members of both houses started scrambling. This panic was further compounded when more jets of light started shooting down from the gallery above. Members of the House of Commons fell upon the door behind them, only to find their way locked. The king stood calmly throughout the furore, smirking slightly. Turning around, he made his way to the throne, next to his smirking wife, his wheelchair fading out of existence as he passed it by. Flicking his long train over his right shoulder, he sat down on the throne, absently conjuring a goblet of wine for both him and the Queen. With a twitch of his finger, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom was sent flying backwards to Harry's feet, momentarily distracting the Muggles enough for the wizards to complete their work. "Look, Prime Minister, and see how my people use magic to bend your feeble minds," Harry said maliciously as he levitated the man and forced him to look at the scene in front of him. The Premier had no choice but to watch as the cries of his countrymen petered out, either crumpling onto the ground unconscious or bound in ropes as the wizards shouted out various words. "Once we have all of you lot subdued, we shall be using the Imperious Curse," Harry said conversationally. "It allows the caster to control the victim. The target of such a curse is robbed of his will. He has no choice but to do whatever is asked of him. Complete, absolute control. In a few days, the entire Parliament is going to unanimously repeal all those pesky laws that limit our power. What is more, nobody will know of that fact, because you, and them, are going to keep it quiet. And you all will do it because of all those fine wizards and witches. And those aren't just your average witch or wizard. Oh no, they are all members of the Wizengamot. You won't be able to get away with this," the Prime Minister said viciously. "Oh, we think that we already have. Well, Your Majesty, you forgot the camera is recording everything live. Even as I speak, they are showing the world your tyranny." Much to his horror, the king just laughed. "What, those cameras?" Harry said with mirth as he gestured towards the gallery where the press assembled. "Oh, my dear Prime Minister, do you really think we're that much of a fool?" He snorted once more. "Look up there closely, Prime Minister." Looking up at the gallery which was directly above the bar where the members of the House of Commons normally stood, the Prime Minister could see that there was nobody behind the cameras. "Those cameras aren't operational. They were disabled the minute the doors behind you closed. All everyone is going to see is a regular, run-of-the-mill state opening. And that is because we went through the trouble of having a dress rehearsal a few days back. What did you think we did when the place was closed for maintenance?" Harry gave an amused look at the Prime Minister. "Oh, and the only Muggles in this entire building happened to be present in this room. Everyone else, the guards you passed by outside, the Black Rod, the Sergeant-at-Arms, the boys who carried our train, all of them are magical. We even used polyjuice to impersonate the more well-known figures." "Oh, but you don't know what polyjuice is. Well, the potion gives the drinker the ability to look like whoever they want to for an hour. All is needed is a part of the person they wish to change into. Things like hair strands, nail clippings, you get the drift. We used that quite extensively to engineer the charade that millions of viewers are currently enjoying on the telly. Of course," he admitted, "we could have just imperioused them in their homes and be done with it, but I wanted some entertainment." "Why are you doing this?" The Prime Minister finally Ned. "This is your own country, those are your own people. Why?" In a waspish tone of barely controlled fury, it was the Queen this time who answered. Getting up from her throne, she stalked towards the man, her beautiful alabaster face alight with fury. "After what you and yours have done, you dare ask the question, Muggle? You dare act like the put-upon victim here?" She sneered. "It is true, then. My husband was right. You Muggles have no spine whatsoever." Whipping her wand out, she practically screeched the word, "Crucio." As the Muggle started screaming, Harry gently said, "He's not worth it, love. Leave it." With a great effort, Daphne lifted the curse. Spitting on the Prime Minister, she pinned him down with a foot. Removing a photograph from within her dress, she crouched down till her face was inches from the struggling Muggles. "My husband was willing to raise this country to never-seen-before heights. He was willing to work with you Muggles to achieve this. And yet, how do you repay him? You send a filthy assassin." "Oh yes," she hissed at the surprised look on the Muggle's face. "We caught that ch. We had the best legilimens rip her mind open, and we even had a team go through her laptop, consorting with foreigners, Prime Minister. Who's the traitor here? Oh wait, let me guess," she continued derisively. "You're surprised that the backward, wizarding world knows anything about computers and how to operate them. Well, sorry to burst your bubble. While most of us couldn't be bothered to get right the names of the rubbish you invent, we do know how to operate them. At the least, we can learn." Shoving the photo in his face she said, "See this man, do you know who he is?" The Prime Minister shook his head mutely, his eyes wide. Aside from the horror of the situation and the rage he was experiencing from the normally placid queen, he was also stupefied by the picture. Never in his life had he seen a picture in which the subject moved. As it was, the figure of the young man within was looking at him with a look of disgust identical to the queen's while making rude gestures. His name was Mark Evans. Daphne said lowly. He was like a brother to me, and to Harry. He was the one who volunteered to act as a double, so that my husband could have more time to spend with his family. His plan was to go out in the Muggle public, under Polyjuice, and act as the king. It took a lot of convincing, you know. Both he and I had to work on my husband to get him to agree on this. Only to have your operative shoot him down, like a dog. The coward did not even have the decency of showing her face when she did it, either. Straightening up, she looked at her still-seated husband. I think I'm done for the day. If you will excuse me, the stench of Muggles is getting to me. Amused, the still-seated king silently inclined his head to the side. Taking that as her cue, Daphne only spared one contemptuous glance at the Prime Minister before disappearing from the room. Did you know, Harry said after Daphne had disappeared, that my initial idea had been to completely decimate the Muggle world? He looked at the Prime Minister thoughtfully. Unfortunately, there were a few out there who weren't as convinced. My wife was one of them. She spent some time asking me to consider working with you people. She and quite a few others wanted me to create a separate country, one free from Muggle influence. She felt that there was a possibility that we could coexist peacefully. But that was then. Ever since your assassination attempt, well, let's say that there are now fewer dissenters to my vision. Mark's death, as regrettable as it is, did help galvanize the British wizarding world at least into seeing the dangers your kind posed to us. And once I am done speaking to the International Confederation, the rest of the magical world will feel the same as well. You Muggles are not tolerant, you will do whatever it takes to remain at the top. You are not, and will not be, willing to share. You would find a way to forcibly end avenues, just like you have done so far. And one only need to look at the deplorable way you have treated non-magical beasts to know that you would treat magical creatures and beings the same way, exploiting them all for your own gain, and hunting them to extinction. Standing up, the king looked down his nose at the Prime Minister. I would thank you for encouraging my people, but then again, you did kill Mark. The king sneered at the fallen Muggle. Looking up, Harry gestured to the Minister of Magic, who was waiting at the side. Goodbye, Prime Minister, was the last sentence the Muggle was conscious of hearing before he sank into a haze, his conscience eradicated and supplanted. Harry smiled coldly as he looked over at the room. Does everybody have their targets under control? He asked calmly. Yes, Your Majesty, one of the members of the Wizengamot, a prominent businessman who was recently inducted by the king, said. Good. Do one last final check, and then send your marks out. Turning to Neville, Harry said. I leave the rest in your capable hands. Collectively, the wizards and their controlled Muggles bowed to the king, who smiled before silently apparating away. The first stage of Operation Liberation was complete. Jean-Sebastian looked around him as he walked down the halls of Windsor Castle. While he himself was a powerful and wealthy man, he did not have a large manor in the countryside. Not that it mattered, considering that he was quite happy with his house located in Ile St. Louis. Though his surroundings did make him feel whimsical. He was wrenched out of his thoughts when his escort rapped on the door and opened it. Jean-Sebastian, the king said warmly as soon as Jean-Sebastian entered. Please, sit. Being in moderately friendly terms with each other, the two men spent some time catching up on various topics. Harry was happy that Fleur and Bill had recently discovered that they were pregnant, while Jean-Sebastian was interested to note that 10-year-old Edmund was growing like a weed and was eager to start Hogwarts. While the boy was unhappy that he would not be able to study at the school for another 2 years because his birthday fell in late September, he was happy that he and James would be there in the same year. But finally, they got down to business. Marie-Jacques Coeur de Lion is proving to be quite an obstacle in my plans. Yes, Jean-Sebastian said in accent less English. She is quite resistant in changing loyalties. She's Muggle-born, I believe. Harry said after a moment. Yes, indeed. The first Muggle-born to be elected in France, in fact, Jean-Sebastian replied. She is rather against the Muggle-born Child Protection Act that you had introduced so many years ago. Harry snorted. Why am I not surprised? He asked rhetorically. As you know, sir, she shares a rather distant relationship with the King of Spain. I suspect that the king has been quite close to her. I wouldn't be surprised that his influence is the reason she has been elevated to such a position. Silence filled the room as the men thought. Can we have her impeached? Harry said slowly. I doubt it. Jean-Sebastian replied. Her reputation is practically lily-white. Her unfortunate attachment to the Muggle world aside, she is quite a decent person. Honest, willing to work for the people, you know the sort. Well then, Harry replied with a smile. When faced with such a problem, one must make a solution. Can you use your contacts to create such a solution? Jean-Sebastian smirked. That can happen. Harry studied the enigmatic smile on his companion's face with a raised eyebrow. And how? Will I ensure that it does happen? The smile on Jean-Sebastian's face widened in response as the man fixed the king with a knowing look. Chuckling lightly, Harry leaned back in his chair. Ah, I see. Turning his head, he looked out of the window, seemingly deep in thought. One must always be careful when making such propositions. After all, such an agreement is never between just the two negotiating parties. Eyes flicking to the Frenchman, he continued. I suppose that her desires have not changed, then. No, sire, Jean-Sebastian replied evenly. They have not. Harry twisted his wedding ring as he spoke. And mine haven't either. He gazed at Jean-Sebastian. I do not know why you are bringing up the topic at this point. I distinctly remember agreeing before. And I assure you that my intentions have not changed so far. I understand, Your Majesty, Jean-Sebastian said with a nod. However, I was hoping for our plans to be expedited by a few years, he trailed off delicately. Very well, Harry placed his hands on the armrests of his chair. However, I would like to meet her one more time before going with it. Jean-Sebastian smiled widely. That can be arranged immediately, Your Majesty. Harry smiled back. While he did not hate the father of his future second wife per se, he didn't exactly like him either. Unlike Cyrus, whom Harry got along with well, Jean-Sebastian came across as a bit of an opportunist and a snob. While Harry was sure that he loved his daughters and was a good enough person, there was just something about the Frenchman's personality that was mildly irritating. Harry waited outside the chambers of the International Confederation of Wizards, waiting for his cue to enter the room. Over the past years, his ambassadors had been hard at work, talking to the heads of various magical nations, convincing them to throw off the shackles the Muggles had them under and join under Harry's banner. Surprisingly enough, there were some that were not willing to swear allegiance, preferring their Muggle masters instead. Others had a problem with the fact that Harry came from Britain. The king rolled his eyes when thinking of them. Yes, he agreed that at one point Britain had colonized those countries, and perhaps it was a bad thing, but for Merlin's sake, it was Muggle Britain. However, those people were easily taken care of. For example, Suraj Devatha, the minister of the magical kingdom of Mysore, was a friend of the wife of a cousin of a distant relation of the Patals in Britain. All it took was a few favors to the family, a business venture here, a royal endorsement there, coupled with a title conferred to Sanjay Patil, the elder brother of the Patil twins, and a few years later, every Auror and government official in Mysore was now loyal to Harry. And that eventually led to the impeachment of Mr. Devatha. It was hard to be minister when your entire government no longer is loyal to you. Of course, the former minister had then disappeared. After all, it would not do for the Muggles to get wind of changing loyalties. For that reason alone, magical contracts and obliviation spells were used quite extensively. Along with strategic applications of the Avada Kedavra curse, as the late Mr. Devatha found out, an imperious curse, as the weak-willed minister of Thailand, Arun Changthongkam, was to discover. So far, the nations in Europe, Africa and Asia were cooperating nicely. He did not have to bother with Australia and New Zealand as those countries were already under his aegis. However, the Americas were proving to be difficult. While Canada was in the bag, the Magical Federation of Northern America, which spanned the territories of the Muggle United States of America and Mexico, was proving to be reticent. An incident between the Federation and Germany coupled with a hot-headed minister and firebrand mugwump had the country all but withdrawing from the International Confederation. Considering that this was not the first time they had done something like this, the International Confederation had decided to revoke their membership. The general consensus was that if the country wanted no part with the greater magical community as a whole because of minor trifling issues, then it was their problem. If and when they decided to get someone more sensible, would be the time the International Confederation would think of giving them their membership. That is, after they paid the hefty fine, of course. Not that it was going to stop the king from sending operatives into the Muggle United States of America. They had quite an important job to do, after all. South America was too small to consider as the magical tribes there refused to talk to any outsiders. Harry was snapped out of his thoughts when he was given the signal. Entering the chambers, Harry took a moment to observe the large amphitheater-like room, packed with witches and wizards, each representing their respective countries. He knew that each and every one of the 100-odd magical nations that had sworn loyalty to him had attended, just as he had expected them to. Shaking the hand of the Supreme Mugwump, Harry gracefully sat on the throne-like chair offered to him, bidding the Mugwumps in front of him to sit as well. Automatically, charms around the chair activated. Their function was to transmit and translate whatever that was said into the earpieces of the various delegates. Mugwumps and ministers of all magical nations, Harry said. I realize that this is highly irregular, to call for an emergency meeting. However, we all are faced with a problem. For centuries now, we all have lived first under persecution, and later, hiding, from our non-magical brethren, whom we call Muggles. So long has this been the case that nobody now remembers that there was indeed a time when witches, wizards, and magic were looked upon with awe and respect. Magical doctors were revered for their healing prowess. Court wizards and witches were looked up to by the general populace. There even was a time when magical kings and queens used to rule nations. When I was a child, when I first was introduced to the beautiful and wondrous world of magic, the prevalent thought that I had was, why? Why do we, who can do so much, things that Muggles can dream of, and more, live in hiding? Why do we hide our talents? Why can't magic be practiced openly? The answer I was given was that the Muggles would try to exploit us. That they would fear and loathe us, despise us, even, for the things we could do, for something that we were born with. Harry paused to look around him. In history of magic, we are taught of our dark past. The times when being magical could get you killed. While there were many instances of people managing to escape because they had their wands, there are an equal and in some cases, greater number of magical people being killed by Muggles. A majority of them were children, discovered and subsequently killed in ways too gruesome to repeat because they accidentally showed some of their talents in front of the Muggles. We are also told tales of witches and wizards being harassed for their talents, forced to cater to an unappreciative Muggle populace, only to be driven out the minute they stop being of use. Harry paused once more for effect. He said, putting a hand to his heart, know firsthand the intolerance that Muggles show towards us. Many of you know my story by now. About how my Muggle guardians hated me, absolutely hated me for my talents. About how they made up lies that their fellow Muggles believed wholeheartedly. I was less than human in their eyes. They denigrated me and my parents, they made me live in a cramped cupboard while they enjoyed the rest of their large house. They basically did everything possible to keep me downtrodden. And they did this for one simple objective in mind, to stamp the magic out of me. His statement was met with gasps and cries of outrage. So, one cannot blame us for wanting to hide, to protect ourselves and our magical creatures as well from Muggles. But that begs another question. Why didn't we conquer? Why, instead of hiding, didn't we subjugate Muggles? We can do so much with magic. Our technology was superior to what the Muggles had, and it still is superior. While they struggle to understand matter, we manipulate it with abandon. We sell models of our galaxy in our shops while they still have yet to decide how many planets are circling the sun. They consider growing ears to be advanced science while we can grow entire limbs. And we aren't too shabby in battle. Why then, isn't this a true wizarding world? The answer to that is just as simple. It is something that every Mugwump sitting here knows. Something that nobody is willing to tell their respective populaces, because it is so shameful, so appalling, that people pretend that it does not exist. Everybody here was a South Avenue of the Muggles. You know this is true, Harry said over the mutterings and inhalations his statement brought. He shifted to look at the Mugwump from Greece directly. Didn't Greece have to increase their taxes a few years back by a large percentage? Yes, the man replied, his expression ugly. And why was that? His Imperial Majesty demanded that Greece pay money to help boost the flagging economy of Muggle Greece. The flat voice of the translation charm belied the furious face and rapid Greek of the clearly upset mugwump. How much did he demand? Harry asked lowly, knowing the answer. 11 billion galleons. While everyone knew of the amount, the collective still flinched upon hearing the pronouncement. That was around 5 years back, Harry said. Greece has recovered somewhat now. Did you get any compensation for that? None. Harry looked around the room. Muggle Greece did not pay interest. In fact, they did not even have to pay the loan magical Greece gave them to begin with. The king paused as he let the various delegates voice their disapproval. Now this isn't the first time it has happened. Throughout history many of us have been forced to give those Muggles our gold for no return whatsoever. What's more, they even force us to buy their Muggle money at a much lower rate. He took out a galleon from his pocket. It was newly minted and contained his profile on the face. This coin weighs 1 ounce and is 12-karat gold. That is around 500 pounds sterling. Yet the exchange rate is 5 pounds to a galleon, 1/100th of the actual value of this coin. And if that wasn't enough, those Muggles have devised many ways to keep us down. It's a well-known fact now that the laws that discriminate against Muggleborns are either endorsed by the Muggles themselves or introduced by them to keep our population down. But that pales in comparison to what they tried recently. The king paused as if steeling himself. The Muggles couldn't bear the thought of a wizarding king existing. Oh no, as far as they were concerned, such a person represented freedom from their tyranny and oppression. So what did they do? They tried to kill us. He slapped his palm against his chest emphatically, causing the chamber to erupt in shouts of indignation. Mark was a dear friend of mine, and he offered to take my place so I could focus more on my people. He stretched his hands out as if to include the collective before him, the wizarding world. He was there in my place when those Muggles made their assassination attempt. He did not deserve to die. Before the incident, I had tried to resolve our problems peacefully. I thought that once we show them that we can help make the world a better place, they will consider leaving us in peace. I now realize how wrong I was. Harry bowed his head. His audience watched with bated breath. They could almost feel the sorrow and disappointment radiating from the king. Now, Harry said slowly as he raised his head, I realize that there is no peaceful solution to be had. The Muggles don't want to share. They will not give us our freedom. All they have done, and still do, is take. They have taken our money, he nodded towards the Greek mugwump. They have taken our freedom, and our children. What next? Will they take our magic? Will we have to apply for a special permission from a filthy Muggle to purchase a wand? What if they decide that the land we have should be theirs? Or that we should not be allowed to teach the magical arts to our children, or even better, magical technology? The Muggle Prime Minister of Britain tried the very same thing, my friends. He said to the stunned disbelief of the people sitting in the room. He wanted us to restrict the use of magic in Britain. To make it illegal to use the one thing we were born with in the presence of Muggles. No matter the circumstance. In fact, he wished us to declare areas of the country magic-free zones. He finished in disgust. That was the last straw as far as we are concerned. Now we control them. A collective intake of breath could be heard throughout the room at that revelation. We all know what happened to magical China, that once great nation and its peoples, when the last emperor of China was deposed. Many wizards and witches died in the purge that followed. If it were not for Hong Kong, I can tell you all with certainty that there would not be one single magical person of Chinese origin. I look at that as an example and I say, enough. He roared. From this day on, I say that we are no longer Greek, or French, or Indian, or British, or Thai, or any other such thing. For those are Muggle labels. No, from this moment on, we are magical. I say we should declare ourselves as the new magical empire. The resounding cheers made the question of a formal vote a moot point. Cries of, for the empire, and, long like the emperor, rang out. The new proclaimed emperor signaled for quiet. Now, my friends, I have an important task to ask of you. I ask you to show patience. For now, we shall pretend that nothing has changed. Let the Muggles stay happily ignorant. Meanwhile, I shall send over some of my officials to implement the grand plan that I along with a few talented wizards and witches have developed. Soon enough, the Muggles will know magic's might. More cheers met his proclamation. At first they were the same exclamations as before. Then suddenly, a new cheer broke out. It started out small, among a few of the mugwumps from Africa as they chanted the last few words of the new emperor. But it soon grew as other mugwumps heard and approved. By the time it was heard throughout the chamber, it had mutated. Harry softly whispered the chant as a satisfied smile broke out onto his face. Magic is might. In an unplottable location somewhere in the east of Britain was a large property. The dominating feature of the large area was the field that consisted of a beach, and more importantly, an obstacle course that was currently being used by a large number of men and women outfitted in khaki trousers and vests. Their uniforms are rather Muggle in nature, commented the wizard on Harry's right. The monarch shrugged. It has been found to be the most effective in allowing mobility. Why fix something that isn't broken? Not giving his companion time to answer, Harry stepped off the cliff he was standing on and floated down towards the training field. Hold! Shouted the instructor. He did not need to get a good look at the face of the figure approaching him. As far as he knew, only the king could fly like that. If that wasn't enough, the sight of some of the king's guards securing the area even as more figures followed him on broom was enough of a hint. Form up. Immediately the men and women stopped whatever it was they were doing and with soft pops, apparated behind their trainer in a perfect line, saluting crisply. Impressive, Harry said with a nod. I see that you have coordinated apparition down. Thank you, your Imperial Majesty. The instructor said with a bow. Harry's mouth twitched. We aren't an emperor yet, Mr. Dawson. He said calmly. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Dawson wasn't fazed. Not officially. I thank you for your confidence. Harry said graciously. Now, is the general in? Seeing the man nod nervously, Harry grinned. Good. I assume he is in his office then. Looking up at the men and women behind Dawson, he continued. You may continue with whatever it is you were doing. I look forward to the upcoming demonstration. Crisply turning around, he headed towards the building. If I may ask, sir, is the general expecting you? I had no idea that your majesty was going to be conducting an investigation. Otherwise I would have prepared something more suitable like a few sparring sessions between our soldiers. Harry turned back. Oh heavens, I hope not. It would ruin the surprise. He smiled. Carry on, Sergeant. You have a lot of preparation to do, to show us in our parliament how well our army has been trained. Harry's companion was waiting for him by the entrance, clearly having apparated there directly from the cliff. Minister, Harry said with a nod without breaking his stride. The Minister of Magic wordlessly fell in step. They were followed inside by two of the guards. The various personnel did not register his presence till he was ensconced in the general's office, his remaining two guards standing outside and fixing the room with impassive expressions. Having had enough time to register the king's arrival, the general was more composed. With a bow at the neck, the man ushered Harry to the large leather chair behind the desk as he took the visitor's chair next to the Minister of Magic. So, General, Harry began. What is your input on the weapons technology sent your way 2 months back? Very impressive, sire. The man replied readily. We especially like the staves. They will be very useful for artillery. The range and power is quite impressive. I dare say that they could be a match for the rocket launchers the Muggles use. Of course, he grimaced. There is the issue of power. Those things make our men easily tired. Harry shrugged. It cannot be helped. The boffins are working on improvements. He slowly drummed his fingers on the tabletop. It is after all, an ancient invention that was rediscovered. Ah yes, that mystery book of Merlin's. They managed to translate it. Harry smiled in reminiscence. It had taken 2 whole months to write down 10 pages worth of the inscriptions on parchment. His kids had taken to the project with enthusiasm, thereby lessening the time. James was particularly good at drawing. That was then sent off, along with the assorted illustrations and diagrams, to the unspeakables for their team comprising of their best arithmancy and runes. Experts to devour. It had taken 3 months of intense brainstorming, researching, conferring and calculations for the team to finally crack the language. Owing to the surprising similarity this as yet unnamed language had with modern English in grammar, syntax and number of letters, translating it into English and fashioning a key was quite easy. This eventually helped speed up the process of copying the book down. Of course, Harry made sure to draw the characters as he saw them in the book itself. It wouldn't do to have a mistranslation. At the end, Harry, James and Edmund learnt a new language even if it was only the written form, and the boys got good practice in penmanship and art. And the Department of Mysteries got some really interesting information. The book, probably authored by Merlin himself, was titled To Harry's and Everyone's Amusement, Excalibur. Even though it was not the fabled sword of King Arthur, the book was definitely a weapon in that it contained very valuable knowledge. The book was filled with plans of magical weapons technology and spells that could be used in open warfare. Unfortunately, almost all of the plans were unfinished. The author, one researcher, had made the rather unpopular hypothesis that Merlin may not have been responsible for the conception of the book, deciding that they were either not practical or incapable of working. That wasn't to say that the book was completely useless. A gem that the researchers had found was information on the creation and usage of the war staff. Large and unwieldy, they lacked the finesse of the wand. While the wand, a tool that was already in regular use during Merlin's time, had a low output, one could use it to shape intricate and delicate spells that yielded complex results, such as the spells required in Transfiguration. The wand was like a scalpel. The staff, however, was, to put it simply, a sledgehammer. A wizard could use it to cast spells that had a wider area of effect. A blasting curse from a staff could create a 2-foot-wide crater, while a wand would produce, at best, something that was half a foot in diameter. There was a downside, though. The staves took up too much energy. An average-powered magical could at the most cast 5 spells before he had to rest. But nothing in the book would have been possible to create if it wasn't for the singularly most crucial bit of information that the book contained. Information that had every single person who was aware of the book and had read it practically throwing orgasmic fits. The process involved in creating mithril. Harry had immediately acquired a few steel plants to create the legendary metal. As the spells involved in the creation of mithril could be self-sustained with minimal human interaction, the process could be easily automated. Even now, plans were being made to increase production, acquire and set up more foundries and increase the stockpile. Improvements on the formula were also being researched, now that the exact process was known. It was hoped that the amount of magic demanded from the wizard could be reduced while simultaneously keeping the same output, with a view to increasing the effects too. Yes, Harry said with a small smile. They have. You should expect new toys for your people to play with, General. Taking a moment to note the gleam in the General's eye, Harry continued. However, we have another reason for coming here. Now, I have observed your people in training, secretly, mind you, and I am quite confident about our readiness. I am quite certain that the Wizengamot will see things the same way. And so, in anticipation of this, we have your very first assignment for you. Saying this, Harry signaled to the minister, who took out a large folder and handed it over to the general. You have 10 days after the demonstration. How you do it is up to you, as long as you meet the primary objectives. The general looked through the folder. Interesting choice for support, he commented with a furrowed brow. They are willing to aid us. They have no choice, Harry replied with a smirk. Nodding, the general set down the folder. It will be done, Your Majesty. Good. I need not tell you how important this will be for our future plans. Getting a curt nod in reply, Harry continued. Excellent. We look forward to hearing of your success. Standing up, Harry nodded to the military officer who responded with a crisp salute. Good luck, may Merlin be with you, General Hodgkin. Harry laughed loudly as he set down his cup of Earl Grey tea. Oh, I still remember McGonagall's face. Neville, who had broached the topic that got the monarch to start laughing in the first place, smiled broadly. Yeah, that was priceless. The dressing down she gave them afterwards was funny too. I think they were about to cry once she was done. With a sigh, both men fell into a reminiscent silence. Dad, look what I can do. That was broken quite occasionally by the shrieks coming from Edmund and James as they flew around the grounds behind the Potter ancestral home. Please be careful, Your Royal Highnesses, said their governess admonishingly as she flew behind them. The poor woman, while a capable flyer herself, was nonetheless out of her depth here as the princes were quite literally flying circles around her. That's nice, Edmund, Harry called back. But please listen to your nanny. And James, enough barrel rolls. For Merlin's sake, you'll make yourself dizzy and fall off your broom. They take after their father quite nicely, Neville commented. Harry snorted, letting go of the death grip he had on the table. I wasn't that reckless, he supplied as he flexed his aching right hand. Picking up his teacup with his other hand, he took a sip, not letting his eyes stray from his children playing. I'm seriously going to need something stronger. Bullshit, Neville guffawed. I have seen you fly for 7 years straight. Those two there haven't got anything on you. Why, I bet first-year Harry Potter would have been able to make them look like safe, conscientious flyers in comparison. Hell, I bet 1-year-old Harry Potter would have put them to shame. Harry sat up at that last statement. How did? You spoke to Bagshot, didn't you? He said in a defeated tone. Yep, Neville replied with a smug grin. Though, I suspect you spoke to her too, seeing as you know about it. Actually, I found out from a letter my mother wrote to my godfather after my first birthday. It was in his room, amongst many other things. There was a few moments' silence where the two men watched the kids flying. I can see why you were worried, Neville commented after a while. I too think they might fall any minute. He gave his friend a considering glance. In fact, I am quite surprised that you haven't gone up there yet. Well, Harry replied after a long moment. I would have been more worried if I hadn't already cast cushioning and softening charms on the ground beneath. He took another sip of his beverage, and the momentum-arresting charm that I'd placed about a foot above the ground. And that's the only reason I haven't told them to get their little backsides down on the ground. Tearing his eyes away from the children, he considered his old school friend. So, what brings you here? Do I need a reason to visit my best friend, honorary nephews and godsons? Neville replied in a mock-affronted voice. Harry only raised an eyebrow. You brought Susan along with you, he said in a deadpan. You never bring Susan with you. You either come alone or come with Susan and Hannah together. Neville, Susan and Hannah, either that, or one of the three of you individually and at the most Susan and Hannah, and whomever Hannah is seeing at the moment. Oh, remember Hannah's last boyfriend? What's his face? He was 2 years older than us. Boy, did I enjoy making him squirm after the crap he put me through in school. Harry sighed. Neville, Robert only called you a dim-witted moron once. And that was because you had oh so happily left a list of all the passwords set for the week lying around where anyone could have got it. And as you no doubt know, the one person who the entire school was trying to keep out managed to get his hands on that list. It happened a long time back, when we were kids. Let it go, already. And for F.K.'s sake, stop changing the F.King topic. He paused to look at his friend. Now why are you and Susan so keen to meet the two of us? Before the blonde could answer, Susan and Daphne stepped through the wards separating the pool and the rest of the house from the patio. Ladies, Harry said, as he and Neville stood up. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry noticed Neville twitch slightly. A suspicion slowly forming in his mind, Harry sat back as the women made themselves comfortable. He causally glanced at the playing boys and was gratified to note that they had begun to slow down. They would be landing shortly. Glancing into his wife's eyes, he sent a mental probe to gently knock on her shields with his question. The smile on her face coupled with her non-verbal answer had his lips twitching. So, Harry said slowly. Neville was telling me the reason he wanted to meet me on this fine Sunday morning before you ladies arrived. He focused his attention on his friend with an expectant look on his face. Neville. The fair-haired man flushed uncharacteristically. Susan and I are planning to get married. He reached out to take Susan's hands. I was wondering when the two of you would finally get around to it. Harry said with a genuine smile on his face. Well, congratulations. This calls for a celebration. Twiggy, get a bottle of our finest champagne and 4 glasses from the cellar please. Holding his glass up, the king and queen toasted the new couple. Setting the glass down, Harry smirked at his friend. Now, was that so hard, Longbottom? The way you were going on, one would think that you were telling your grandmother. Though, I will give you credit, you're better than Draco. Neville sat up at this. What? Malfoy came around. Although he appeared casual when he said it, Harry was amused to note a hint of dislike. Yes he did. He was with Astoria too. Harry allowed a smile to break out on his face. He was all proper and everything. Idiot thought that he had to ask for my permission. Watching him squirm really did make my day. He sighed wistfully. My only regret is that I couldn't drag it out further. Neville made a noncommittal noise on hearing about Draco Malfoy's engagement. Why didn't you drag it out? I mean. That's because of this one's sister, Harry jabbed a thumb at his wife, causing his spouse to turn and glare playfully at him. She spent the whole 20 minutes of Draco's stuttering and posturing scowling at the two of us. She, rightly, mind you, didn't feel the need to seek my blessings. Funnily enough, the looks she was shooting me made Draco even more uncomfortable. Daphne snorted. Yes, she drawled. And no one here will make any mention of how clueless you were for those first 20 minutes. Nor shall anyone speak about the look on your face when you finally understood why Draco and Astoria were there. Neville and Susan chuckled as Harry huffed. Well, it was less to do with the fact that they, I mean Draco, wanted to talk about a possible future with your sister than it has to do with the fact that you will have Draco Malfoy as your brother-in-law. Harry smiled as the smirk on Daphne's face was wiped off. What, dear, didn't you realize that yet? Surely you would have caught on to the fact that him marrying your sister would make him, family. Well, at least on your side. I'm safe. He's still your cousin, Daphne said in a deadpan. Meh, Harry replied, unperturbed. I've accepted my relation to him quite a long time back. Besides, it is comfortably far off. You on the other hand, he trailed off delicately. Daphne's response was cut off as two hungry children descended on the food placed on the table. Status report, Colonel Mike Leander commanded imperiously. Our diggers have managed to complete the tunnel, the goblin standing in front of him replied. Sir, the sneer on its face was barely visible. Good. What of the escape tunnels? Sealed, the sullen goblin replied curtly. They won't know until it is too late. The colonel turned to his right. What is the status of the anti-communications ward? They have been woven in successfully, his subordinate replied. She affixed a superior look on her face as she continued. Not that they will be even willing to ask for help from outside in the first place. Grunting, the leader brought up a pair of omnioculars to his hard face. The city beneath him slumbered, its denizens having all retired for the night, blissfully unaware of their presence. Zooming in, he focused on two important buildings. One, a squat square structure, and the other an ostentatious palace located at the heart of the city. Lowering the omnioculars, he turned to the goblin. I hope your people have managed to negate the wards. The goblin shot him a look of deep loathing. Yes. Smirking, the colonel nodded to his group. Seeing his signal, the team disapparated simultaneously, reappearing silently in a large circular room. From the plans they had studied, they knew that it was one of the old abandoned watchtowers situated at the north of the city. He tapped the device embedded into his ear. Team 1 is ready. 5 of the 10 soldiers behind him got into position bearing metallic staves. The other half of the team started attaching slim tubes made of the same metal to their wands after casting sight-enhancing charms on themselves. Leander brought up his omnioculars again. To his right and left, he could make out similar teams crouching into position in the east and west towers. Team 2 in position. The statement came loud and clear in his ear. Team 3 has command of the west tower. Team 4 ready in the south tower. Ground teams are ready. A slow smile of anticipation started to form on Leander's face. Zom Johnscombe was roused violently from a restful slumber by the sound of multiple explosions. Cursing, he leapt from his bed, and crossed the large bedroom to look out of the palace window. He took in a deep breath at the sight that met his eyes. Chaos reigned the streets as large pulses of light impacted the barracks. The building in question didn't last for long as it slowly toppled, throwing up clouds of dust as it crushed everything underneath it, severely damaging the building across it. Cursing loudly in his native language, he called for his guards. Hastily donning a chest plate and snatching a wicked battle axe, the goblin chief headed towards the front doors, shortly joined by his many sons, wives, and daughters. Each of the goblins was armed to the teeth, ready to face the scum who had suddenly and cowardly laid siege to their city. With a war cry, they surged out of the palace. It couldn't have been a moment sooner, as a couple of pulses of light impacted with the palace itself, destroying the upper floors. Clearly the attackers had found their next targets. And they hadn't wasted their time. Johnscombe cursed. Their city was supposed to be safe. Nestled deep underground, far below the bank, it was only accessible through a route only the goblins knew about. Anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards nullified those modes of travel, making it impossible for wizards to get to their city either way. The goblins had full faith in their security measures. No wizard had stepped foot into the city ever since its conception. Added to the fact that they managed wizard gold, it was taken for granted that they would not have to worry about any incursions from those damn magic-wielding humans. So how had these wizards managed to get past the bank's security without being noticed, successfully navigate the labyrinth of passages filled with dead ends, traps and many other nasty surprises, fool the goblin-crafted wards which were a closely guarded secret even within the goblin community, and get in, and that too so far that nobody noticed them taking command of their old watchtowers? Had they managed to take the bank too? And why were they attacking? So far, there was no indication that relations were going sour. In fact, Johnscombe would go so far as to say that wizard-goblin relations were as high as they could get. Well, other than the fact that they were planning on another goblin revolt soon. It had been too long since the last revolt, after all. Thus they had opted not to install any additional security measures and defenses. What few watchtowers that had been installed long ago had been abandoned as the money used for their upkeep was diverted to other pursuits. Additionally, funding towards their army had been cut down as the goblin army had long since taken policing duties. After all, someone had to keep law and order. However, what they did have was quite formidable, even if they were critically compromised, having borne the brunt of the initial barrage of spells. Yelling, goblin archers started firing arrows, focusing their attention towards the north tower from where the spell fire was coming from, their warriors surging forward, waving their various weapons. Leander watched as the arrows impacted against the shield he had set up. Inwardly he cursed himself for not being quick enough to stop all the arrows. Calling upon his decades of experience in battle, the colonel did not let the sight of the injured soldier faze him. Instead he rallied his men, bringing their minds back into the task at hand. Get to work, men. You can all watch Private Buchanan later. The man only has a flesh wound, for Merlin's sake. Snipers, take position, now. At his command, the soldiers switched positions with the sharpshooters who brought their modified wands to bear. Designed by the Department of Mysteries, the attachments these soldiers carried allowed them to curse individuals from a great distance. With the addition of mithril at the tip of the accessory, the power, accuracy and range was doubled. This only made it easier for them to apply their training from their hit wizard days. Teams 2, 3 and 4, open fire, the colonel ordered. Concentrate on the castle. Turning around, he barked. And someone get Buchanan seen to before he bleeds out. Remember your training, men. Most of you have been Aurors. Use your bloody training. Suddenly, jets of green light started streaking in from the east and west towers, catching the surprised defenders flat-footed. The bombardment of the palace that had initially stopped the moment the archers had started to return fire, doubled, killing many more that were housed within. Before they could even register this new threat, the defending goblins were besieged once again as armored goblins suddenly appeared and started hacking at their own brethren. These were soon joined by wizards and witches who faded into view, no doubt canceling disillusionment charms. To add to the confusion, the southern tower also started to open fire. Buildings started toppling, unable to put up with the destructive magic of such unseen levels of power. Overwhelmed, the defenders managed to hold up for a few scant minutes before they were overrun. Soon, Zom Johnscombe and the remnants of his family were clapped in chains, unable to process what had happened. The sight of their own brothers and sisters fighting alongside the wizards told the goblin chief plenty about how the humans had managed to breach their city and lay siege to it. They were betrayed. "Ah, you must be the boss," a particularly arrogant human, clearly the leader of the operation, said as he swaggered up to the goblin. He extracted a piece of parchment. "Zom Johnscombe," he raised an eyebrow. "It's Johnscombe, you filthy human." One of the goblin chief's sons spat. "And you are not even worthy of uttering my father's name." The human only snorted. Looking at Johnscombe, he sneered. Surprised. "Well, this is what happens when you defy our king." He gestured towards the goblins helping him. "They, at least, understand who they owe their allegiance to. They were the ones who were kind enough to lead us here. They also took care of the wards surrounding your palace and your barracks, making you easy pickings." With another smirk, the man continued. "Anyway, His Majesty sends his regards. He also wishes to tell you not to worry, your gold will be taken care of." With a beatific smile he turned to his men. "Kill them all. Leave Johnscombe," he sneered. "And that whelp there for the very last. We take the bank now." Helplessly, Johnscombe watched as his people were killed one after another. A slight movement to his left alerted him to the presence of one of the attackers. The old goblin's eyes widened. He recognized the goblin. He was part of the British contingent that had come over a few months earlier on a diplomacy mission. The old goblin could only whisper, "Why? It's only business," the guard replied with a look of deep discomfort in his eyes. "Our hands are tied. It's either us, or you. I hope you understand." The defeated goblin could only nod as he gazed at the ground. He did not notice his guard disappear from his side, along with the rest of the attackers. He ignored the rising heat and the screams as the fiendfire swiftly obliterated everything. Slowly, but steadily surrounding him. Closing his eyes, he hoped that his kind would have their vengeance. The King of Spain gazed into the distance, contemplating events. The assassination attempt had failed. His eyes traveled to the letter he held loosely in his hand. The wording was quite roundabout and circumspect, a masterpiece of bureaucratic language that would have any official go starry-eyed. But the implications were clear. His distant cousin, of sorts, in Britain was a wizard. The failure of his ordered assassination only proved that fact. No doubt some sorcery was used to ensure the King of England's survival. After all, the shooter was the best in her class. Not only that, but his agents had uncovered an interesting report. While the official story was that King Henry IX was brought critically injured to the nearest hospital, there was an unfinished report. And that report had declared the king dead on arrival. Unfortunately, the doctor's signature was only half completed, and the entire hospital staff couldn't recall anything about any such report, meaning that the document was less than useless. Not that it would be able to prove anything anyway. The king's continued existence only laid credence to the fact that he was still alive. But it confirmed his interpretation of the words contained in the document he held in his hand. The implications were not good. He could only thank God that the assassination had rendered the king crippled. Some might say it was enough, but he knew otherwise. He did not know what the previous queen was thinking by naming the wizard a successor. She knew that with a magical wearing the crown, the tenuous grip they held over the wizarding world would be lost. And that would be very bad indeed. Especially considering that it wasn't a small kingdom, like those in India. The king was of no doubt that the world would survive any wizard uprising. The advances they had made over the past few decades ensured that they were capable of mass destruction, something that those freaks couldn't do. However, the world was already fraught with violence and war. It did not need another. There was only one way to ensure peace. The Wizard King must be eliminated. Furthermore, his entire line must be eradicated to ensure that there would be no more successors to the English throne. And then, they would find a normal successor, perhaps one of the Jacobite pretenders. If not, well, he already had control over France, why not Britain as well? He could see it now, being called the King of Spain in England. The dreams of his ancestor, when he had launched that ill-fated attack on Britain and Queen Elizabeth I would be realized. But he would need to prepare. And to do that, he would need more information on this Wizard King. Coming to a decision, the monarch reached for his phone. If he had interpreted the first message this mysterious unknown source had sent him correctly, then the next piece of information from his other known and trusted source was in all likelihood true. Hermione Granger Weasley sighed as she looked at the fast food restaurant in front of her. Entering, she got in line at the till near the far wall on her left. "I'd like a Happy Meal please," she said in a bored monotone. With extra happy in it, the sigh as she said the last bit was inaudible. The cashier gave a patently fake laugh as he told her to take a token. Taking the piece of paper, Hermione went to the women's loo. In the last stall, she threw the token into the toilet. Immediately, the wall in front of her morphed into a large fireplace, green flames dancing in the grate thanks to the ticket which was actually made of a solidified version of flow powder. Not bothering to utter a destination, Hermione stepped into the grate. There was only one destination this particular fireplace would take her after all. The atrium of the Northern Ministry of Magic Center of the Magical Federation of Northern America, located in Washington, D.C. was quite different from the atrium of the British Ministry of Magic. While the building in London was done up in dark wooden paneling, with a peacock blue ceiling, this room comprised of glistening black stone. There were no decorative symbols dancing around the sky blue ceiling, which, instead, contained a large logo of the ministry. Joining the stream of ministry workers, Hermione headed towards the security checkpoint. Passing by the large fountain, Hermione carelessly threw in 10 nuts as was her habit on Mondays. She barely spared a second glance at the sculpture placed in the middle. Recently installed, the centerpiece of the fountain was a modern sculpture made entirely of metal. Comprising of curves and levitating pieces that floated in a random pattern as they caught and released water, it was the one good thing about the atrium in her opinion. Hermione couldn't help but feel as if the place was cold. The warmth that was there in the British Ministry of Magic building was missing here. Perhaps it was the foreignness of the place. "Good morning, Emma." Hermione reflexively smiled at the woman next to her. It had taken some time, but she was now used to being called by her alias, Emma Ratcliffe. Ever since things had gone pear-shaped in Britain, she and Ron had been on the run, sticking close to the wilderness and living off the land. They could not afford to be near civilization of any kind, seeing as Harry had notified the Muggle government, which was technically his government now, about their fugitive status. Initially, things had been rather rocky between the couple. Ron had taken the loss of their daughter especially hard. He blamed himself for leaving Rose behind. As far as he was concerned, no halfway decent father would do such a thing. Hermione had spent the first few days on the run hating her husband, blaming him for their daughter probably being in the custody of some snobby dark pureblood supremacist family, courtesy of Harry taking vengeance on them. But that anger soon fizzled out. She was intelligent enough to understand her part in it. Had she refused to keep Harry's children, perhaps they wouldn't have been in this mess. It had taken nearly 2 months and a close call in Dorset with the Muggle authorities for her to finally ask Ron for forgiveness. The couple had then made up, their bond becoming stronger than ever. It was at that point that they realized that they would not survive for long in Britain. They would be much better off in another country. They sold what little they had, coupled that with the money Ron had saved to smuggle themselves to America by boat. With magic, it was easy to change their looks and forge a pair of Muggle identities and get enough money to settle down in the Muggle world as Dan and Emma Ratcliffe, a married Australian couple. It took some adjusting for Hermione and a lot for Ron, but they had little choice as they did not have the resources to forge magical identities. And then came that fateful day. Hermione remembered that day as if it was yesterday. She had come home from the bookshop where she was working as a teller, as was routine for her. Making a beeline towards the fridge, she extracted a plate of lasagna her husband had made. Heating it, she settled down in front of the television. Today was a Wednesday, meaning that Ron would be coming home late from the restaurant where he worked as a sous chef. It never failed to amuse her that Ron, the wizard-raised pureblood, had managed to find a good job and life in the Muggle world much easier than she, who was Muggle-born, ever could. His talent in cooking had got him noticed by a chef who was friends with a pretty well-known chef who, in turn, had offered him an apprenticeship. Her ginger husband had risen swiftly from first-level cook in about a year to being second in command of a prestigious restaurant in New York. It was true that he couldn't, for the life of him, pronounce the names of half the Muggle inventions correctly, but he managed to get by. His colleagues just thought he was quirky. At any rate, it was thanks to Ron's job that they could afford such a nice house. They could not subsist on duplicated money forever. From her experience at her old job, Hermione knew that witches and wizards used this method to pad their bank balance. Those who got caught, and they all got caught eventually, were either stupid enough to try and exchange the counterfeit money for galleons, and they were lucky if they managed to get convicted by the ministry, as the goblins took a very dim view at attempts to cheat them, or became so greedy that the Muggles started to notice. Hermione remembered retiring early that night as soon as she was done eating and cleaning up. She was fast asleep when Ron came in at around 2 in the morning. They woke up to find a creepy-looking man sitting in their bedroom, staring at them unblinkingly. Hermione gave a shriek when she saw the man. His lips appeared to be almost blood-red against his pale skin. Light hazel eyes shone with a glint of something that was quite unsettling. His face looked like it had been hit repeatedly by a shovel. Woken up by the noise she made, Ron swore, "Bloody hell. Have you been watching us sleeping all this time?" Shovel Face just grinned. "Dan and Emma Ratcliffe, or is it Ron and Hermione Weasley? It is good to make your acquaintance. Clean up and join us downstairs, if you please." So saying, he got up and headed out of the room, not bothering to look at the shocked couple. A flick of his wand as he crossed the threshold of the door caused his chair to vanish, fully confirming that he was a wizard. "Oh, and," he said without turning around, "I suggest you don't even think of running. We have the place surrounded." Ron and Hermione dressed hurriedly. By mutual unspoken consent, they removed their wands from the locked box in their wardrobes. Despite what Shovelface said, if things went pear-shaped, they would go down fighting, even if it had been years since they had used magic. They had heard, through the grapevine, what had happened to Percy. There was no way they were going to suffer the same fate. In their living room, they saw the intruder sitting on an armchair, right between their sofa and their television. A woman stood behind him, looking like she was the muscle of this little duo despite her slim build. The woman was average-looking. She had long straight black hair, unremarkable features and was of middling height. However, her eyes were her most defining feature. Looking at them, Hermione couldn't help but be even more unnerved. The vacant expression on her face and in her eyes gave the impression that she had been key-ed. Some might find it intimidating, but Hermione just thought she looked stupid. The fugitive couple would find out later that they had both decided to call her Dead Eyes in their minds. As far as we know, Amanda Rutgers, the minister of the Magical Federation of Northern America, said, "Britain has been quiet on the international front." "Of course," she said ruefully. "That information is as of late 2013. A few months before the assassination attempt on the King of England." 2013, the Spanish king said in a tone of light incredulity. He slowly turned away from the window he was looking through to rest his gaze on the minister. "And why is that?" Rutgers' face flushed. "That would be because of my predecessor, sir," she said wearily. "He has left a big mess ever since his impeachment. How that idiot got the office is beyond me." "What happened?" The lightly accented voice of the King of Spain cut across the room. "The International Confederation basically had enough of him and our mugwump," the minister replied. "They chucked us out. That was what led to his impeachment. There was only so much that his charisma and his father's name can do to cover for that brand of idiocy. We have since reapplied, but getting it approved is slow going." The monarch huffed in amusement. "The ICW is very much like the UN, slow to come to a decision either way." Striding to the large chair that was normally used by the Spanish ambassador, he sat down regally. "In any case, our other colonies concur with your observation." Frowning, he looked into the distance. "There is some game he is playing. I wonder what it is. Perhaps the assassination cowed him," the minister said tentatively. "I hear that you were once his closest of friends," the monarch suddenly said to Hermione and Ron, whom he had been ignoring until this moment. In fact, he had barely glanced their way ever since they had been escorted in, unarmed, by Shovelface, Dead Eyes and their team. "What can you tell me of him? If we are to be successful in future attempts, we need to know everything." The monarch was quite convinced that they would talk. After all, he had instructed the retrieval team to ensure their cooperation en route. Things were far more efficient that way. "Wait, what?" Ron said slowly. "You mean to tell me that you were behind the assassination attempt?" He had seen the news on the telly, and till now did not know what to think about his friend's fate. To be unable to walk, the thought still made him shudder. The monarch looked to the side for a moment. "Yes," he said finally, without any regret in his voice as he shifted his gaze back at the couple. He represented a problem. He was, and still is now, risking the exposure of magic to the wider world. Something that you people have been trying to keep secret for a long time, I might add. Hermione thought about the fact for a long time. For a moment she thought of telling them all to go to hell. There was no way they were going to betray Harry. Not like this. Not anymore. Then she thought about their situation. She knew for a fact that the people in this room had them both by the balls. That fact had been quite exhaustively been explained to them by Shovelface and Dead Eyes. Should they not cooperate, it would be easy for the Americans to tell the British about finding them. Then it would back to Britain, where they would face Harry, and suffer till they died. She then thought about her parents, her mother-in-law, Percy, and finally, her daughter. She had lost all of them thanks to Harry. One look at her husband made her decision for her. "Fine," she finally said. "What do you need to know?" And that led to where Hermione was now, in the ministry building. The fugitive grimaced internally. It turned out that the Americans knew of their existence for a long time now. The only reason they had sent Shovelface and Deadeyes, or, as they called themselves, Woody and Rosie, though they would always be known as Shovelface and Deadeyes to the couple, was because they had found a use for them. It turned out that Harry hadn't exactly been idle since they had left Britain. In the Muggle world, Britain was slowly becoming stronger. While it wasn't anything to generate shocking headlines, those who kept an eye out for such things could see some rather strange anomalies. For one, the country had inexplicably all but stopped importing. This in itself would not be puzzling if it weren't for the fact that till recently, Britain was one of the top importers in the world. Aside from an initial dip in the strength of the pound, the country had not suffered much. In fact, if anything, the economy was actually growing stronger. It could mean only one thing: magic was involved. At first, the Magical Federation of Northern America wasn't even aware of the involvement of magic. They did not truly believe the rumors floating around that the incumbent to the English throne was magical. Also, all they actually knew was that Britain had stopped importing from the United States of America, their biggest source. For all they knew, the island country could have turned to other sources. That was until the King of Spain had received an anonymous letter. Hermione had done her research and was fully aware of the fact that Muggles essentially controlled the various ministries of magic. She personally did not mind the arrangement. There was a need for checks and balances, a limiting factor. Otherwise, the wizarding world would have trampled over the Muggle population long ago using their command over the arcane force. The current administration agreed with those views wholeheartedly. So what's up? Hermione was wrenched out of her thoughts at this question. She looked at the woman standing in front of her. It was the same person who had initially greeted her. Evidently she had followed Hermione. It took a moment for her to match the face with a name. "Oh, I'm fine, Marlene," Hermione said with a smile. Inwardly she groaned. Marlene was far too cheerful and chatty on a normal day. Looking a lot like a taller version of Molly Weasley, only with mousy brown hair and a nasal voice, she was the only person whom Hermione knew in the Ministry building aside from the people she worked with in the American Department of Mysteries. And it wasn't because Hermione had made sure to get to know the woman. Hermione let the woman talk, listening with half an ear, completely uninterested in her tales. What did she care if the goblins had delayed the opening of their bank because of some management issues? She had no golden gringotts. Instead, Hermione thought back to the first time she had met the American Minister of Magic along with the King of Spain. They had discussed everything, right from the first time they had met Harry to the last time they had seen each other. She had spoken about the adventures they had faced together at school, the influence Voldemort had on their lives all those years ago. Ron told them everything about the time Harry had spent at the Burrow with the Weasleys. "This Voldemort person," the Spanish king said thoughtfully as he stroked his fashionably trimmed beard. "He seems to be significant." He was met with 3 incredulous looks that, no matter how brief, annoyed him, though he did not show it. Well, the minister was the first to recover. Everyone in the magical world knows the story about Harry Potter and the Dark Lord Voldemort. More about the former than the latter, though. What followed that was a brief explanation about the boy who lived in Voldemort. "So let me get this straight," the king finally said. "This Dark Lord tries to use a curse that is completely lethal, on an infant, only for it to be reflected back to him, by said infant, something that has never been heard of. Then he is considered dead for about a decade and then he suddenly comes back to life. How was he killed? Well, Professor Dumbledore had discovered that he had made Horcruxes, and he and Harry went and destroyed them." "I am sorry, but what are these Horcruxes?" The King of Spain cut Hermione off, sending a mildly inquisitive glance as he uttered the unfamiliar term. Ron couldn't help himself and let out a snort. Sobering up quickly at the attention he had garnered from everyone in the room, he cleared his throat. "Sorry," he said apologetically, trying not to squirm at the cool look being sent his way by the monarch. "But it's Horcruxes. What your majesty just said comes across as a bit, inappropriate. Anyway, a Horcrux is basically an object, or a vessel if you will, containing a portion of a person's soul. As long as a Horcrux exists, the person who created it will not die because a part of him will still be safe and tethered to this world. We actually have a soul," the king said in a mystified voice. Snapping out of his trance, he continued, his tone darkening. "And you wizards rend them apart." The disgust was apparent. Hermione took it from there. "Not everybody. The creation of a Horcrux, as you rightly guessed, is a vile thing. The subject itself is so vile that even most conventional dark wizards and witches who are pretty evil themselves have reservations about going that far. Few of the darkest of dark arts books even mention them. And trust me when I say this that those books contain some pretty gruesome curses and rituals. She shuddered. Apparently, to create such a container, a person must commit the most heinous of evils, murder. This apparently creates a tear in the soul that generally heals over time. However, a wizard or witch wanting to create a Horcrux uses this to their advantage and rips a portion of their soul out from their body and places it in a container. She took a deep shuddering breath. And Voldemort created 3. The disgust on the king's face was closely mirrored by the expression on the minister's face. So you said that the current king of England destroyed these objects? The minister said, breaking the ensuing silence. Yes, Hermione replied. Then Harry somehow managed to sneak into Voldemort's base of operations. I believe he had the help of a schoolmate, Draco Malfoy. Her eye twitched at the mention of that name. And while the group of various witches and wizards accompanying him subdued Voldemort's Death Eaters, Harry himself finished Voldemort. I see, the King of Spain replied. So when exactly did the 3 of you go from best friends to actively kidnapping his children? There was a moment's silence. I have no idea, Hermione replied eventually. All I know is that we started to drift apart in our 7th year. It was as if the whole fight with Voldemort over the summer changed him. Harry got himself a bunch of new friends, joined our Wizengamot where he swiftly rose in rank thanks to his celebrity status and victory, and suddenly, I find that he has instituted a law that is biased against Muggles. Seeing that she had caught their attention, Hermione briefly explained the Harry Potter Magical Child Protection Act. This is clearly going to take some time, the king said musingly. Looking at the Minister of Magic, he said commandingly. I suggest you and the Weasleys here have another few meetings. Set up a team to analyze the data. I want the whole thing to be top secret. That means nobody, other than those whom you trust, is to know. I expect regular reports. Oh, this is my stop, Marlene said with a radiant smile. See you later, Emma. Hermione smiled back mechanically. As the lift doors closed, she ruminated on the past few weeks. Ron had swiftly bowed out of the whole thing. He contended that he had told them all that he knew about Harry, and as such, wouldn't be able to contribute any more. With the minister's assent, the man had returned to his Muggle job, with the promise that he would not expose the secret of magic unless in dire circumstances. He, like his wife, had to sign a bevy of magically binding non-disclosure agreements as well as swear allegiance to the King of Spain, making them his subjects and citizens of the Magical Federation of Northern America. This also had the benefit of protecting them from Harry's wrath to an extent. Glad to be able to finally work in more familiar surroundings, Hermione took to her new job with enthusiasm. Her team was tasked with the job of fully understanding King Henry IX of Britain. She was, however, careful not to let it run her life, making sure to spend more time with her husband whenever he was free. The couple had never been closer, and with the news that Hermione planned to break to Ron about her pregnancy, she anticipated more closeness. Yes, today would be a day of celebration and triumph. Not only was she pregnant, but Hermione was certain that today would mark a step forward in bringing the tyrant of Britain, as she had started calling Harry in her mind, down. It hadn't taken the team long to determine that. There was one person who could shed more light on the persona of the King of England and the possible cause of his sudden change in attitude from the champion of Muggles and Muggleborn to an elitist Muggle-phobic tyrant. That person was Dumbledore. The problem was that Professor Dumbledore was long dead. However, thanks to his many accomplishments and positions that had bought him worldwide fame, it stood to reason that there would be a portrait of the great man lying around somewhere in the country. Eventually, 3 portraits were found. Out of them, the one in the Salem Witches' Academy and in the Bishop Hospital of Magical Maladies were a write-off, the former being the victim of a nasty jinx gone bad, and the latter having been puked upon by a patient who had a bad reaction to acid drops. That left the last one, found in a storeroom of the Ipswich School of Wizardry. Having been placed in storage a year before Albus Dumbledore had died, the portrait had been subsequently forgotten about. Thus, while in a relatively pristine, if dusty, condition, the portrait was still a victim of neglect, with the subject within having gone static thanks to the lack of active magic around it having faded. However, the situation wasn't totally hopeless. All it needed was some restoration, and it would be functional once again. However, restoring a magical portrait was tricky business. Not only did they have to restore the original color, but also rejuvenate the magic that was originally put into it. Ideally, the person responsible for the latter was called for such a task. As Dumbledore was the person who had injected the portrait with his magic and knowledge, the ideal situation wasn't feasible. Instead, the team had to carefully and slowly strengthen the magic in the portrait. This basically involved placing the portrait in a highly magical area and talking to it or in its presence. Hermione was thankful, though, that they had found a trustworthy expert in the field of magical portraits. He had managed to dramatically shorten the process by applying a carefully calculated amount of magic on the portrait. It would remove 2 months from the memory of the portrait, but that was fine. Hopefully, the portrait had connected with its duplicates in Britain, making the loss minimal. "He's ready," James Wentworth, one of her colleagues said excitedly. Hermione responded with an enthusiastic smile of her own. All but running towards the back of the room, she looked at the portrait and said, in a voice laced with trepidation, "Professor." The portrait of Albus Dumbledore, who was frozen till now, sat up, blinked and looked around. "Do I know you?" he asked when he laid eyes on her. "It's me," Hermione said as she removed the necklace that she wore, removing the glamour charms at the same time. She wasn't concerned about surprising her team. They all knew about her, after all. "Ms. Granger," the portrait of Dumbledore said with delighted surprise. "My, you have grown. How long has it been since you passed school?" Hermione did the maths in her head. "It will be a full 10 years next year." She blinked twice. It just hit her how long it had been. "A whole decade," the portrait said thoughtfully. "That is quite some time. Do tell me, how are you? What have you been up to all these years? What of your 2 friends?" In a lower and more concerned voice, he asked. "What of Lord Voldemort? What do you last remember, Professor?" Hermione asked quietly. "The last I recall," the portrait said as he tented his fingers under his chin. "It was the year 2004, after the winter holidays of your 6th year. It was a full month before the OWLs and NEWTs started." He looked at her expectantly, clearly expecting her to fill in the gap between the past and the present. "Can't you access your other portraits in Hogwarts and the Ministry?" Hermione asked curiously. "Surely, you will be able to get the relevant information there." "Alas," Dumbledore said regretfully. "I seem unable to access my duplicates. I can sense them, but something is preventing me from going all the way, as the expression goes." Hermione rubbed her forehead. Naturally, it couldn't be that easy. Sighing, she summoned a chair, asked James for some tea, and then started the task of filling the portrait in. Hermione was careful to exclude certain details. For one, the very thought of the late headmaster knowing about her kidnapping anyone's children, even if it was Harry's children, filled her with dread and shame. As it stood, she couldn't bear to think about the other teachers at her school knowing about it. "Extraordinary," the portrait murmured. "I never knew that Lily, and subsequently her son, were related to the royal family." He frowned. "There are some problems with your story, however. For one, I cannot reconcile the boy I knew as a student in school with the man you painted right now. It seems to be a drastic change in character. I also cannot believe that he would run the 2 of you out of the country for no discernible reason whatsoever." "That was what we were hoping you could tell us," Hermione said. "We were hoping to shed some light around the events surrounding your death, Voldemort's defeat, the destruction of his 3 Horcruxes, and finally, what changes you noticed." The portrait smiled wanly. "Well, Ms. Granger, or is it Mrs. Weasley? Anyway, I am sorry to disappoint you. I do not know the exact details behind Voldemort's demise, I do not know what transpired during my death, and I do not know what Harry did in the years between then and now." He paused for a long moment. "So, allow me to tell you a few things that I do know." The portrait paused for a few moments. "I know that I had suspected Draco Malfoy of being given the task of assassinating me. I also know that I was already dying thanks to a dark curse that I was careless enough to trigger, and that I knew of that fact since before you had started your 6th year. Furthermore, I also knew that I had tasked Severus Snape to give me a more dignified end, if you get my drift." You mean, you wanted Snape to kill you?" Hermione gasped, completely taken aback. "You could say that," the portrait replied succinctly. Then again, I was already dying then. Severus was only performing euthanasia. Running a hand through his beard, Dumbledore continued. And most importantly, Ms. Granger, I can call you that, right, because Mrs. Weasley doesn't seem right for me. Anyway, most importantly, I knew that Voldemort had not made 3 Horcruxes. He had made 7. 7. Hermione said disbelievingly. But Harry said 3. Yes, Dumbledore replied. And that is what worries me. He stared off, lost in thought. Sighing heavily, the portrait continued. Based on what I know so far, and I hope you understand that this information may or may not be accurate because of the probable obsoleteness of the facts, I have a guess as to what possibly could have changed Harry. At the end of your 2nd year, I had hypothesized that Voldemort had survived because of the creation of a Horcrux. After years of research, and tracking down dead ends, not to mention his rebirth, I came to the conclusion that Voldemort had created more. Some more research later gave me 7 as the number. The portrait sighed. And here is the critical bit. I suspected then, and had the fact confirmed that Harry's scar carried a piece of Voldemort. Thanks to the many Horcruxes he had made, his soul was unstable and split once more, the fragment having latched onto the only living thing present. It is my belief that this soul fragment has either influenced or outright possessed Harry. So, Hermione said slowly. That isn't really Harry, but Voldemort. It would seem so, the portrait said slowly. It does nicely explain how he, a Hogwarts student, managed to duel and defeat a much more experienced wizard. Initially, I thought that Flammel had managed to get his hooks into the boy, but then you also mentioned that Harry had played Flammel like a fiddle. That is a trait that I would associate with Tom Riddle. Also, there is the whole policy that he has been pushing. It might be a bit different, but it is very similar to what Tom Riddle would do. If I know Tom well, and I would like to think that I do, then he would go for a radical shift in such conditions. He has no need to build up power since he already has it. No, all he needs to do is use his popularity and charisma now. At the same time, he wouldn't want the world to even suspect that Voldemort isn't dead yet. Hermione had nothing to say in reply. Edmund Harry Potter Black, or, as the rest of the world knew him, Prince Edmund, watched his father from his perch on top of a high stool, absently swinging his legs. His right hand absently fiddled with his left sleeve as he tried to articulate the question he badly wanted to ask. "What's on your mind, mate?" Harry asked, lightly tapping a finger on the boy's head. Startled, his eldest son looked up, his eyes, which were green at the moment, losing their far-off gaze. "Nothing much," he mumbled, ducking his head and switching his attention to the other sleeve. Looking back up, the boy flushed when he caught his father's eyes. Harry only raised an eyebrow, knowing that the silent gesture would be more effective than spoken word. "Why?" Edmund cleared his throat. "Why are you, you know?" He waved his hands around himself as if to make a point. "Why am I getting married to 2 more women?" Harry asked bemusedly. The boy only nodded in reply. Harry looked at Edmund for a moment, wondering what exactly he should tell the boy. "Well," he said finally. "The reason is simple. And complex all the same. Politics." "Politics?" James's voice piped up from across the large room. "How so, Dad?" Harry cast an amused glance at the sprawled 10-year-old. Even though his younger son was contentedly playing with his toys, and still was, despite asking the question, the boy clearly was keeping his ears open. That was quite an interesting quirk. A quirk that Harry hoped was developed further. A person perceived by others to be generally oblivious to his surroundings tends to get more information quickly. "What do you know of the 2 women that I am marrying?" Harry asked, directing his question to both of his sons. It would be a good idea to see how much they had absorbed from all the lessons. "Well, Gabrielle is the daughter of the new French Minister of Magic," James said, rolling over on his back and sitting up to give his father his full attention. Crossing his legs, he absently tapped his chin with the head of the action figure he was playing with. "Yes," Harry replied. "But that doesn't matter, does it?" He decided to ignore the indignant face of the animated Harry Potter figure tightly grasped in his son's hand. That toy was a result of a prank gift courtesy of Fred and George and was a part of the Tri-Wizard set, including the equally animated figures of Cedric Diggory, Victor Crumb, Fleur Delacour, and the 4 dragons the champions had faced in the first task. At least the champions share from sales of the toys by mutual consent between the three of them, and Mr. and Mrs. Diggory was being donated to charity. Though, the dragon toys did not do justice to the original model sitting in Harry's study next to the Swedish short snout. The Diggorys had been kind enough to give him behind wards to prevent two certain moppets from getting their little hands on it. No, Edmund responded this time. After all, you are now recognized as the King of Magical France, and unofficially, the Emperor of the Magical Empire. Also, you did sort of make him the minister. Indeed, Harry said with a nod. So what other political reasons are there? Part of his mind was still on the time when the Diggorys had given him that Swedish short snout of Cedric's. It had been 7 years ago, just after the birth of their second son. Amos Diggory had told him that he and his wife had finally moved on. For that reason, they felt it would be best to part with most of their deceased son's possessions. While the clothes and other odds and ends were given away or sold, the couple felt that Harry should have the dragon. Personally, Harry did not think that they had truly moved on. After all, they had named their now 7-year-old son, Cedric. Though, he did know that they had the habit of calling the boy, Ricky, instead. Mentally shaking himself, Harry decided to leave the Diggorys and their problems behind and instead focus on his own progeny. He smiled at his still silent sons. Here's a hint, what else can you tell me about the 3 Delacour women? The room was filled with thoughtful silence. Well, they are Vila. Edmund finally said. At least Mrs. Delacour is. Fleur and Gabrielle are half Vila. Yes, Harry said approvingly. More importantly, Apolline Delacour is also the daughter of Hans Muller, the leader of the Vila community. Now the Vila are a proud race, and while small in number, quite powerful. They also do not trust easily. However, at the same time, they easily trust family. This is mainly the reason why Apolline ended up marrying into the Delacour family. And so far, they aren't wrong. After all, Jean-Sebastian did quite a lot to improve things for his wife's and daughter's people. They were interrupted by a knock on the door. Your Majesty, said an older wizard, opening the door after being bid to enter. It is ready. 5 minutes, Jacques, Harry said after a pause. The man bowed at the neck and backed out, closing the door. I know why you have to marry Ginny. James piped up. It's because she is Fred and George's sister, right? Harry chuckled softly. No, not really, it has more to do with her being really close to Gabrielle. Gabrielle has, requested that she be included too. Oh, James said with a frown, trying to work it out. Don't worry, Harry said, ruffling the boy's hair. I don't get it either. Harry took a deep breath. Now boys, I suggest you get ready. Edmund, lose the blue hair. And while you're at it, lose the pout, this is a formal occasion, and you know that. You can change it back later. But till then, keep it black, brown, red or blonde. The same goes for your eyes, regular colors only. I don't want, whatever weird color you have thought of. James, put away your toys. It's time. Harry had just managed to straighten James's robes when Jacques entered the room, followed by a mini army bearing enough jewelry to pay off a small country's sovereign debt. Once Harry had put on the various collars and medals representing both Britain and France, he lifted the crown and placed it onto his head, reflecting that the headpiece was the simplest thing he was currently wearing. In a few short moments, he was waiting for his future 2 wives to arrive. He glanced at his left, to Daphne, whose own crown glinted in the sunlight that bathed Fairies Glen, highlighting the majesty of the Scottish countryside. He was aware that she had pushed for this marriage to happen well before he was crowned king. At times he did not know if she had known of his plans, and he had no desire of finding out. But what he did know was that she had every intention of being the dominant wife in this little harem that was going to be formed. The fact that she was standing here, next to him and in front of his sons made her intentions very clear. That is, if the bejeweled crown on her head wasn't clear enough of a message. Conveniently, the crowns of her sister wives were much simpler in nature. Suddenly it occurred to him that the ostentatious robes he now wore, which he knew were made from sea silk, a very rare and very expensive material, even in the magical world complete with the long train, was not something his advisors had thought of by themselves. Harry quietly chuckled to himself. Ginny and Gabrielle may be strong-willed, but they were no match for Queen Daphne. Something the matter, dear? The object of his thoughts said quietly. Oh, nothing at all, Harry replied lightly. He glanced at Neville and the boys, who were standing directly behind him, with his eyes twinkling in amusement, getting a bemused grin in return from his friend. He had had great fun standing for Neville at his wedding, as Neville had stood for his. Well, both of his weddings. Worried that his presence would overshadow the bride and groom, Harry had used his powers to make himself and his family unnoticeable to everyone present except for each other and Neville and Susan. He had repeated the same procedure on Draco and Astoria's wedding too, partly because he really liked the anonymity, and partly because his darling sister-in-law had asked him to do the same in a very saccharine voice that wasn't fooling anyone. Speaking of which, Harry's eyes sought her out, standing there next to her husband and mother-in-law, engrossed in a very quiet conversation with Draco. The music brought him out of his reverie. As he saw his two brides walk down towards him side by side, Harry realized that he was not being entirely truthful with his sons and with himself. Even after all these years, the sight of Ginny was enough to get his blood racing. Somewhere in the Middle East, the man took a step back and admired his handiwork. The last rune was in place. He had double-checked every single symbol in the array and triple-checked it just to be safe. It was perfect. At long last, after years of careful infiltration, months spent being unnoticed as he did his work and weeks of careful carving, his mission was now complete. Now all he would have to do is rest and wait for his final instructions. He made his way outside, not noticed or bothered by the workers around him. Once outside, he made his way to a small alley where donned his cloak, put the hood up and turned on the spot. Reappearing at the safe house, he only had to wait for a short amount of time for his colleagues to appear, all hooded as he was. The minute hand of the clock had just touched the number 12 when the door leading to the conference room opened. Silently, the men and women filed in, taking their places at the large table. "So, gentlemen, ladies," the man at the head of the table said without preamble. "I presume that we are all ready." The shadowed face of the leader smiled. "Then, thirst is complete," he pronounced with relish to nods of approval. "Washington, D.C. Did you manage to finish it?" "Why yes," the young man stuttered, his voice excited and nervous at the same time. "I can't believe I managed to do this," he said in wonder. The man he was talking to smirked. "Indeed, it is quite a big step, isn't it?" "Yes," the answer came out in a near squeak. "The world will now be a much safer place. All thanks to you," the older man finished for him. "You should be proud of yourself, David." The younger man puffed out his chest as he gazed into the distance, no doubt imagining the accolades he would receive. "Too bad you won't be able to tell anyone about it." "Huh." Derailed from his thoughts, the young man looked up to see a stick pointed at him. The green light would be the last thing he would ever see. "It is done," nonchalantly standing over the cooling body of the Muggle, the wizard said into a mirror that he fished out of his pocket. "And I have a bonus that you will like." "Excellent, Marcus," the face in the device replied. "Pack up and get your people out of there. His Majesty will be pleased." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.